Kill me? You? Ha 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 ha. As though he had heard the funniest thing in the world, Xiangmeng reared his head in laughter with a mocking expression. Even supreme perfected spirits ranked before him on the battle merits jade steel would not dare to casually say that they wanted to kill him, let alone this celestial being perfected immortal before him. Besides Xiangmeng were 9 perfected spirits of the heavenly eye race who were all at the paradise void realm. When they heard that, the heavenly eye perfected spirits sneered as well. A heavenly eye perfected spirit volunteered. Commander Xiang, leave this ant to me. He's not worthy of dying in your hands. Let's go. Xiangmeng nodded casually and turned around. He stood with his hands behind his back and could not even be bothered to look at Suzimo. For living beings of the 10,000 races in the Trichiliocosm, they would only be taken seriously once they became supreme perfected spirits. Swoosh! The heavenly eye perfected spirit flashed and stood opposite Suzimo. The heavenly eye on his glabella was half open as he said with a smile, "How should I kill you? Killing you with a single move seems a little boring. How about I play a little with you?" Suzimo could not be bothered to talk to him. In a flash, he arrived before the heavenly eye perfected spirit. It was too fast. That speed had already surpassed a certain level of laws and crossed countless layers of space instantly. Suzimo did not pretend at all. Raising his hand slightly, he condensed his finger sword and stabbed towards the glabella of the heavenly eye perfected spirit. The heavenly eye perfected spirit was shocked and his pupils constricted. Before the sword finger arrived, the heavenly eye on his glabella could not withstand the sharpness of the finger sword and felt a sharp pain as scarlet blood flowed. At that moment it was already too late for him to teleport. Ah! He could only roar and open the heavenly eye on his glabella with all his might, channeling his essence spirit crazily, wanting to defend against Suzimo with the power of his heavenly eye. However, the moment he opened his heavenly eye, the finger sword descended and tapped on his heavenly eye instantly. Crack! Crack! A cracking sound came from his glabella. At the same time, the back of the heavenly eye perfected spirit's head suddenly split open, and a 2-finger-wide hole appeared with fresh blood gushing out. With just a single finger strike, Suzimo blinded the heavenly eye perfected spirit's heavenly eye. At the same time, the sharpness of his finger sword was way too strong, and his remaining strength was not exhausted as it pierced through his head. After the heavenly eye race advanced to the perfected one realm, all their dermic daos would condense in the heavenly eye at their glabella. For the heavenly eye perfected spirits, their heavenly eyes were their Tao fruits and their Tao fruits were their heavenly eyes. Now that his heavenly eye was shattered, his essence spirit was destroyed by the sharpness of Suzimo's finger sword and he died on the spot. Instant kill with a single finger strike. A paradise void perfected spirit of the heavenly eye race could not even last a single round against Suzimo and could not retaliate at all. The expressions of the remaining heavenly eye perfected spirits changed when they saw that. Xiangmeng, whose back was originally facing Suzimo, felt an unprecedented sense of danger the moment he heard the terrified and struggling roars of his clansmen. It was as though a calamity was about to descend the next moment. This is bad. Xiangmeng's heart sank. Without hesitation, he channeled his essence spirit and opened his heavenly eye on his glabella, turning around abruptly. Astral imprisonment. Xiangmeng growled. The moment he turned around, the heavenly eye on his glabella released a powerful peerless divine power that enveloped Suzimo. Time and space were both frozen. Not only was time stopped, space was also frozen. Suzimo was frozen in midair and could not move at all. The distance between the two of them was only an arm's length. If Xiangmeng was any slower, he might have died. Fortunately, he was not careless and released his peerless divine power right away when he realized that the situation was bad. This was the experience accumulated through the countless baptisms of blood, as well as life and death experiences. Looking at Suzimo, who was inches away, Xiangmeng broke out in cold sweat and was enraged. Ant! Gritting his teeth, Xiangmeng glared at Suzimo with anger in his 3 eyes and said coldly with a murderous aura, "You're still too inexperienced to want to kill me. I'm going to slice you into pieces and let you die bit by bit in fear." In the end, I'll burn your bones and scatter your ashes. Crack, crack. Suddenly, strange sounds sounded from Su Zimo, under Xiang Meng's gaze, for pairs of ivory tusks that were as white as jade grew slowly behind Su Zimo, emitting a terrifying aura. Under normal circumstances, astral imprisonment targeted not only the cultivator's body, but also their bloodline, essence spirit, true essence, and even dermic daos. But now, an incomparably powerful divine power surged from Su Zimo's body, unless it was a peerless divine power. Only peerless divine powers could defend against his peerless divine power. When Xiang Meng thought of that, he was shocked. This perfected immortal was only at the celestial being realm but had already comprehended a peerless divine power. Immediately after, the power in Su Zimo's body increased exponentially. His glabella shone and his spirit consciousness surged. Suddenly, a blinding blood-colored sword beam with a chilling killing intent burst forth from his body. The sword beam seemed to be able to kill everything and destroy the world. The sword beam seemed to be condensed with the strongest killing intent in the world and broke through the astral imprisonment that enveloped Su Zimo instantly. Peerless divine power. The immortal vanquishing sword. Pest! Xiang Meng gasped and his expression changed in shock with disbelief on his face. A second peerless divine power. How was that possible? After releasing two peerless divine powers in succession, this person's essence spirit did not collapse. Not only that, the immortal vanquishing sword released by this person could actually break through his astral imprisonment. This meant that this celestial being perfected immortal who was 2 minor realms away from him could definitely fight him head-on in terms of combat strength. A supreme perfected spirit. The green-robed cultivator before him was a supreme perfected spirit expert. Xiang Meng was really shocked. The moment he was slightly distracted, a green light burst forth from Su Zimo's glabella and entered Xiang Meng's body instantly, seeping out from behind him. Xing! Right in front of the horrified gazes of a few living beings of the heavenly eye race. Xiang Meng's body was split into 2 from the middle by the green light. Blood spewed and his organs flowed, scattering on the ground. Xiang Meng's essence spirit was destroyed and he died. The green light revealed its true form. It was a sharp and cold jade-green sword, the duckweed sword. The strongest talent of the heavenly eye race was the heavenly eye on their glabella. Because they possessed this innate eye, they were able to comprehend divine powers, dermic daos, and the mysteries of the world with greater ease. This heavenly eye was their source of power. However, the bloodline and physique of the heavenly eye race were not considered top-tier among the 10,000 races. Once Su Zimo broke free from astral imprisonment, at that distance, Xiang Meng could not defend against his killing intent at all. Furthermore, Xiang Meng did not even have the chance to dodge when he summoned the duckweed sword. Xiang Meng was originally wearing a layer of defensive armor, but it was instantly broken by the duckweed sword, a treasure that would only be born after the creation Green Lotus advanced to grade 12. There were not many divine weapons in the entire trichiliocosm that could defend against the sharpness of the duckweed sword, let alone flesh and blood. The remaining 8 heavenly eye perfected spirits opened their mouths in shock. Xiang Meng died too quickly and too suddenly. They could not accept it or believe it for a moment. How was that possible? Xiang Meng was a supreme perfected spirit. A perfected spirit expert with combat strength that could be ranked in the top 100 in the entire trichiliocosm was sliced into 2 by a single sword strike. In their eyes, Xiang Meng had died too easily after being killed by Su Zimo's sword. However, in reality, Su Zimo had to release 2 peerless divine powers in succession and combine them with the duckweed sword to kill Xiang Meng with a single strike. Although it seemed like a short exchange, only the dead Xiang Meng knew how terrifying it was. The remaining 8 heavenly eye perfected spirits were stunned, but Su Zimo did not stop. The duckweed sword slashed open Xiang Meng's body. Su Zimo followed the sword and passed through the blood fog. With the duckweed sword in hand, he appeared before 2 other heavenly eye perfected spirits instantly. Buzz! The duckweed sword streaked past the 2 of them and trembled, emitting a resplendent green light. The heads of the 2 heavenly eye perfected spirits were sliced off neatly and tossed high into the air. Sharp sword chi surged into their consciousnesses and strangled the essence spirits of the 2 heavenly I-perfected spirits. The remaining 6 heavenly I-perfected spirits finally reacted. 2 of them opened their heavenly eyes angrily and wanted to resist. Petrification Eye. Storm Eye. A strange power descended on Su Zimo and surged into his body. In reality, if that petrification eye continued to grow, there was a chance to comprehend the peerless divine power, astral imprisonment. However, the petrification power alone could not restrict Su Zimo at all. Su Zimo had the body of a grade 12 creation green lotus, and the petrification power did not affect him at all. He did not stop. Carrying the duckweed sword, he slashed through the storm that had just condensed in front of him and arrived in front of the 2 heavenly I-perfected spirits, piercing the glabella of one of them. Using the remaining momentum, he slashed in reverse and split the other party into 2. When the remaining 4 heavenly I-perfected spirits saw that, they did not dare to resist and reached for the blessed heaven world badge at their waists, prepared to escape from the evil fiend battlefield. Su Zimo spun the duckweed sword in his hand and slashed in the direction of the 4 of them. Instantly, the duckweed sword seemed to have transformed into countless sword shadows that descended from the skies. The void around the 4 heavenly I-perfected spirits distorted and collapsed, forming a gigantic tomb. Countless green sword shadows intertwined and descended, falling into the tomb, creating a lifeless sword tomb that severed life. Before the 4 heavenly I-perfected spirits could escape from this place, they fell into the sword tomb and were pierced by countless green sword shadows. Their bodies were filled with sword holes and blood flowed profusely. They died. The sword burial Tao was displayed in front of the world for the first time and buried the 4 heavenly I-perfected spirits instantly. The battle began all of a sudden and ended abruptly as well. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia and the others of the heavenly I world were completely wiped out without a single survivor. The blessed heaven world square was suddenly so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The living beings of the 10,000 races from various worlds were shocked when they witnessed what happened in the evil fiend battlefield with their own eyes. The scene earlier on had exceeded everyone's imagination. Xianxia was killed by a single slash from the peak master of the 9th sword peak, and the other heavenly I-perfected spirits were slaughtered by him as though he was cutting vegetables. The entire process merely took a few breaths, but Xianxia's entire group was killed. Even with the blessed heaven world badges, they could not escape. This was not a huge battle, but more like a one-sided massacre. Looking at the green-robed man clearing the battlefield in the evil fiend battlefield and that delicate face, a chill suddenly rose in the hearts of many perfected spirits. When did such a ruthless person appear in the sword world? It was no wonder why this person was a peak master. In the residence of the sword world, under the anticipation and worry of many sword cultivators, Lin Xuanjin woke up slowly and gradually regained consciousness. Lin Xuanjin's first reaction when she woke up was to touch the blessed heaven world badge on her waist. After touching nothing, a hint of disappointment flashed through her eyes. Yulan could tell that Lin Xuanjin was disappointed and consoled her. Xuanjin, it's all right. As long as you're fine, there's always a chance to obtain battle merits in the future. Lin Xuanjin seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "Where's that female ape? How is she?" "She's dead." Yulan sighed gently and did not hide anything. Lin Xuanjin lowered her head. Although she was expressionless, her heart ached. When she recalled what she said to Su Zimo in the cave back then, she felt even more guilty and regretful. "Xuanjin, how do you feel? Do you feel any discomfort?" When Yulan saw that Lin Xuanjin was silent, she asked again with concern. Lin Xuanjin snapped out of her senses and checked her condition. Although her injuries had not healed, she was mostly fine. Furthermore, there was no trace of her burning her essence spirit, as though it had never happened. How could this be? Lin Xuanjin knew very well the consequences of burning her essence spirit. Furthermore, she was severely injured by Xianxia and would definitely not survive. "Master, did you guys save me?" Lin Xuanjin asked. "It was Peak Master Su Zhu." Yulan said, "Brother Su spent a day and a half to pull you back from the brink of death. He was the only one who could save you." Lin Xuanjin vaguely recalled that in her groggy state, someone seemed to have been casting dermic arts on her and injecting life force into her. She did not expect it to be Su Zhu. Where's Peak Master Su? Lin Xuanjin struggled to sit up from the bed, prepared to thank Su Zimo in person. Brother Su. He was just here. Yulan, Lu Yun, and the others looked around for traces of Su Zimo. Just as Baiming Shui was about to speak, arrogant laughter sounded from outside. Ha 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 ha. Brother Lu, you didn't expect us to meet so quickly, right? Is Lin Xuanjin from your sword world still alive? The person's words were filled with mockery and gloating. It was King Cold Eye of the Heavenly Eye world. Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others' expressions darkened. They turned around and walked out of the room, looking coldly at King Cold Eye and the others standing outside. When King Cold Eye saw Lu Yun appear, the curve in his eyes intensified as he continued smiling. Lu Yun, why are you looking at me so angrily? I wasn't the one who killed Lin Xuanjin. She's the one with a weak cultivation and could not fight against Xiang Meng of my Heavenly Eye world. In a fight between those of the same cultivation realm, she can only blame herself for being inferior. Lu Yun sneered. King Cold Eye, don't worry. I'm not as shameless and ruthless as you to slaughter billions of innocent living beings just because I had a weak son whose heavenly eye was blinded in the evil fiend battlefield due to his own inferiority. Humph! At the mention of that, King Cold Eye retracted his smile and said slowly, Lu Yun, I once told you that the blood of my heavenly eye race shall not be spilled in vain. Lin Xuanjin's death is only a lesson for your sword world. Don't meddle in other people's business, let alone my heavenly eye world. Right then, a slightly weak voice sounded from the residence. King Cold Eye, sorry to disappoint you. Lin Xuanjin walked out of the room slowly and said indifferently, I'm quite lucky and won't die just yet. She's not dead. When King Cold Eye saw Lin Xuanjin walk out, his expression darkened. He had seen the situation yesterday clearly in the blessed Heaven World Square. How could she have survived until now after suffering such serious injuries? Furthermore, it seemed like Lin Xuanjin was in a good state and was clearly out of danger. King Cold Eye's expression changed erratically before returning to normal. He smiled and said, I can't say that I'm disappointed. You were lucky this time round, but you won't be so lucky next time. Furthermore, Xiang Meng of my Heavenly Eye world snatched away more than 1,000 battle merits from you guys. You should be the ones disappointed. Lu Yun said indifferently. Losing battle merits is nothing. As long as we're alive, we can always get back the lost battle merits one day. Ha 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 ha. King Cold Eye burst into laughter. Lu Yun, you're too naive. As long as I'm around, the people of your sword world will never be able to obtain battle merits. Every time our Heavenly Eye clansmen see someone from your sword world, we'll kill them. If we see them twice, we'll kill them twice. We'll kill until the perfected spirits of your sword world will never be able to rise. We'll make sure that the people of your sword world will never dare to step foot into the evil fiend battlefield. You! Bai Tianqing was enraged when he heard that and glared angrily. If not for the fact that fighting was prohibited in the blessed heaven world, he might have already fought King Cold Eye. Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others had grim expressions as well. King Cold Eye, don't go too far. Feng Su clenched his fist slightly. Go too far. King Cold Eye chuckled. Didn't you guys say it so well when you were meddling in our affairs? Fights in the evil fiend battlefield happen between those of the same cultivation realms. Even if they die, they can only blame themselves for being inferior. So, how am I going too far? Lu Yun took a deep breath. King Cold Eye, your heavenly eye race has 2 supreme perfected spirits now. Naturally, you have the right to be arrogant. However, there will be a day when supreme perfected spirits will be born in our sword world as well. At that time, we'll settle everything in the evil fiend battlefield. In fact, that was the case. As of now, Peak Master Su Zhu of the 9th Sword Peak had already comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword. As long as he cultivated to the Paradise Void Realm, he would become a supreme perfected spirit. Baiming Shui had transcended the unprecedented 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation and even obtained the inheritance of another peerless divine power of the Sword Dao. There was also Yun Ting. His talent in the Sword Dao was rare throughout history, and he had long comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword to the level of a quasi-peerless divine power. Both he and Baiming Shui were only at the convergence realm. As long as they did not die prematurely and had sufficient time to cultivate and comprehend in the future, there was a high chance that they would grow into supreme perfected spirits. Of course, the cultivation realms of the three of them were relatively low, and it might take tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years for them to cultivate to the Paradise Void realm. As of now, the person who had the greatest hopes and chances of becoming a supreme perfected spirit was Lin Xuanjin. Oh, King Cold, I deliberately provoked. Which day will it be? In my opinion, why don't we do it today? If you have the guts, don't just argue with me here. Let the few perfected spirits of your sword world enter the evil fiend battlefield to let their actions do the talking. Lu Yun harumphed coldly and remained silent. Not to mention that Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others were injured. Even if the 8 of them recovered, it was impossible for them to enter the evil fiend battlefield and take the risk. Furthermore, King Cold, I was clearly deliberately provoking everyone from the sword world. Lu Yun and the others naturally would not fall for it. King Cold, I did not hide his voice the entire time. The commotion here had already attracted the perfected spirits of many worlds to watch. Everyone gathered and discussed. What's going on? Why is the Heavenly Eye world on bad terms with the sword world? I heard that Heavenly Eye world destroyed the 7 Stars sword world and killed billions of living beings. Later on, a group of people from the sword world bumped into them and saved thousands of cultivators from the 7 Star sword world. Thousands of people from the Heavenly Eye race even died, and the 2 worlds became enemies because of that. In the evil fiend battlefield yesterday, Xiang Meng led 9 Heavenly Eye perfected spirits and defeated Lin Xuanjin and the others of the sword world. Lin Xuanjin almost died. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around, a king expert of the Heavenly Eye race burst into laughter. Everyone, take a look. The perfected spirits of the sword world are all useless and cowardly. They're so frightened by our Heavenly Eye race that they don't even dare to enter the evil fiend battlefield. Another king of the Heavenly Eye race said, in my opinion, you sword cultivators should scram back to the sword world and hide obediently. Don't come to the blessed heaven world lest you embarrass yourselves. The discussions in the crowd intensified and laughter sounded from time to time. Everyone from the sword world felt their faces burning with anger when they heard that. However, everyone knew in their hearts that entering the evil fiend battlefield now was no different from committing suicide. Everyone could only endure this humiliation. Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the other number 1 experts of the various sword peaks lowered their heads one after another and clenched their fists in silence. Who said that no one in the sword world dares to enter the evil fiend battlefield? Right then, a woman's voice sounded from the crowd in the residence. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young woman walking out of the crowd. Baiming Shui, stop fooling around. Lu Yun scolded with a frown. Afraid that no one from the sword world would accept the challenge, King Cold Eyes gazed landed on Baiming Shui and he asked with interest, little girl, you dare to enter the evil fiend battlefield? I'm not talking about me. Baiming Shui shook her head. I'm referring to my master. King Cold Eye raised his eyebrows and asked, and who's your master? Come on and stand out for me to take a look. Baiming Shui said, he's not here. He should have entered the evil fiend battlefield by now. What? Before King Cold Eye could react, Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others were shocked. Lu Yun and the others thought that Baiming Shui was joking and hurriedly released their spirit consciousnesses to search the surroundings. No one realized the severity of the matter until they discovered no traces of Su Zimo. Did Brother Su really head to the evil fiend battlefield? Lu Yun looked at Baiming Shui with a serious expression and asked in a deep voice, when did he leave? Baiming Shui thought for a moment. He left right after saving senior sister Lin. Oh no! Lu Yun was anxious and angry as he shouted at Baiming Shui. Are you stupid? Why didn't you stop him? Now that Su Zimo was implicated, Lu Yun lost his composure as a peak master and his tone was much heavier. How can I stop Master from going to the evil fiend battlefield? Bai Mingshui was puzzled as well and asked instead. Furthermore, in her heart, there was no need to stop her master. Lu Yun said, even if you couldn't stop him, you could have told us earlier and it wouldn't have been too late. But now. Yulan had a guilty expression and was filled with regret. It's our fault for not paying attention after we saw that Xuanjin had recovered. Feng Su sighed. It's mainly because no one expected Brother Su to be so rash as to run to the evil fiend battlefield himself. From outside the door, King Cold Eye was naturally happy to see the worried expressions of Lu Yun and the others. To think that things would take a turn for the better. Someone had actually gone into the evil fiend battlefield to die. A heavenly eye race being whispered into King Cold Eye's ear. His eyes lit up as he suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a strange tone, "Oh my! I just heard that this sword cultivator Su of yours is also the peak master of the 9th sword peak. How impressive! He must definitely be extraordinary to be able to become a peak master." Everyone in the sword world could hear the mockery in King Cold Eye's words. Only Bai Mingshui nodded and said seriously, "You're right. Master is indeed extraordinary." Those words naturally attracted even greater ridicule from the heavenly eye race. A series of laughter sounded from the surrounding crowd as well. I heard that the peak master of the 9th sword peak is only a perfected immortal at the celestial being realm. A celestial being perfected immortal dares to enter the evil fiend battlefield alone? He truly doesn't know his limits. Lu Yun and the others had ugly expressions. Su Zimo's identity was special. To the sword world, he was not only a perfected immortal. Even his title as the peak master of the 9th sword peak was merely his public identity. The sword world valued Su Zimo even more than Lin Xuanjin. If the few old fellows of the sword world knew that something had happened to Su Zimo, Lu Yun and the others would definitely be unable to absolve themselves of the blame. Lu Yun's heart was filled with regret. He glanced at Bai Mingshui and sighed. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought you and Brother Su here. Bai Tianqing grumbled. Brother Su is only at the celestial being realm. Why did he go to the evil fiend battlefield alone? Bai Mingshui said, of course he did it to take revenge on those people from the heavenly eye race. Brother Su is too rash. Bai Tianqing was a little flustered as well. Bai Mingshui looked at Lu Yun, Bai Tianqing and the others with a strange expression. Now that Master has entered the evil fiend battlefield, the heavenly eye race should be the ones worrying. What are you guys being flustered for? Lu Yun, Yulan, and the others were so angry that they wanted to laugh. This disciple of his is really way too naive. Lu Yun sighed inwardly and shook his head. He was no longer in the mood to blame Bai Mingshui. Yulan said, Brother Su can't be blamed for this. It was only because Xuanjin and the others were injured and nearly died that Brother Su decided to fight alone. At the mention of that, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu and the others felt ashamed. Lin Xuanjin lowered her head in silence with a worried expression as well. Even if he wants to go to the evil fiend battlefield, he should have discussed it with us. Lu Yun said, furthermore, he expended a lot of energy healing Xuanjin before entering the evil fiend battlefield without resting. Isn't that way too rash? Yulan said, Brother Su has the blessed heaven world badge on him. If he's alert enough, he should be able to escape unscathed when he sees that the situation is bad. Although that was the case, he was up against a supreme perfected spirit after all. Furthermore, the latter had comprehended astral imprisonment. Even Lin Xuanjin almost died. If Xiang Meng wanted to hold back Su Zimo, it would be a dream to think that he could escape alive, let alone unscathed. Right then, Wang Dong seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. He said with a trembling voice, there isn't any battle merits on Peak Master Su's blessed heaven world badge. What? Lu Yun, Yulan and the others' hearts sank to rock bottom when they heard that. Su Zimo originally had 20 battle merits on his blessed heaven world badge. Before he left, he transferred 10 of them to Lin Xuanjin. After that, he left the evil fiend battlefield and spent 10 battle merits. In other words, Su Zimo's blessed Heaven World Badge had no battle merits at all. If he wanted to use the blessed Heaven World Badge to leave the evil fiend battlefield, he had to obtain 10 battle merits. It was over. Even that last sliver of hope that he could escape was now gone. Go! Lu Yun could not stay any longer and said in a low voice, Quick! Let's go to the blessed Heaven World Square together and see if we can get him out. Everyone from the Sword World moved hurriedly and sped towards the blessed pavilion. King Cold-Eye chuckled and said leisurely, Brother Lu, don't be anxious. Wait for me. Let's go take a look together. Who knows, we might be able to witness the battle of a century. Everyone from the Heavenly Eye race chased after them. The living beings of the 10,000 races who were initially watching here would naturally not miss a chance to watch a show at the side of the blessed pavilion. As such, they followed behind in a flurry. Before long, everyone from the Sword World arrived at the entrance of the blessed pavilion. Lu Yun had already prepared himself for the worst outcome. Taking a deep breath, he entered the blessed pavilion first and turned right, heading straight for the blessed Heaven World Square. Before long, everyone from the Sword World and Heavenly Eye World arrived in the blessed Heaven World Square one after another. At that moment, the blessed Heaven World Square was a little quiet and the atmosphere was strange. However, everyone from the Sword World was worried and did not notice anything unusual. When the perfected spirits in the square saw the Sword World and Heavenly Eye World charging in, they revealed strange expressions. Some were wary, some shocked, and some sympathetic. Look, the people of the Sword World are here. The Heavenly Eye World is here as well. This is going to be interesting, everyone whispered. Lu Yun still had a sliver of hope as he searched around the blessed Heaven World Square. Only after he did not find any traces of Su Zimo did he raise his voice and asked, Fellow Taoists, may I ask which area of the evil fiend battlefield is the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the Sword World in? I'm here. Right then, the third gigantic screen split open and a figure walked out. He had black hair, green robes, and refined features. It was Su Zimo. Everyone from the Sword World was overjoyed when they saw that Su Zimo was fine. A huge rock in their hearts was finally lifted. The moment Su Zimo descended, everyone from the Sword World swarmed forward. Brother Su, you're way too rash. Why didn't you tell us that you were entering the evil fiend battlefield? That's right. We were really scared to death just now. If anything happens to you, how are we going to explain ourselves when we return to the Sword World? We can understand that you want to take revenge for Xuanjin and the others and regain face for the Sword World. However, there's no need for you to take the risk yourself and face the Heavenly Eye World alone. That's right. It's fine if our Sword World suffers a little this time round. As long as you guys are fine, there's still a long way to go. The 4 peak masters complained the moment they arrived with a blaming tone. Although Su Zimo was fine, the few of them felt a lingering fear. Upon hearing the words of the peak masters of the Sword World, the living beings in the blessed Heaven World Square were dumbfounded and confused. What nonsense were the peak masters of the Sword World spouting? Risking himself? Which part of him was at risk? That person entered the evil fiend battlefield and flew fearlessly in midair, leaving groups of evil fiends and sin spirits behind. In a few breaths, he killed Xianxia and the others. How did he look like he was taking a risk? Furthermore, how did the Sword World suffer a loss? Didn't they just have a few injured, perfected immortals? The Heavenly Eye race was the one who truly suffered a major loss. Not only were their supreme perfected spirit dead, they were completely wiped out. The 4 peak masters spoke one after another and Su Zimo did not have the chance to explain. However, the expressions of everyone from the Heavenly Eye race at the side darkened gradually, feeling disappointed. The scene before them was completely different from what they had imagined. King Cold-Eye harumphed coldly. I thought that the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the Sword World would be an impressive figure. So, he merely took a spin in the evil fiend battlefield before heading out. King Cold-Eye was not wrong. Indeed, Su Zimo had not stayed in the evil fiend battlefield for long. After he killed Xianxia and the others, he cleaned up the battlefield and headed to the cave they were in previously for a quick look before heading out. King Cold-Eye glared at Su Zimo, wanting to provoke him once more. He sneered, "If you have the guts, why didn't you dare to meet my clansmen of the Heavenly Eye race for a huge battle? Fufu. I guess that's all there is to a peak master of the sword world." In the opinion of King Cold Eye and the others, there was only one possibility for Su Zimo to survive the evil fiend battlefield. He did not encounter Xiang Meng at all. Otherwise, Xiang Meng would not have let him leave alive. Swish, swish, swish. After King Cold Eye said that, countless gazes landed on his face in the blessed Heaven World Square. Dragon World, Parasol Tree World, Tomb World, Light World, Barbarian World, Golden Crow World, Giant World. The perfected spirits of the various worlds looked at King Cold Eye as though they were looking at an idiot. "You're referring to Xiang Meng and the others, right?" Su Zimo said indifferently. "We met, but I guess we didn't really have a huge battle." Su Zimo said it casually, but Lu Yun and the others were alarmed. He had actually met Xiang Meng and the others. It was truly fortunate that he could escape unscathed under such circumstances. "Oh!" King Cold Eye did not believe it at all and sneered. "You came back alive after encountering Xiang Meng? You're really spouting nonsense. Do you think I'll believe such a low-level lie?" Splash. Su Zimo did not explain. He merely took out 10 blessed Heaven World badges that were still stained with blood from his storage bag and threw them casually in front of King Cold Eye and the others. Well, many Heavenly Eye race beings were shocked and their eyes widened in disbelief. King Cold Eye reached out and grabbed one of the blessed Heaven World badges. The name written on the front was Xiang Meng. As for the battle merits on the back, they were already empty. That was indeed Xiang Meng's blessed Heaven World badge, and there was no mistake about it. How was that possible? King Cold Eye raised his head abruptly and glared fixedly at Su Zimo, asking coldly, "Tell me, why are the blessed Heaven World badges of Xiang Meng and the others with you?" Unless Xiang Meng and the others encountered a major calamity, it was impossible for the blessed Heaven World badges that were hung at all times to fall into the hands of others. However, King Cold Eye did not believe it. Xiang Meng was a supreme perfected spirit. Who could kill him? Furthermore, he had the blessed Heaven World badge. Even if he encountered experts like the 10 great evil fiends in the evil fiend battlefield, he could use the blessed Heaven World badge to escape. How could they be completely wiped out? Lu Yun and the others looked at Su Zimo beside them with bewildered expressions and puzzled hearts, not knowing what was going on. "I don't only have their badges, but these things as well." As Su Zimo said that, he took out 10 round and bloodshot pearls from his storage bag and had them float above his palm. Some of the 10 pearls were perfectly preserved and some were filled with cracks, emitting different dermic Dao auras. Everyone present could clearly see that the 10 blood pearls were the most important item of the Heavenly Eye race. The Heavenly Eye. As for one of the Heavenly Eyes that was completely preserved, the dermic Dao aura it emitted was related to time and space. If he was not wrong, it was Xiang Meng's Heavenly Eye. Pest! Everyone from the sword world gasped and looked at Su Zimo as though they had seen a ghost. Only Baiming Shui had a calm expression, as though she was not surprised. The moment King Cold Eye and the other Heavenly Eye race beings saw the 10 Heavenly Eyes, they shuddered as though they were struck by lightning. If it was just the 10 blessed Heaven World badges, there could still be a chance of survival for Xiang Meng and the others. However, those 10 Heavenly Eyes were enough to prove that Xiang Meng and the others were already dead. Su Zimo retracted his palm and put the 10 Heavenly Eyes back into his storage bag. He looked at King Cold Eye and the others and said indifferently, "I've returned those 10 blessed Heaven World badges. These 10 Heavenly Eyes are still useful, so I'll accept them." Those words were completely meant to kill. Lu Yun and the others were secretly delighted and suddenly felt proud. King Cold Eye had mocked and provoked them for a long time, but his words were not as lethal as Su Zimo's single reply. "You!" King Cold Eye was so angry that he almost spat out blood. His eyes were bloodshot and the Heavenly Eye erected on his glabella could not control itself, wanting to open and kill. However, before long he felt a strong sense of danger. It was a warning from the rules of the blessed Heaven World. If he attacked here, he would be killed by the rules of the blessed Heaven World very quickly. King Cold I took in deep breaths continuously and tried his best to calm the anger and killing intent in his heart. He merely glared at Su Zimo, wishing he could tear the latter into pieces. When the living beings who had followed them from outside saw that, they were stunned on the spot with shocked expressions. Xiang Meng, the supreme perfected spirit on the battle merits Jade Steel and a top expert who had comprehended astral imprisonment, died in the evil fiend battlefield just like that. King Cold I turned his head slowly and his gaze landed on the battle merits Jade Steel not far away. Indeed, Xiang Meng's name had already disappeared from the battle merits Jade Steel. On the 36th row, Su Zhu's name was written. After killing Xiang Meng and the others, not only did Su Zimo take back the 1,000 battle merits of Lin Xuanzhen's blessed Heaven World badge, the battle merits of Xiang Meng and the others were also taken by Su Zimo. In just one battle, he ascended to the battle merits Jade Steel. Under normal circumstances, it would take a relatively long time to accumulate battle merits by killing the evil fiends and sin spirits continuously in the evil fiend battlefield. In fact, some supreme perfected spirits only managed to advance to the battle merits Jade Steel by entering the evil fiend battlefield dozens of times to accumulate battle merits over multiple occasions. One could kill supreme perfected spirits on the battle merits Jade Steel and take their battle merits for themselves to increase their rankings. Of course, this method of obtaining battle merits was faster, but it was unrealistic. After all, almost all those who could leave their names on the battle merits Jade Steel were supreme perfected spirits. Even if they could win against a supreme perfected spirit, it was difficult for them to kill one another. Furthermore, they had the blessed Heaven World badges with them. If they saw that the situation was bad, they could withdraw at any time. To think that many living beings in the blessed Heaven World Square today would be lucky enough to witness a new expert step on the corpses of supreme perfected spirits and charge his way into the battle merits Jade Steel. King Cold, I was still unwilling to believe it. How was that possible? Xiang Meng was a supreme perfected spirit. How could the 10 of them die in the hands of a perfected immortal at the celestial being realm? That was absolutely impossible. Something must have happened in between. Could the 10 great evil fiends have appeared to surround Xiang Meng and the others? With that, Su Zhu took advantage of the situation? That speculation was full of flaws. However, it was easier for him to accept it than Xiang Meng and the others being killed by a celestial being perfected immortal. Even the people of the Sword World could not believe it, let alone King Cold Eye and the other Heavenly Eye race beings. Although Lu Yun, Yulan and the other peak masters knew that Su Zimo had the green lotus body, they did not know that Su Zimo's combat strength could reach such a level. Could it be that he was only able to kill Xiang Meng and the others after releasing the creation green lotus bloodline? Was the bloodline of the creation green lotus so strong that it could allow him to cross 2 minor cultivation realms and kill a supreme perfected spirit? However, from the looks of the other living beings, it seemed like he had not exposed the secret of the green lotus bloodline. So what happened just now? If even the 4 peak masters were like that and were letting their imaginations run wild, Lin Xuanzhen, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, Xin Yu and the other number 1 perfected immortals of the various sword peaks felt even more conflicted. Could Peak Master Su Zhu really be so powerful? The 8 of them could not help but recall everything that happened in the evil fiend battlefield. Peak Master Su Zhu's senses were extremely sharp and was even above Lin Xuanzhen's. He could sense the tracks of the Rakshasa ghosts a long time in advance. In fact, Peak Master Su Zhu accumulated 10 battle merits without them even noticing. He had even stopped Xin Yu's full-strength attack. It seemed as though Peak Master Su Zhu had revealed some clues to his strength in the evil fiend battlefield. However, the 8 of them had preconceived notions and had never truly paid attention to him. At that thought, Lin Xuanzhen and the others felt even more ashamed. Back then, they were the ones who saw Su Zhu as a burden and sent him away. To think that they would almost suffer the consequences of their actions and make a huge mistake. It's getting late. I'll go to the treasure pagoda to exchange for treasures. As Su Zimo said that, he walked out. After killing 10 people from Xiang Meng's group and including the 1,000 battle merits that Lin Xuanzhen had previously obtained, there were now 5,300 battle merits on Su Zimo's blessed Heaven World badge. It was more than enough to exchange for that Venus black gold stone. Su Zimo walked towards the treasure pagoda with only Bai Ming Shui following behind. Everyone from the sword world was still immersed in the scene earlier on with a myriad of thoughts in their minds and could not recover for a moment. King Cold Eye and the other heavenly eye race beings glared at Su Zimo fiercely, wishing they could skin him alive. However, this was the blessed heaven world after all. Even the heavenly eye race did not dare to challenge the rules of the blessed heaven world. That was unless they used their lives to exchange for his. Furthermore, only Grotto Heaven experts could use their lives in exchange for Su Zimo's. In the blessed heaven world, one would only have a split second to attack a perfected spirit before they would be killed by the rules of the blessed heaven world. Only Grotto Heaven realm experts had that ability. Of course, King Cold Eye knew that this idea was too bold and was equivalent to breaking the tacit understanding between the super-large worlds. It was despicable behavior for an immortal king expert to disregard their status to kill a paragon of another world. That could easily attract crazier revenge from the other party. However, King Cold Eye could not take this lying down. He wanted Su Zhu to die in the blessed heaven world today. King Cold Eye looked at Su Zimo's departing figure and suddenly sent a voice transmission to an old man behind him. Frostwood, you don't have much lifespan left, right? Although this old man was also at the Grotto Heaven realm, he was King Cold Eye's servant and had followed him for many years. The old man seemed to have realized something and his eyes darkened. Master, I still have more than 100,000 years remaining. To Grotto Heaven realm kings who had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, although their lifespan of more than 100,000 years was not long, they had only just entered their twilight years. King Cold Eye said, what Su Zhu of the Sword World did today was not only to kill Xiang Meng and the others. More importantly, he embarrassed my heavenly eye world. The old man guessed King Cold Eye's intentions but remained silent. After all, he was a king of the Grotto Heaven realm. Once he attacked in the blessed heaven world, it meant that he would definitely die. Unless there was no other choice, who would be willing to die here? King Cold Eye continued, with this lad's talent, he will definitely become an immortal king in the future. If you kill him, it's equivalent to killing a hope for the future of the sword world. It's not a loss for you to exchange your life for his. The old man was silent and felt a chill run down his spine. King Cold Eye could say it so casually because he was not using his own life in exchange. The old man had served him with all his might for hundreds of thousands of years. But in the end, this was the outcome. King Cold Eye continued, killing this lad is equivalent to making a great contribution to my heavenly eye world. I can guarantee that your clansmen will also receive preferential treatment by my side in the future. The old man was not from the heavenly eye race. When he heard King Cold Eye's promise, he finally relented. I understand. The old man had no choice and no way out. Even if he refused to attack, King Cold Eye would still kill him for disobeying orders after leaving the blessed heaven world. In the eyes of the heavenly eye race, the heavenly eye race was the absolute royal family and the other races were slaves. King Cold Eye said, remember, don't have any wishful thinking or hold back. Release your essence spirit secret skill and kill him right away. In the blessed heaven world, no matter the king of any race, their grotto heavens would be restricted and could not be released. Apart from releasing a grotto heaven, the safest way to kill a perfected spirit was to rely on an essence spirit secret skill to crush the other party completely with their major cultivation realm advantage. I got it, the old man replied and hid in the crowd, leaving the blessed heaven world square and chasing after Su Zimo. After Su Zimo left the blessed heaven world square, he headed towards the treasure pagoda. In the evil fiend battlefield, he killed Xiang Meng and the others and cleaned up the battlefield briefly before returning to the cave where the female ape had stayed. With the death of the female ape, if there was no one to take care of the young monkey, it would definitely not live for long. However, after he returned to the cave, he did not see any traces of the young monkey or blood. Perhaps the female ape had already settled the young monkey, or perhaps it was taken away by other sanguine apes. As Su Zimo thought about that, he walked and gradually arrived near the treasure pagoda. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and his spirit perception that had been calm for a long time warned him wildly. A strong sense of danger suddenly descended. Su Zimo, who had walked on the edge of life and death countless times, did not turn back or think. He merely relied on an almost instinctive reaction to teleport with Baiming Shui right away. After reappearing, Su Zimo did not stop at all and executed the 9 palace subtle steps. As though he had crossed countless layers of space, he arrived at the entrance of the treasure pagoda instantly and entered in a flash. After entering the treasure pagoda, the sense of danger vanished instantly. It was only then that Su Zimo turned around. In the distance, the spirit consciousness light between the brows of an old man had yet to dissipate. He was looking in the direction Su Zimo left with widened eyes and a stunned expression, as though he could not believe it. The air was filled with a terrifying essence spirit power. That was an essence spirit attack at the level of an immortal king. The essence spirit attack chased in the direction Su Zimo left in. However, it was blocked by the restrictions of the treasure pagoda and vanished. If Su Zimo had been a step slower, he would have been killed by the old man's essence spirit secret skill. Although Su Zimo was now at the celestial being realm, his essence spirit was actually at the paradise void realm. However, even if he released the 8-tusk divine strength and the power of his essence spirit increased exponentially, he would not be able to break through to the grotto heaven realm and could not defend against the killing power of the essence spirit secret skill of the grotto heaven realm. In reality, the killing power of the essence spirit secret skill arrived instantly and was almost impossible to dodge. The reason why Su Zimo could escape this calamity was entirely because his spirit perception had warned him in advance. In other words, Su Zimo had already teleported away before the old man could release his essence spirit secret skill. It was already too late for the old man to stop. Although the essence spirit secret skill was still chasing after Su Zimo, it was a step too late and was blocked by the restriction of the treasure pagoda. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for an immortal king expert to fail in killing a perfected immortal. As long as he released his massive spirit consciousness and locked onto Su Zimo or used other methods to hold him back, the latter would not be able to escape and would not be able to dodge his essence spirit secret skill. However, this was the blessed heaven world after all. Once he released his spirit consciousness and locked onto Su Zimo, the blessed heaven world would not give him a second chance to attack. Take now, for example. After he released his essence spirit secret skill, although he did not manage to kill Su Zimo, he would still be killed mercilessly by the blessed heaven world. That single instant was the difference between life and death. Suddenly, a beam of light descended at a shocking speed. In a flash, it entered the top of the old man's head. The life force in the old man's body decreased and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. The next moment, an invisible force lifted the old man's corpse slowly into the air and disappeared. In the blessed heaven world square, unable to hold back his curiosity, Xianxia looked at a few perfected spirits not far away and asked with cupped fists, "Everyone, sorry to disturb you. Fellow Taoists, can you tell us the details of the huge battle between Peak Master Su and Xiangmeng and the others in the evil fiend battlefield earlier on?" The perfected spirits looked at Xianxia and the others with strange expressions. Xianxia coughed gently. "We arrived a little late and didn't see the huge battle earlier on. So, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu and the others from the Sword World revealed curious and expectant expressions as they looked at the perfected spirits. Even King Cold Eye and the other heavenly eye race beings pricked up their ears. They could not imagine how a celestial being perfected immortal could kill a supreme perfected spirit like Xiangmeng. A perfected spirit on the other side waved it off. "Huge battle? There's nothing like that. It was a one-sided massacre." Another perfected spirit lamented as well. "Your Peak Master Su is a ruthless person. He charged into the crowd with a sword and killed Xiangmeng and the others as though he was chopping vegetables." "Ha!" Everyone from the Sword World was dumbfounded. This was completely different from what they had imagined. In their opinion, if Peak Master Su entered the evil fiend battlefield alone and encountered Xiangmeng's group of 10, there would definitely be an earth-shaking battle of the century. Why did it sound like child's play from the mouths of these perfected spirits? Even the supreme perfected spirit was chopped up like vegetables under the sword of Peak Master Su? Bullshit. King Cold Eye, who was at the side, could not continue listening and shouted angrily. Xiangmeng was a supreme perfected spirit, but Su Zhu was merely at the celestial being realm. How could he have killed Xiang Meng without any help? That's the truth. The perfected spirit spread his hands and shrugged slightly. The perfected spirits in the square witnessed it with their own eyes. Xiang Meng was killed by that peak master of the sword world with a single slash. A perfected spirit of the dragon race nodded as well. Xiang Meng and the others died in a few breaths. Indeed, there was no huge battle. In just a few breaths, they were all dead. When he heard that, King Cold Eye's heart skipped a beat and he almost could not breathe. Lu Yun, Yulan and the other peak masters exchanged glances and could see the shock in each other's eyes. In that case, Su Zimo killed Xiang Meng without even revealing the creation Green Lotus bloodline. Su Zimo's strength was even more terrifying than they had imagined. The four peak masters could not help but feel admiration for the old fellows of the sword world. Those old fellows had good judgment indeed. In order to make Su Zimo stay, they opened up a sword peak for him and made him a peak master. He was already this powerful at the celestial being realm. If he was allowed to continue growing, it would be unimaginable. Fufufu. Right then, King Cold Eye suddenly laughed and became a little crazy. Lu Yun glared at him and mocked. Why? The early death of a supreme perfected spirit from your heavenly eye race is something that's so joyous for you. King Cold Eye shook his head and said meaningfully, I have to admit that your peak master of the 9th sword peak is indeed an unparalleled paragon. However, as long as one is a paragon, they will definitely be envied by the heavens. There's no guarantee that no calamity will descend. Lu Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. He could vaguely tell that King Cold Eye seemed to be implying something. There seems to be someone missing behind King Cold Eye? Right then, Yulan suddenly said, This is bad. Lu Yun thought of a possibility and was shocked. At the same time, the expressions of the other three peak masters changed drastically when they realized that. Without even time to explain, Lu Yun was about to rush out of the blessed heaven world square. Right then, a perfected spirit ran in with lingering fear and shouted, Something happened outside. Lu Yun stopped in his tracks, his heart sinking and his face turning pale. The other three peak masters had ugly expressions as well. When King Cold Eye heard that voice, the corners of his lips curled up slightly with a smug smile. He looked at Lu Yun and the others and said faintly, What a pity that you guys are a step too late. What happened? Someone asked loudly. The perfected spirit glanced in the direction of the heavenly eye race and gulped. Just now, a king of the heavenly eye race suddenly attacked the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world. In the end, he missed. Upon hearing those words, King Cold Eye's smile froze on his face. For a moment, he even thought that he had heard wrongly. Lu Yun was still in disbelief and probed, Fellow Taoist, did you just say that the king of the heavenly eye world missed? That's right. The perfected spirit nodded. He has already been killed by the rules of the blessed heaven world and his corpse has vanished. King Cold Eye clutched his chest and swayed with a livid expression. As for the four peak masters of the sword world, their worries turned into joy and their hearts finally relaxed. Heavenly Eye world is truly way too vicious. Their feud with the sword world will only deepen to the point that it's irreconcilable. That Grotto Heaven realm expert must have been prepared to die to attack in the blessed heaven world. Even so, the peak master of the sword world was not killed. He's truly lucky. Humph, to think that the heavenly eye race would do such a despicable thing. How shameless. The heavenly eye world has really suffered a huge loss this time round. Not only did a supreme perfected spirit die, but they even lost a Grotto Heaven king. In the end, they didn't even touch a single hair of the other party. Hearing the discussions around him, King Cold Eye felt his vision turn black and his head spin. The heavenly eye world had suffered a huge loss this time round and lost all its face. Could be said to have suffered a crushing defeat. Lu Yun and the others snapped out of their reverie as well. Lu Yun no longer stood on ceremony with the other party and cursed. King Cold Eye, you're truly despicable to the extreme. You actually sent a king of the heavenly eye race to kill a perfected immortal of our sword world. King Cold Eye took a few deep breaths before gradually calming down. Yulan said coldly, King Cold Eye, Your heavenly eye race broke the rules first. Don't blame our sword world for doing the same. Exactly. Feng Su surveyed his surroundings and shouted. The perfected spirits of the various worlds saw this and can bear witness. King Cold, I said slowly. Although I saw him leave, I didn't know what he wanted to do at all. Furthermore, that old thing isn't from my heavenly eye race. His actions have nothing to do with my heavenly eye race. King Cold, I knew that he was in the wrong and simply denied everything. This matter would have been fine if Suju was killed. But now, the heavenly eye world suffered heavy losses. If he admitted to it and gave the sword world a reason to take revenge, King Cold Eye would not be able to explain himself when he returned to the heavenly eye world. Yulan sneered. Heh! Your heavenly eye race is truly shameless. Lu Yun sneered as well. Cold Eye, it's not so easy for you to wash this off yourself cleanly. Although that king expert wasn't from your heavenly eye race, he's from your heavenly eye world. That's right. King Cold Eye said, your sword world can take revenge on any other races in my heavenly eye world. My heavenly eye race will not care. But don't blame this on the heavenly eye race. Actually, before King Cold Eye asked the old man to attack, he had already thought of this escape route. However, he had not expected a Grotto Heaven Realm King to fail. King Cold Eye shamelessly denied it and naturally attracted the whispers of the surrounding perfected spirits. The perfected spirits of the various worlds were wary of the ferocity of the heavenly eye race and knew that the latter would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. As such, they did not dare to mock them brazenly. However, there were inevitably some discussions and pointing fingers. King Cold Eye's expression was dark and he no longer had the face to stay. Without saying a word, he turned around and left with the heavenly eye race. Afraid that King Cold Eye would do something crazy again, Lu Yun, Yulan and the other Sword World cultivators left hurriedly and headed towards the treasure pagoda. King Cold Eye left the blessed Heaven World Square without stopping. He left Blessed Island with many heavenly eye race beings and headed out of the blessed Heaven World. King Cold Eye, a heavenly eye race being, had an indignant expression as he clenched his fists. Are we leaving just like that? I can't take this lying down. That's right. When has our heavenly eye race ever suffered such humiliation? In my opinion, we should send a message back right now and ask the number 1 perfected spirit of our race, Xianxia, to rush over and kill the peak master of the 9th sword peak. King Cold Eye remained silent with a cold expression. After leaving the blessed heaven world, King Cold Eye said slowly, the 10-day deadline for the group of people from the sword world to stay in the blessed heaven world is approaching. They will leave this place soon. Even if we get Xianxia to come over now, it'll be too late. We'll have made a wasted trip. Another heavenly eye race being said hatefully, King Cold Eye, are we just going to let it go like that? Of course not. King Cold Eye's gaze was sinister as he said in a deep voice, remember, the blood of our heavenly eye race will definitely not flow in vain. One day, our heavenly eye race will make those people from the sword world pay the price and make Suju pay with his blood. With that said, King Cold Eye casually tore through the void and led everyone from the heavenly eye race into the spatial tunnel, disappearing from the blessed heaven world. On the first floor of the treasure pagoda, when everyone from the sword world found Su Zimo, he had just exchanged for the Venus black gold stone with the battle merits in the blessed heaven world badge. Brother Su, an immortal king expert of the heavenly eye world attacked you just now. Are you all right? Lu Yun asked. They'll be fine. Su Zimo smiled and did not say anything more. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had encountered countless life and death crises. The previous one was only one of them and was nothing to him. However, the more he did not say anything, the more unfathomable he looked in the eyes of everyone in the sword world. It was fine for Lu Yun, Yulan, and the other peak masters. After all, they knew a little about Su Zimo. As for Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu, and the others, the way they looked at Su Zimo had long changed. In a few breaths, he killed the supreme perfected spirit and the others as though he was chopping vegetables. Even against the full-strength attack of an immortal king expert, he escaped unscathed. In the eyes of everyone, such a battle record was an unimaginable miracle. In the beginning, although they were rather respectful and polite to Su Zimo, Deep down, they did not acknowledge this outsider. But now, the few of them not only looked at Su Zimo with respect, there was even a hint of admiration. On the other hand, Lin Xuanjin's expression was normal. However, curiosity flashed through her eyes occasionally. Peak Master Su. Shun Yu had a bashful expression. However, he still went forward and bowed deeply to Su Zimo. Previously, in the evil fiend battlefield, I was naive and offended you. Please forgive me, Peak Master Su. Nothing much. Su Zimo waved it off and said indifferently, I was at fault for that as well. It would have been fine if I insisted on staying by your side. That way, you guys would have been fine as well. At the mention of that, Shen Yu and the others felt even more ashamed. Su Zimo turned and inadvertently met Lin Xuanjin's gaze. Pausing for a moment, he asked, How do you feel? Are you feeling better? Lin Xuanjin nodded slightly and bowed. Thank you for saving my life, Peak Master. Pausing for a moment, she recalled everything that happened in the cave and said in a low voice in shame, Peak Master Su, previously, Forget it. Su Zimo smiled indifferently and interrupted her. He took out a blessed heaven world badge from his storage bag and handed it to Lin Xuanjin. This is yours. Lin Xuanjin received it and took a look. Her name was written on one side of the badge. Initially, she was hunted by Xiang Meng and her blessed heaven world badge was snatched away by him. Now that it was taken back by Su Zimo, he returned it to its rightful owner. Lin Xuanjin glanced at the back of the blessed heaven world badge and saw that there were 1,000 battle merits. After her blessed heaven world badge was snatched away by Xiang Meng, the battle merits on it were also taken away by him. The 1,000 battle merits on it right now were clearly transferred by Su Zimo later on. Peak Master, these battle merits? The moment Lin Xuanjin spoke, Su Zimo said, The 1,000 battle merits there are yours to begin with. As for how many battle merits the rest of you have, I'm not sure. You guys will have to distribute them among yourselves. Lin Xuanjin said hurriedly, I can't accept these battle merits. That's right, Peak Master Su. Our battle merits were already snatched away by Xiang Meng in the evil fiend battlefield. Wang Dong added, There's no need to decline. Su Zimo said, You guys risked your lives to come to the evil fiend battlefield for the sake of Sword Burial Peak. Now that I've obtained the Venus Black Gold Stone, I naturally have to return the 1,000 battle merits to you guys. Take them. Yulan nodded slightly and said with a smile, Brother Su is a peak master after all. Why would he take advantage of you? All of you can distribute these battle merits and see what you need. You can exchange them in the treasure pagoda. When her master said that, Lin Xuanjin could no longer decline. She only took a deep look at Su Zimo before distributing the battle merits in the Blessed Heaven World badge to Wang Dong and the others. Su Zimo said, I'll go to the second floor of the treasure pagoda to see if there are any other treasures. Originally, he had more than 5,300 battle merits on his Blessed Heaven World badge. In exchange for the Venus Black Gold Stone, he spent 1,000 battle merits and gave another 1,000 to Lin Xuanjin and the others. He still had more than 3,000 battle merits left. When they came to the treasure pagoda 9 days ago, time was tight and everyone only took a look at the first floor. Now that there was still half a day left, he could take a look at the higher floors. Everyone from the Su Zimo followed Su Zimo up to the second floor of the treasure pagoda. After entering the second floor, there were clearly fewer living beings of the various races in the hall. After all, it was difficult for most perfected spirits to obtain more than 1,000 battle merits. It was useless even if they reached the second floor. The treasures in the second floor of the treasure pagoda required at least 1,000 battle merits and the upper limit was 2,000. The number of treasures on the second floor of the treasure pagoda did not decrease at all. There was a dazzling array of immortal pills, divine weapons, universal treasures, cultivation techniques, secret skills, and immortal ores. Furthermore, the treasures on the second floor were clearly even more precious and rare than the first. In fact, Su Zimo even saw some immortal pills that had been lost in the ancient era and many precious immortal herbs on the second floor of the treasure pagoda. Some immortal herbs and trees had only appeared in a certain era in the past and were long extinct now. To think that they would appear once more in the treasure pagoda. 9 Heavens Dragon Lotus. At the end of the second floor of the treasure pagoda, Su Zimo stopped in front of a treasure chest and looked at a lotus flower in it with a tempted expression. Even his green lotus bloodline was tempted. Back when he was in the battle kingdom of the Green Firmament Immortal domain, Immortal Queen Linglong had mentioned this lotus flower to him. The 9 Heavens Dragon Lotus was a lotus flower that grew in the 9 Heavens era. According to the records of many ancient books, the 9 Heavens era might be the oldest era since the present. The great emperor of that generation was Great Empress 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden, who created the technique reserve. Back then, Immortal Queen Linglong had seen records of the 9 Heavens Dragon Lotus in Great Empress 9 Heavens Mystic Maiden's inheritance ground. Countless eras and hundreds of millions of years had passed since the 9 Heavens era. All living beings of that era had long perished after countless eras and rarely left any traces. To think that he would see a relatively complete 9 Heavens Dragon Lotus on the second floor of the treasure pagoda. Although the 9 Heavens Dragon Lotus was already withered, it was definitely a great tonic for the green lotus true body. Legend has it that when a living 9 Heavens Dragon Lotus bloomed, a divine dragon would even be born in the center of the lotus flower. Su Zimo's gaze landed on the battle merits required on the treasure chest. 2,000 points. The 9 Heavens Dragon Lotus could be considered as one of the most precious and rare treasures on the second floor of the treasure pagoda. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and did not exchange for it immediately. Instead, he continued heading towards the third floor of the treasure pagoda. The treasures on the third floor still covered a large area, be it spirit pills, medicine, or universal treasures. Furthermore, on the third floor of the treasure pagoda, Su Zimo saw even more spirit items that were originally extinct in the past eras. There was a 9 Nether orchid that only grew in the 9 Nether era but was still alive. Of course, this precious plant required a lot of battle merits. Along the way, everyone from the sword world exclaimed from time to time. This was the first time many of them had come to the third floor of the treasure pagoda. There were many treasures that even the 4 peak masters had never heard of. Su Zimo walked forward and looked at the rare treasures one after another. It was no exaggeration to say that the treasures inside were incomparably precious, and some of them even tempted him. However, so far he had yet to find what he needed. After cultivating to the perfected 1 realm, apart from cultivation resources like essence spirit stones, the most important thing for cultivators was to comprehend the heaven and earth and Dharmic Tao. Many perfected spirits often had sufficient cultivation resources, and the true essence in their bodies had long been accumulated to its peak. However, they could not comprehend the mysteries of their realms and could only be stuck at a bottleneck, unable to advance an inch. This was especially true for the last 2 realms of the perfected 1 realm, Hollow Nether and Paradise Void. They had extremely high requirements for cultivators to comprehend the Tao. Up till now, Su Zimo had already mastered 2 peerless divine powers, the Immortal Vanquishing Sword and the 8-Tusk Divine Strength. However, in reality, he still had a few divine powers that had been cultivated to the level of quasi-peerless divine powers. For some peerless divine powers, such as Fleeting Moment, 6 Paths of Reincarnation, and Forehead's 8 Arms, with his talent and opportunities, there was a high chance of him comprehending them given time and continuous accumulation. However, there were some peerless divine powers and even Dharmic Daos that he could not do anything about. That included the 3 secret skills within the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Up till now, he had only comprehended the Dharmic Tao of impermanence. There were still 2 other Dharmic Daos, no self and silent nirvana, that he could not comprehend at all. If he could comprehend the Buddhist Dharmic Daos to the extreme and synthesize the secret skills of the dragon and elephant races, he could raise the Buddha dragon elephant to the level of a peerless divine power. Every single peerless divine power comprehended would cause a qualitative leap and improvement for cultivators. When a cultivator comprehended a peerless divine power, the power of that peerless divine power would descend to cleanse and temper their bodies, bloodlines, and essence spirits, giving them a complete transformation. At the same time, after comprehending a peerless divine power and fusing the Dharmic Tao into the Tao fruit, the cultivator's Tao fruit would become even stronger and their cultivation would increase exponentially. The stronger the Tao fruit, the stronger the grotto heaven condensed in the future. Su Zimo searched as he watched. Finally, his eyes lit up. He took a few quick steps and arrived in front of a treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest was a stone the size of a baby's fist. It was golden and round, crystal clear without any impurities, and emitted a faint golden light. It was the relic of an arhat. Furthermore, this was the relic of a supreme arhat. In the Buddhist monasteries, perfected one-realm cultivators were called arhats. The Tao fruit of an arhat was a relic. To Su Zimo, the most direct way to continue comprehending the dharmic Tao of the Buddhist monasteries was to find the relic of an arhat. Through observing the relics and comprehending the dharmic Tao of the Buddhist monasteries inside to verify what he had learned, he might be able to gain some insights. Among all the relics of arhats, the relic of a supreme arhat was undoubtedly the most precious. That was because the relic of a supreme arhat definitely contained a peerless divine power. The peerless divine power of the Buddhist monasteries was the Buddha dragon elephant, that would be of the greatest help to Su Zimo. The relic of a supreme arhat. Right then, Lu Yun walked over and murmured when he saw the relic. Without hesitation, Su Zimo placed the blessed heaven world badge in the groove on the treasure chest and spent a total of 3,000 battle merits to exchange for the supreme arhat's relic. What a pity! Su Zimo frowned slightly. Upon closer inspection, he realized that there were 2 fine cracks on the relic. A crack in the Tao fruit meant that the dharmic Tao contained within might be incomplete and would affect the comprehension of cultivators. Lu Yun said, "Actually, there are some perfectly preserved and flawless Tao fruits of supreme perfected spirits on the 5th floor of the treasure pagoda. However, each of the perfectly preserved supreme perfected spirit Tao fruits requires 5,000 battle merits." So much! Su Zimo was secretly speechless. Actually, the most important thing when exchanging for the Tao fruit of a supreme perfected spirit is to comprehend the peerless divine power within. Lu Yun said, "However, in reality, even if you obtain the Tao fruit of a supreme perfected spirit, you might not be able to comprehend the peerless divine power within." Su Zimo nodded. In order to comprehend a peerless divine power, one required talent, opportunity, luck, timing, accumulation, opportunity, karma, and other factors. There could not be anything less. If anyone could comprehend peerless divine powers with just the Tao fruits of supreme perfected spirits, there would have been supreme perfected spirits everywhere long ago. Lu Yun continued, "The reason why this supreme arhat's Tao fruit is placed on the 3rd floor of the treasure pagoda is because it's flawed. Even though there's just 2 tiny cracks, that's a full 2,000 battle merits difference. On the 5th floor of the treasure pagoda, not only are there Tao fruits of supreme perfected spirits, there are even 9 tribulations spirit treasures. Every single 9 tribulations spirit treasure requires 5,000 battle merits as well, after exchanging for the supreme arhat relic." Su Zimo did not have much battle merits left and was only left with around 300. He returned to the 1st floor of the treasure pagoda and spent another 100-odd battle merits to exchange for a Tao fruit of an ordinary perfected spirit of the elephant race. Apart from Buddhism and the dharmic Tao of the dragon race, one had to try their best to comprehend the divine powers and secret skills of the elephant race if they wanted to comprehend the Buddha dragon elephant. As for Su Zimo's dharmic Tao in the elephant race, it came from the divine elephant breathing technique and innate divine powers. It was slightly weak, and that was why he exchanged for the Tao fruit of a perfected spirit of the elephant race. As for Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others, they only walked around the treasure pagoda and did not exchange for anything. The few of them had the same thoughts. They would keep the battle merits this time round and come to the blessed heaven world the next time to exchange for better treasures after accumulating more battle merits. Everyone stored their blessed heaven world badges in the blessed heaven world before leaving Blessed Island, heading out of the blessed heaven world. Although Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, and the others did not exchange for any treasures during this trip to the blessed heaven world, they felt that their dharmic Tao had become more profound and their combat strength had increased after a few days of fighting in the evil fiend battlefield with the baptism of blood. After Lin Xuanjin narrowly escaped death, Her comprehension of the immortal vanquishing sword increased by another level and was just lacking a flash of inspiration. Of course, Su Zimo was the one who benefited the most among the few of them. It was not merely the supreme Arhat relic and Tao fruit of the elephant race from the treasure pagoda. There were also the 10 heavenly eyes of the heavenly eye race. Among them, Xiang Meng's heavenly eye contained a peerless divine power. If Su Zimo could comprehend all 10 heavenly eyes, the supreme Arhat relic and the dermic Tao of the elephant race perfected spirit's Tao fruit, there was a high chance that he would advance further and enter the hollow nether realm. After leaving the blessed heaven world, Lu Yun summoned his immortal boat to carry everyone. He broke through the void and they prepared to head back to the sword world. Su Zimo looked at the blessed heaven world behind him in deep thought. The blessed heaven world was unfathomable, as though it was shrouded in a layer of fog that could not be penetrated. The 10-day deadline was over. If he wanted to come to the blessed heaven world again, he could only wait for 1,000 years. On the immortal boat, Lu Yun seemed to have read Su Zimo's mind and said seriously, "Brother Su, it's best if you don't come here before your cultivation reaches the paradise void realm." "Why do you say that?" Su Zimo asked. Lu Yun said, "In the battle of the 7 stars sword world, we became enemies with the heavenly eye race. In today's battle, you killed the supreme perfected spirit Xiang Meng. The heavenly eye world even lost a king. Given the vengeful nature of the heavenly eye race, they will definitely not let the matter rest. Previously in the blessed heaven world, King Cold I even sacrificed a king in exchange for your life. Who knows what crazy actions he will do in the future?" Yulan nodded as well. "That's right. Furthermore, the number 1 perfected spirit of the heavenly eye race, Xia Yin, is far stronger than Xiang Meng. According to what I know, Xia Yin might have comprehended 2 peerless divine powers. After comprehending a peerless divine power, one could be called a supreme perfected spirit and leave their name on the battle merit's jade steel. If Xia Yin comprehended 2 peerless divine powers, it was obvious how strong he was." Su Zimo nodded. "It's no wonder why he's rank 1 on the battle merit's jade steel. He's indeed capable." Although Su Zimo seemed to be praising him, his tone was nonchalant, as though he was taking it casually. When Yulan saw that Su Zimo did not seem to take it to heart, she reminded, "Furthermore, the peerless divine power that Xia Yin comprehended is the 6 paths of reincarnation. There were not many peerless divine powers, and up till now, only about a dozen or so were made known to everyone. The power of every peerless divine power manifested differently. For example, astral imprisonment did not have much killing power and was meant to restrict the movements of the other party. As for 6 paths of reincarnation, it was definitely one of the strongest killing power among the many peerless divine powers." "Oh!" Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. It had been countless years since anyone could comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation to the extreme and reach the level of a peerless divine power. He was indeed surprised that Xia Yin could control the 6 paths of reincarnation. When Yulan saw that Su Zimo seemed to take it seriously, she explained, "Xia Yin was born with a pair of yin-yang eyes. It's said that during one of his Tao comprehension sessions, he opened his yin-yang eyes by chance and accidentally broke through the barrier between yin and yang. He caught a glimpse of the outline of the 6 paths of reincarnation in the netherworld. Then he shouldn't have seen it as clearly as I did." Su Zimo murmured softly. "What did you say?" Yulan did not hear Su Zimo's muttering and asked instinctively. "Nothing much." Su Zimo did not explain either. Xia Yin had only caught a glimpse of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Back then, he was truly in the netherworld and stood in front of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Yun said, "No matter what, since we've already obtained the Venus Black Gold Stone, let's not go to the blessed heaven world for the time being." Su Zimo did not comment. The danger Lu Yun and the others were worried about was only one of them. However, Su Zimo was worried about something else. To him, the safest place was naturally the sword world. There were more than 10 emperors presiding over the sword world. Any danger would naturally be eliminated instantly. However, there were indeed many treasures in the blessed pavilion that tempted him. If he wanted to exchange for those treasures, he still had to wait for a suitable opportunity. On the return journey, everyone from the sword world either gathered together to chat or cultivated alone in their rooms. Su Zimo belonged to the latter. One day, he was comprehending the dermic Tao of a heavenly eye when footsteps sounded from outside. The person hesitated for a long time before knocking gently on the door. "Peak Master Su, I'm Lin Xuanxin. I wish to meet you. Come in." Su Zimo replied. Lin Xuanxin pushed the door open and entered. When she arrived in front of Su Zimo, she bowed respectfully before saying, "Peak Master, I heard that you have long comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword. I would like to seek your guidance." "All right." Su Zimo smiled and agreed without hesitation. If this was in the past, given Lin Xuanxin's pride, she would definitely not ask Su Zimo, a perfected immortal at the celestial being realm. But now that Su Zimo had saved her life and displayed incomparably powerful strength in the evil fiend battlefield, the former #1 perfected immortal of the sword world finally put down her pride and came to ask. Su Zimo extended his palm and with a thought, 3 sword chi appeared in his palm. They surged with killing intent. The origin of the peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword, originates from a mystical book. The 3 sentences in it are the essence of the immortal vanquishing sword. As the saying goes, when the heaven's killing intent is released, the reason why Su Zimo could comprehend the immortal vanquishing sword so quickly was not only because of his talent and comprehension of the sword Tao. It was also because he possessed the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra. With the dermic Tao in that mystical book, he could compare it against the 3 sentences of the immortal vanquishing sword and everything naturally came to fruition. Su Zimo dissected the dermic Tao of the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra and displayed it in the form of the sword Tao in front of Lin Xuanxin. He fused it into the 3 great sword arts and finally formed the immortal vanquishing sword. Lin Xuanxin watched the entire process and the light in her eyes intensified. Finally, at a certain moment, a thought flashed through her mind. As though she was enlightened, all the bottlenecks and questions were resolved. Lin Xuanxin closed her eyes and the killing intent in her body gathered continuously, becoming purer and more condensed. A blood-colored sword appeared behind her and materialized, turning more corporeal. The terrifying power of a peerless divine power descended on her body and began to cleanse her body and bloodline. Success. Su Zimo looked at the woman before him and nodded slightly. Lin Xuanxin was indeed very talented in the sword Tao. With just a little guidance, she comprehended the key and the true meaning of the immortal vanquishing sword. Although Lin Xuanxin was not his disciple, he did not hold back in imparting the Tao this time round. From today onwards, the sword world would have another supreme perfected spirit. The commotion in the room instantly alarmed Lu Yun, Yu Lan, and the other peak masters. The 4 of them arrived outside Su Zimo's room immediately. "It seems like Lin Xuanxin has already comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword. This is great timing. We can stand guard for her here. In my opinion, there's no need for us to appear. Didn't you notice whose room Lin Xuanxin is in? All these years, Xuanxin has always lacked a Tao companion. Brother Su is indeed rather good. There's a difference in seniority. It's fine as long as they're about the same age." The 4 peak masters gradually left and their voices slowly vanished. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he closed his eyes to rest. Opposite him, Lin Xuanxin's bloodline and body were baptized by the divine power of the immortal vanquishing sword. Perhaps because it was too violent, an abnormal blush suddenly appeared on her face. The entire process lasted for half a day before Lin Xuanxin gradually recovered. Although her cultivation realm was still at the Paradise Void realm and did not increase much, it looked like her essence, chi, and spirit had more than doubled. After the baptism of the peerless divine power, her combat strength had also increased by a level. "Thank you for your guidance, Peak Master." Lin Xuanxin bowed once more towards Su Zimo. "There's no need for formalities." Su Zimo nodded slightly and smiled. Lin Xuanxin stood on the spot and seemed to have thought of something. She wanted to say something but hesitated. "Is there anything else?" Su Zimo asked. Lin Xuanxin pondered for a moment and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Peak Master, Do you know anything about the Sever Sword Dao I cultivate? I roughly know a little. Su Zimo nodded. It's to use the heart of the sword to sever the 7 emotions and 6 desires, so that one is separate from the secular realm. That way, one can reach a realm that was aloof from worldly affairs and is unattached to all things external. Lin Xuanjin nodded and added, we don't really sever our 7 emotions and 6 desires by cultivating the Sever Sword Dao. We merely reach a Sever Sword realm where we are not attached to external things. Yes. Su Zimo had a calm expression and lowered his gaze. A trace of disappointment flashed through Lin Xuanjin's eyes before returning to normal. She said in a low voice, Peak Master Su, I'll take my leave. It was only after Lin Xuanjin left that Su Zimo looked up at her back view. Unperturbed, he continued comprehending the Dermic Tao. A few days later, everyone from the sword world finally returned. Su Zimo brought the thousands of sword cultivators who survived from the 7-star sword world back to Sword Burial Peak and placed the Venus Black Gold Stone there at the same time. Sword Burial Peak did not seem any different from before. There were only a few thousand ordinary disciples and a perfected immortal like Meng Hao. They were far inferior to the strength of the other 8 sword peaks. However, ever since everyone from the sword world returned from the blessed heaven world, all the sword cultivators could vaguely sense that Sword Burial Peak seemed to be different from before. However, no one knew the reason. As time passed, what happened in the blessed heaven world fermented and gradually spread in the sword world. Only then did many sword cultivators realize how terrifying the peak master of Sword Burial Peak was. Not only did this matter spread in the sword world, it had even spread to many worlds. Prior to this, only a small number of worlds knew that there was now a 9th peak master in the sword peaks of the sword world. After the battle in the blessed heaven world, many worlds knew that the peak master of the 9th sword peak was a ruthless person. After returning from the blessed heaven world, Lin Xuanjin, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu and the other top figures of the various sword peaks often went to Sword Burial Peak to listen to Su Zimo's teachings. Even Yun Ting went a few times. Actually, ever since Sword Burial Peak was established, Su Zimo would open a forum to impart the Dermic Tao every once in a while. However, it was extremely deserted at the foot of Sword Burial Peak and almost no one came to listen to his teachings. Half of the perfected immortals of the various sword peaks had cultivation realms that surpassed Su Zimo. Who would care about his teachings? However, as the news of the battle in the blessed heaven world spread, more and more sword cultivators came to listen to the teachings at the forum of Sword Burial Peak. Most importantly, every sword cultivator felt that they had benefited greatly after hearing it. Although Su Zimo's cultivation realm was only at the celestial being realm, he had once received the teachings of great Emperor Zenith Heaven and possessed many taboo mystic classics. His understanding of the Sword Dao had already far surpassed his peers. Of course, for Su Zimo, the most important thing for the next period of time was to comprehend Dermic Tao and divine powers. In the blink of an eye, 300 years passed. Su Zimo comprehended another peerless divine power, for heads 8 arms. This peerless divine power originated from his 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. He had experienced it personally and felt the divine power of 4 heads 8 arms. No one could comprehend this peerless divine power more easily than him. After receiving the baptism of the divine power of 4 heads 8 arms, the bloodline, physique and essence spirit of the green lotus true body increased once more, and his cultivation realm improved as well. In the 800th year, Su Zimo finally comprehended 6 paths of reincarnation. When 6 paths of reincarnation passed through his body as a peerless divine power, his grade 12 creation green lotus body almost could not withstand it and collapsed several times before recovering. After 6 consecutive collapses and healing, the green lotus true body was reborn and was enveloped by an even more mysterious aura, as though he had already jumped out of reincarnation. In the 1000th year, Su Zimo comprehended the supreme Arhat relic and finally comprehended the profundity of the second secret skill of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. The true meaning of the so-called no-self was to place the self in the state of emptiness, thus reaching the state of no-self. At that point, no dermic arts could taint the body. The comprehension of emptiness within that secret skill corresponded to the hollow nether realm of the perfected One realm. In Xiang Meng's heavenly eye, There was also his comprehension of emptiness and space thanks to astral imprisonment. As a result, Su Zimo's cultivation in the celestial being realm increased exponentially. In fact, he had already touched the barrier of the hollow nether realm and could break through at any moment. A short year later, due to his improved attainments in Buddhism and the Dharmic Tao of the dragon and elephant races, Su Zimo finally pushed the power of the Buddha dragon elephant to its limits, and it reached the level of a peerless divine power. The peerless divine power of the Buddhist Dharma descended and baptized the green lotus true body once more. With the help of that divine power, Su Zimo broke through the bottleneck and entered the hollow nether realm. Under normal circumstances, no matter how talented and resourceful one was, their cultivation speed would slow down after cultivating to the perfected one realm. For example, Yun Ting had long entered the convergence realm. Even after 1,000 years, he had yet to advance to the celestial being realm. It was the same for Bai Mingshui. As for Su Zimo, the reason why he could advance to the hollow nether realm in a short 1,000 years was because he comprehended 3 peerless divine powers and a taboo secret skill during that period of time. The descent of the 3 peerless divine powers alone brought about an extremely terrifying change to the green lotus true body and increased his cultivation realm. Furthermore, with his comprehension towards emptiness and the huge amount of cultivation resources, it was only normal for Su Zimo to advance to the hollow nether realm. 1,000 years had passed and Su Zimo could enter the blessed heaven world again. However, the time was not ripe yet. If he rashly headed to the blessed heaven world, there was a high chance that he would encounter a huge danger. Furthermore, that danger did not merely come from the heavenly eye race. For the past 1,000 years, Su Zimo would attempt to establish a connection with the martial Tao prime body every once in a while during his cultivation. However, there was no response. It had been 2,000 years since the 2 true bodies separated in the netherworld. There was only one explanation for this situation. The martial Tao prime body had yet to return to the upper world. As the 2 true bodies were in 2 separate worlds and were separated by powerful world barriers, they could not communicate. It had been 2,000 years since the martial Tao prime body followed the void Wuxia into the ghost Tao. However, he could not return to the upper world still, and no one knew what happened. According to the void Wuxia, the ghost Tao was also an independent world that was on par with the upper world. However, the ghost Tao was different from the hell Tao. The ghost Tao was flawless and its laws were complete. Not only were there emperor experts, there were even terrifying existences like Brahma Ghost Mother, who was very likely a great emperor. Although the martial Tao prime body had stepped into the martial domain realm, he was only at lesser mastery of it. In terms of combat strength, he could suppress all Grotto Heaven realm kings, but it was difficult for him to win against quasi-emperor experts. With the Hell Suppression Tripod, Soul Lantern, and Netherworld Treasure Mirror, he might be able to fight a quasi-emperor. There were way too many experts in the Ghost Tao who could threaten the martial Tao prime body. Su Zimo sighed gently and composed himself once more, continuing to cultivate the Tao. No matter what the martial Tao prime body experienced in the Ghost Tao, he could do nothing and could only leave the martial Tao prime body to deal with it himself. The martial Tao prime body leaped into the Ghost Tao and could not control his body at all. He felt the world spin as though he had fallen into a gigantic vortex and lost his 5 senses instantly. In fact, he could not even sense the passage of time. Only a remnant of his spirit perception allowed him to determine that he was not in any danger. The void Wuxia was beside him and curled up with his eyes closed like a baby. The 2 of them could not communicate verbally or with their spirit consciousnesses. They could only let nature take its course and go with the flow. It was a strange feeling. Relying on his remaining spirit perception, the martial Tao prime body tried his best to sense the outside world. It was as though he was in the long river of time. His vision was not dark but a colorful scene. In this cycle of reincarnation, every single drop of blood in his body and his essence spirit seemed to be stripped out of his body and entered the void. After an unknown period of time, the martial Tao prime body seemed to have penetrated a pool of water. The ubiquitous feeling of being stripped away suddenly vanished. The martial Tao prime body tried his best to control his body and his 5 senses gradually recovered. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes abruptly. The surroundings were dark and the world was filled with a cold heaven and earth essence chi that seemed sinister without any light. Of course, that darkness did not affect the eyesight of the martial Tao prime body. The void Yuxia at the side gradually recovered as well. He stretched his body and his muscles. He took a look at his surroundings and a hint of excitement flashed through the depths of his eyes. This is the ghost world. The void Yuxia was all too familiar with the surrounding environment. The hell world is filled with a large amount of nether chi, and this is the ghost chi in the ghost world. The martial Tao prime body nodded. Be it ghost chi or nether chi, they were based on heaven and earth essence chi. However, the energy inside was different. How long have we been traveling through the 6 paths of reincarnation? The martial Tao prime body frowned and asked, why do I feel like it's been more than 1,000 years? That's possible, of course. The void Yuxia said, the path we took to enter the ghost world is through the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation was originally a path for souls to reincarnate. Living beings with bodies of flesh and blood like us have great resistance when traveling through the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's possible for us to experience hundreds or even thousands of years. The martial Tao prime body pondered in silence. Although they also crossed 2 independent worlds to head to the netherworld from the hell world, the hell Yellow Springs was connected to the hell world after all. Therefore, at the connecting spot, they broke through the world barrier and crossed the 2 worlds. The netherworld and the ghost Tao were not connected. The 2 of them entered the ghost Tao from the netherworld and walked through the 6 paths of reincarnation. That was why they floated continuously in the cycle of reincarnation and only descended into the ghost world after an unknown period of time. According to what you said previously, the ghost Tao, hell Tao, Azura Tao and Beast Tao are all independent worlds that nurture living beings of different races. In other words, the world you descend upon depends on the passageway you jump into from the entrance of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The martial Tao prime body asked, what are the human Tao and heavenly Tao? Are they also 2 independent worlds? I don't think so. The void Yuxia shook his head. I'm not sure about the human Tao and heavenly Tao either. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. That was strange. According to the rules of the 6 paths of reincarnation, there should have been 6 independent worlds. However, the human Tao and heavenly Tao were different from the other 4. If the essence of the 6 Taos was the same, what kind of world would the human Tao and heavenly Tao be, and what living beings would be nurtured? Were they just ordinary humans in the human Tao? What was there in the world of the heavenly Tao? The 6 paths of reincarnation seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog and could not be seen clearly. Netherworld, 6 paths of reincarnation, Nether River. What was their relationship with the trichiliocosm? Or rather, what was their relationship with the major chiliocosm? Just as the martial Tao prime body was deep in thought, the void Yuxia seemed to be impatient and urged, let's go. Let's hurry, so that we can help you return to the medium chiliocosm. Although the martial Tao prime body remained calm on the surface, he suddenly felt wary. The void Yuxia had committed a huge crime in the ghost world and was exiled by the Brahma ghost mother to the Nether River. Now that he had returned to his former home, he should have some reservations. However, not only was the void Yuxia not afraid at all, he even revealed a hint of excitement. The Yuxia race was not kind to begin with. Back in Bitter Springs Hell, not only was the void Yuxia not grateful at all when the martial Tao prime body saved him, he even wanted to kill the martial Tao prime body. In the end, it was only because the martial Tao prime body suppressed the void Yuxia forcefully with his powerful strength that the latter submitted. Furthermore, he promised that he would definitely help the martial Tao prime body return to the medium chiliocosm. Later on, after entering the netherworld, the void Yuxia followed beside the martial Tao prime body and had always been honest. Only then did the martial Tao prime body gradually lower his guard. Right now, the emotions revealed by the void Yuxia inadvertently alarmed the martial Tao prime body once more. The Yuxia race was ferocious and cunning. It was not surprising for them to break their promise. The martial Tao prime body did not attack rashly. This was the ghost world and he was way too unfamiliar with it. Since he was already here, there was no way out. He could only try his best to inquire about the situation of the ghost world from the void Yaksha and find a way to return to the medium Kiliakosm before adapting to the situation. The void Yaksha observed his surroundings and tore through the void, opening a spatial tunnel. He turned around and said, "Follow me." The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression, as though he did not suspect anything. He took a step forward and followed behind the void Yaksha. At that distance, the martial Tao prime body could guarantee that as long as anything happened, he would be able to suppress the void Yaksha immediately. "Where are we going?" the martial Tao prime body asked in a seemingly casual manner. "The Nine Nether Abyss." The void Yaksha replied. A thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. The Nine Nether Abyss? He wondered if the Nine Nether Abyss was related to the former great Empress Nine Nether. Before the martial Tao prime body could ask, the void Yaksha explained, "The ghost world can roughly be divided into two big ghost domains, separated by the Nine Nether Abyss. On one side is our Yaksha ghost domain. It's divided into 8 planes and are led by 8 Yakshas. These 8 Yakshas are Emperor Realm experts and were personally conferred their titles by Lady Ghost Mother." "What title do you have?" the martial Tao prime body asked. The void Yaksha smacked his lips. "Although I'm a void Yaksha, I haven't cultivated to the Emperor Realm. How can I be qualified to be given a title by Lady Ghost Mother? She only gave me a name, Ugly Slave." "Ugly Slave, that name is truly casual. Seems like this void Yaksha is truly insignificant to Brahma Ghost Mother," the martial Tao prime body thought to himself. The void Yaksha continued, "On the other side of the Nine Nether Abyss is the Rakshasa ghost domain. There are 10 planes ruled by 10 female Rakshasas." The expression of the martial Tao prime body changed. "Rakshasa ghost domain." Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body asked, "Does the Rakshasa ghost domain belong to the Rakshasa race?" "That's right." The void Yaksha nodded. "Indeed. Back when the Green Lotus True Body was in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, he entered an Azura battlefield to help Xianxia obtain the Prince's Seal. There, the Green Lotus True Body came into contact with the Yaksha race for the first time. The moment he saw the Yaksha race, the image of the Rakshasa race appeared in his heart and he had a nagging feeling that the two races were related. To think that the Rakshasa and Yaksha races were both from the ghost race and were living beings of the hungry ghost Tao. It was no wonder why some people called them Yaksha ghosts and Rakshasa ghosts. In fact, through their names, the origins of the two races had already been revealed. The Rakshasa race was one of the primordial 9 races in Tianhuang mainland. However, there was no world for the Rakshasas in the Trichiliacosm. To think that it was because they were hidden in the hungry ghost Tao, one of the 6 paths. The martial Tao prime body asked again, "The 10 female Rakshasas you mentioned earlier on should be Emperor experts as well, right?" "That's right." The void Yaksha said, "Of course, there are more than these 18 Emperor experts in the 2 ghost domains." As he said that, the void Yaksha turned to look at the martial Tao prime body. However, the martial Tao prime body wore a silver mask and there were no emotions revealed. Only his eyes could be seen, but even then, they were as deep as the sea was calm. In reality, the situation in the ghost world indeed made the martial Tao prime body feel troubled. Up till now, he was at lesser mastery of the martial domain realm and was invincible at the grotto heaven realm. Only by summoning the hell suppression tripod and other treasures would he have a chance of fighting a quasi-emperor. Back in the hell world, there were 3 quasi-emperors. Although he killed one by force, he was also injured by the remaining 2 quasi-emperors. His blood stimulated the netherworld treasure mirror and he killed another quasi-emperor, allowing him to subdue the hell world. The battle in the netherworld was a special situation. It was because the damage of the soul lantern to the soul was extremely great. That was why he could rely on the soul lantern to fight against the Emperor Realm experts of the netherworld. However, the situation in the ghost world was completely different from the netherworld and hell world. Firstly, there were many Emperor experts presiding over the ghost world. Secondly, Emperor experts from as the Yaksha and Rakshasa races were protected by their bodies and soul lanterns did not pose much of a threat to them. Perhaps only the netherworld treasure mirror could threaten the Emperor experts of the ghost world. As for the netherworld treasure mirror, It required a large amount of essence blood and was extremely harmful to the martial Tao prime body. It was a method of injuring himself to injure the enemy. Of course, if it really came to that, the martial Tao prime body would have to summon the Netherworld treasure mirror to fight to the death against one or two emperors of the ghost world, even if he had to sacrifice his essence blood. The two of them traveled through the spatial tunnel for more than half a day before descending again. Initially, the ghost world was pitch black. However, a dark green light that crossed the void appeared in front of the place where the two of them landed again, as though it was splitting the ghost world into two. The void Xianxia pointed ahead with an excited expression. The Nine Nether Abyss is ahead. The surrounding void is chaotic and distorted, making it impossible to pass through. Let's just walk over. We can return to the medium Kiliacosm through the Nine Nether Abyss? The martial Tao prime body asked. Of course. The void Xianxia said with extreme certainty. The martial Tao prime body asked again. How? The void Xianxia hesitated for a moment before grinning. You'll know when we get there. The martial Tao prime body did not say anything else and merely looked at the back of the void Xianxia with a dark gaze. Right now, he was almost certain that the void Xianxia had other motives. The void Xianxia had been imprisoned in Bitter Springs Hell for countless years and soaked in the Hell Bitter Springs all year round. His flesh was rotten and he endured countless torture and pain without submitting. Right now, it was a little abnormal for the void Xianxia to take the initiative to bring him here after being suppressed by him once. The two of them walked towards the dark green light ahead one after another. As the two of them approached, the martial Tao prime body felt the ghost chi in the surroundings thicken and gradually turn cold, seeping into his body through his pores. However, his bloodline was like scorching lava and the cold aura could not affect him much. After taking a few more steps, the martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. The cold aura became more and more obvious. Not only that, there was also a chaotic evil thought that could cause one to hallucinate, making it seem as though countless ghostly shadows and illusions were charging towards him. The martial Tao prime body stabilized his Tao heart and two purple flames appeared in his eyes. All the evil thoughts and illusions vanished instantly. The void Xianxia in front turned back to take another look. When he saw that the martial Tao prime body could move freely and did not seem to be affected at all, he was slightly stunned. However, he quickly concealed it and returned to normal. Right then, the gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and landed on the ground not far away. Orchids that shone with a dark light grew there. Nine Nether Orchid. These plants should have grown in the Nine Nether era and had been extinct for countless eras. To think that he would see so many of them here. This place was called the Nine Nether Abyss and was filled with plants that grew in the Nine Nether era. Could this place really be related to the legendary Great Empress Nine Nether? The martial Tao prime body was not interested in the Nine Nether Orchid. However, to the Green Lotus true body, the Nine Nether Orchid was definitely a rare tonic. The martial Tao prime body waved his hand and uprooted a large area of the Nine Nether Orchids in front of him. Soil flew endlessly and the surrounding ground trembled slightly. What are you doing? The commotion behind him shocked the void Xianxia. When he turned around and saw the actions of the martial Tao prime body, his eyes widened and he could not help but growl. This isn't the hell world. You don't have the right to do whatever you want. If you alarm the experts of our race, you won't be able to leave alive. Oh! The martial Tao prime body had an indifferent expression as he pocketed the Nine Nether Orchids. Unmoved. He could sense that the commotion here had already alarmed many living beings and powerful auras were awakened one after another. In the darkness, cracks appeared one after another and tall figures crawled out, emitting a terrifying aura. They were all kings of the Xianxia race. Roar! Roar! Another series of ear-piercing cries sounded from the surroundings. In the darkness, countless Xianxias were speeding over. The aura of a human. The Xianxia kings sniffed the air and instantly locked their gazes on the martial Tao prime body. Their eyes were ferocious as they licked their lips with their scarlet tongues and drooled like hungry ghosts that had just been released. At the same time, the commander of the Xianxia kings noticed the void Xianxia. His expression changed and he shouted with killing intent, "Ugly slave, you're not dead." The void Xianxia's heart sank as he explained hurriedly, Brother Knight, I only survived because I endured extreme hardship and managed to escape death. I came back this time round because I wanted to meet Lady Ghost Mother. You've committed a heinous crime and you're not worthy of meeting Lady Ghost Mother, the Yuksha commander shouted and interrupted. Right now, Lady Ghost Mother is in hibernation. How dare you bring human living beings to infiltrate such an important place of our ghost world? You truly have ulterior motives and are unforgivable. The Void Yuksha was anxious and glanced at the martial Tao prime body warily. Suddenly, he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Brother Knight, this is a misunderstanding. I brought this human to Lady Ghost Mother to atone for my sins. This human's identity is extraordinary. He's the Lord of Hell and has many treasures on him. The Yuksha commander sneered and glanced at the martial Tao prime body, saying disdainfully, Him? The Lord of Hell. It's absolutely true, the Void Yuksha said hurriedly. It was indeed incomprehensible for a human of the medium kiliacosm to become the Lord of Hell. However, he had indeed seen it with his own eyes. Pausing for a moment, the voice of the Yuksha commander sounded in the mind of the Void Yuksha once more. Ugly slave, even if you're right, why should I give you the credit? I want your life. I want his life too. Before his sentence was finished, the Yuksha commander waved his hand and said coldly, Kill them! The Void Yuksha's heart sank. The situation he was most worried about still happened. The reason why he wanted to secretly bring the martial Tao prime body to the River of Life to seek an audience with Lady Ghost Mother was to avoid being hunted down by his other clansmen. At the same time, he wanted to offer the martial Tao prime body to Lady Ghost Mother to atone for his sins. To think that the unintentional actions of the martial Tao prime body would expose the two of them and completely disrupt his plans. Furthermore, if Lady Ghost Mother was in hibernation, he would not be able to see her even if he arrived at the River of Life. Apart from the Yuksha commander who was also a Void Yuksha, the others were from the three most common lineages of the Yuksha race: Earth Yuksha, Heaven Yuksha, and Water Yuksha. The Yukshas were like hungry wolves. In their eyes, the martial Tao prime body was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered and emitted a strong fragrance. Upon hearing the commander's order, the Yukshas could no longer hold back. They grinned and bared their ferocious and sharp fangs, letting out excited screams as they pounced towards the martial Tao prime body. The martial Tao prime body had a fearless expression and his blood chi burned. Instantly, a scarlet halo burst forth and exploded, forming a gigantic domain of flames. Martial Tao Purgatory. A huge battle broke out near the Nine Nether Abyss. The martial Tao prime body had no intention of testing the waters at all. He released a powerful domain the moment he arrived, wanting to refine the Yuksha kings. The moment the Yuksha kings arrived, they were enveloped by the martial Tao Purgatory and fell into a sea of flames. Their bodies burned with raging flames and they could not even take care of themselves. Yukshas beneath the Grotto Heaven realm could not even approach the martial Tao Purgatory before they were forced to retreat. Some of them who were slower in dodging turned into ashes instantly. Splash! The sound of a tsunami sounded and bloodline phenomenons appeared one after another. Many Yuksha kings who fell into the sea of flames channeled their blood chi crazily, wanting to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, the purgatory of the martial Tao prime body contained 5 incomparably powerful flames: the Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Myriad Tribulations Fire, Dragon Phoenix Flame, Martial Spirit Fire, and Hellfire intertwined to form this terrifying purgatory that was enough to incinerate and refine everything. The moment many bloodline phenomenons of the Yukshas were condensed, they were burned into nothingness by the martial Tao Purgatory and turned to ashes. Even the bloodline of the Void Yuksha could not extinguish the flames of the martial Tao Purgatory, let alone the bloodlines of the ordinary Yukshas. Boom! 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 Many Yukshas wailed from the burning and did not dare to hesitate as they condensed their grotto heavens of various sizes. Suddenly, 2 purple flames rose in the eyes of the martial Tao prime body and shone with a deep and bright light. That was it. In the martial Tao Purgatory, the martial Tao dermic arts were condensed and every inch of space was condensed with the will of the martial Tao. If the martial Tao prime body activated it with all his might, the moment the two parties came into contact, some low-level Yaksha kings would be burned to ashes and their essence spirits would be destroyed. The reason why he did not use his full strength was because he wanted to wait for the Yakshas to release their grotto heavens. Not only did the martial Tao prime body want to destroy this group of Yaksha kings, more importantly, he wanted to refine all their grotto heavens and fuse them into his essence martial grotto heaven. Ordinary grotto heavens could reach the heavens and connect to the three realms. They could crazily plunder the heaven and earth essence chi, purifying it to refine, allowing the grotto heavens to grow continuously. As for the martial Tao prime body, he was a variable. The essence martial grotto heaven that evolved from the true martial Tao body was also a variable. The essence martial grotto heaven was outside of the three realms. It was already difficult for it to grow just by absorbing the heaven and earth essence chi. It could only grow by refining dermic daos and devouring other grotto heavens. The major and minor grotto heavens of the Yakshas were all nourishment for the essence martial grotto heaven. That was because once the martial Tao prime body summoned the essence martial grotto heaven, he would feel a strong sense of danger, as though a great calamity was about to descend. However, he could avoid that danger completely by condensing the martial Tao purgatory. There was no need for the martial Tao prime body to release the essence martial grotto heaven. Just the terrifying might of the martial Tao purgatory could burn and refine other grotto heavens and fuse them into the essence martial grotto heaven. The entire process seemed to have happened naturally. As for the essence martial grotto heaven, after absorbing the dermic daos of the other grotto heavens, it could similarly return the dermic Tao profundities to the martial Tao prime body, allowing him to help the martial Tao purgatory grow. The martial Tao purgatory and essence martial grotto heaven could synergize perfectly and even complement each other. The nine nether abyss shone with a dark green light. On the other side of the nine nether abyss, the martial Tao prime body transformed into a purgatory that enveloped dozens of Yaksha kings. Raging flames surged into the skies. The two types of light shone brightly in the dark night sky of the ghost world. Dozens of Yaksha kings realized in horror that their grotto heavens could not hold on in this purgatory. Even perfected grotto heavens could not defend against the burning of the martial Tao purgatory, let alone the major and minor grotto heavens. The five supreme flames interweaved with the dermic arts and will of the martial Tao. Crack, crack. Grotto heavens shattered one after another and countless dermic powers fused into the martial Tao purgatory. They transformed into flames that surged into the body of the martial Tao prime body and were devoured by the essence martial grotto heaven. The martial Tao prime body stood in midair and was like a gigantic vortex, refining and devouring everything around him unscrupulously. Without the protection of the grotto heavens, the Yaksha kings could not defend against the flames of the martial Tao purgatory at all. Howl, howl, howl. Within the purgatory, the Yaksha kings let out tragic cries. Some Yaksha kings were burned to ashes in a few breaths without a corpse left. The remaining Yaksha kings could only barely hold on. Every single pore in their bodies, noses and mouths was spewing flames and they could no longer survive. In the martial Tao purgatory, they did not even have a chance to escape. On the other side, the outcome of the battle between the Void Yaksha and the Yaksha commander had already been decided. The Void Yaksha was covered in blood and the grotto heaven behind him had already shattered. It was stepped on by the Yaksha commander and half of his face was buried in the moist soil, unable to move. Ugly slave, back then you surpassed me in every aspect. Did you expect this to happen? The Yaksha commander had an excited expression as he stomped on the Void Yaksha's head repeatedly. The Void Yaksha's skull seemed to be unable to withstand it and creaked, ready to shatter at any moment. After all, he had been imprisoned in Bitter Springs Hell for too many years and soaked in the Hell Bitter Springs all year round. Not only was his cultivation realm stagnant, his body and bloodline had also suffered immense damage and destruction. Although his body seemed to have recovered after escaping from the Hell world, there were still many hidden injuries in his body. It was unknown how long he would need to recuperate if he wanted to fully recover. As for the Yaksha commander who cultivated continuously in the ghost world, the difference in situations between the two of them naturally allowed him to surpass the Void Yaksha. Ugly slave, beg me for mercy. The Yaksha commander sneered, "If your attitude is sincere, I might spare your life if I'm happy." Ha 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 ha. The void Yaksha turned his face sideways and lay in the blood-colored soil with only one eye exposed. He was already in despair. He knew the other party's methods and personality. Even if he begged for mercy, the Yaksha commander would not let him off. The only reason why the other party did not kill the void Yaksha immediately was because he wanted to enjoy the pleasure of torturing him to death. That sort of excitement was hidden in his blood as well. If he were in the same position, he would not let his opponent off so easily either. Ugly slave, you've committed a huge crime and were exiled to the Nether River. Now, you've even lured foreign races into our race. Your crimes are unforgivable. The Yaksha commander cursed. Even the entire ghost world won't tolerate you, let alone me. Before his sentence was finished, the Yaksha commander raised his leg once more and gathered strength. Thereafter, he stomped down heavily on the void Yaksha's head. That single stomp was enough to crush his head and destroy his essence spirit. The void Yaksha closed his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded above his head. The void Yaksha's heart skipped a beat and he opened his eyes instinctively. A figure burning with flames arrived in the sky and the Yaksha commander was shattered by a single punch from him. Immediately after, the person opened his mouth and spat out a divine dragon-heek flame that instantly engulfed the shattered flesh of the Yaksha commander. Before the Yaksha commander's essence spirit could escape, it was burned to ashes by the flames. It was the Lord of Hell. It was only at that moment that the void Yaksha realized that the Lord of Hell had not used his full strength when the two of them fought in the Hell world. Otherwise, he would not have been able to defend against a single punch from the Lord of Hell. The void Yaksha looked at the figure and suddenly felt guilty. If not for that person, he would still be trapped in the underground cage of Bitter Springs Hell and tortured by the Hell Bitter Springs day and night, never to see the light of day. Earlier on, that person saved his life once more. Previously, he was still thinking about how he could offer this person in exchange for his life. When the void Yaksha saw the attitude of his own Yaksha race towards him, coupled with his guilt towards the martial Tao prime body, he could not help but feel disheartened. I lied to you previously. Oh! The martial Tao prime body looked down from above with a calm expression as he looked at the void Yaksha beneath his feet. The void Yaksha said, I tricked you into coming to the Nine Nether Abyss because I wanted to follow the Nine Nether Abyss to the River of Life to pay my respects to Lady Ghost Mother and offer you up to wash away my sins. You're a human and the Lord of Hell. You even have a few peerless treasures on you. If Lady Ghost Mother is happy to see them, she might pardon me. You're a human, but I'm a Yaksha. We're natural enemies. Even after you saved me, I didn't wish to be controlled by you. That was why I lied to you. The martial Tao prime body remained silent. He had long sensed the abnormality in the void Yaksha. However, he did not expect the void Yaksha to have a conscience and be honest with him. The void Yaksha continued, the commotion here will definitely alarm more experts of the Yaksha race. Perhaps quasi-emperor experts or even emperor realm Yakshas will descend. Although your combat strength is strong, you're no match for them. After you kill me, escape quickly. The void Yaksha had no intention of living after saying that. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body said, you once said that there was a way to head to the medium kiliacosm in the ghost world. Did you lie to me about that as well? That was true. The void Yaksha said, in the ghost world, one can descend into a medium kiliacosm through sacrificial offerings. However, only Lady Ghost Mother has the ability to use such methods. All right. The martial Tao prime body nodded and said indifferently, since you didn't lie to me about that, I'll spare your life first. After all, he relied on this void Yaksha to leave the Hell world and meet up with the Green Lotus true body in the Netherworld, allowing him to use the water of the boundless springs to help the Green Lotus true body escape the danger of the curses. That was the reason why he tolerated the void Yaksha until now. Although they could not contact one another, the martial Tao prime body speculated that the Green Lotus true body should have escaped danger. Since the Green Lotus true body was fine, there was no need for him to return to the medium kiliacosm in a hurry. As long as he knew that he could return to the medium kiliacosm through the ghost world, he would definitely be able to find an opportunity. Of course, there were still too many unknown risks and uncertainties if this matter alarmed Brahma Ghost Mother. The martial Tao prime body arrived at the edge of the Nine Nether Abyss and looked at the dark green light flickering in the abyss. As though he sensed something, a strange glint flashed through the depths of his eyes. The Void Yaksha looked at the figure of the martial Tao prime body with a blank expression and extremely complicated emotions. In his disheartened state, he told the truth with the intention of dying. To think that the Lord of Hell, who was decisive to kill in his eyes, did not kill him but gave him another chance. The Void Yaksha thought about it and smiled bitterly. Even if you don't kill me, the Yaksha race won't let me off. The martial Tao prime body did not seem to have heard him and suddenly asked, "What's beneath the Nine Nether Abyss and why is it shining with such a dark green light?" At the mention of that, a hint of fear flashed through Void Yaksha's eyes. This abyss is the burial ground of the ghost world, and the bones of countless experts of the ghost world are buried there. The malevolent chi there is the heaviest. In the extreme environment of the Nine Nether Abyss, an extremely terrifying flame was born at some point in time. It's called the Nether Ghost Fire. The Nether Ghost Fire. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body intensified. Actually, the moment he released the martial Tao purgatory, he could vaguely sense a powerful power hidden in the depths of the Nine Nether Abyss. That power could connect to the 5 supreme flames in his domain. Ghost flames were rather common in the cultivation world. There were even some cursed ghost flames in the Emperor's tomb. However, this was the first time he had heard of the Nether Ghost Fire. Was there a connection between the Nether Ghost Fire and the Netherworld Treasure Mirror? Of course, there are also legends that the Nether Ghost Fire came from the source of the Nether River. No one can say for sure. The Void Yaksha continued, "In short, the Nether Ghost Fire in the Nine Nether Abyss is extremely terrifying and can burn blood chi. Even Emperor Realm experts of the ghost world are wary of it. This ghostly green light is the flames emitted by the Nether Ghost Fire." Right then, a terrifying aura burst forth from the direction of the Yaksha ghost domain. Countless experts of the Yaksha race woke up in the darkness. "Hurry up and escape." Sensing this scene, the Void Yaksha urged hurriedly, "When the Yaksha quasi-emperors descend, you won't be able to defend at all. Even if you rely on those treasures to kill 1 or 2 quasi-emperors, you'll definitely alarm the true Yaksha emperors. Although you're the Lord of Hell, you can't fight against the entire ghost world at all. As for returning to the medium Kiliacosm, don't even think about it. Lady Ghost Mother is currently in a deep sleep and is protected by the 10 female Rakshasas and 8 Yakshas. You won't be able to approach her at all." The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression and asked indifferently, "What about you?" "Me?" The Void Yaksha grinned. "I definitely won't survive. The Yaksha race will definitely not let me off." Sensing the terrifying auras that rose in the direction of the Yaksha ghost domain, the martial Tao prime body looked down at the Nine Nether Abyss and said meaningfully, "You're on your own. If you're tough, perhaps we'll meet again." With that said, the martial Tao prime body leaped into the Nine Nether Abyss. "Ah!" The Void Yaksha was shocked and shouted, "Crazy, he's really crazy." The Void Yaksha struggled to stand up and staggered to the edge of the abyss. He looked at the abyss and could no longer see the figure of the martial Tao prime body. "If you jump into the Nine Nether Abyss, I'm afraid we won't meet again." The Void Yaksha murmured softly, "That's not right either." He laughed tragically again. "I'm about to die. After we die, if our souls have the chance to enter the netherworld, we might be fated to meet once." Right then, the figures of the Yaksha race charged forward from the darkness. The few in the lead had terrifying auras and were already quasi-emperors. The rest were all kings of the Yaksha race. In the battle earlier on, dozens of Yaksha kings died and the experts of the 8 planes of the Yaksha ghost domain were alarmed. Apart from battles between the 2 ghost domains, the Yaksha ghost domain had never lost so many people in a short period of time. "What happened?" A Yaksha quasi-emperor in the lead asked in a deep voice. This quasi-emperor came from one of the 8 planes, the half-obscure plane. Prior to this, many Yakshas had already gathered around and witnessed the entire process. The Yakshas advanced one after another and recounted the battle that happened earlier on. Another quasi-emperor from the Mani Plain rolled his eyes and looked at the void Yaksha with a ferocious gaze. He said slowly, "Ugly slave, you're a sinner, and yet you dare to bring foreign races into the ghost world. You deserve to die for betraying the ghost race," the half-obscure quasi-emperor said coldly. Knowing that he would definitely die, the void Yaksha no longer had any fear in his heart. He puffed out his chest and shouted, "I was indeed the one who brought that human in, but I've never betrayed the ghost race. How dare you quibble?" The quasi-emperor of the Snow Mountain Plain sneered and glared at the void Yaksha with a dark gaze. He asked slowly, "Tell me, how did you survive after you were exiled to the Nether River, and how did you return to the ghost world? Tell me the entire process, including the background of that human. If you hide anything, I'll definitely torture you and make you wish you were dead." The void Yaksha felt no guilt and had nothing to hide. He said, "I was exiled to the Nether River by Lady Ghost Mother and thought that I would definitely die. Unexpectedly, I was accidentally swept into another tributary of the Nether River, and this tributary led to the Hell World. In the depths of the Nine Nether Abyss, the martial Tao Prime Body could no longer control his body and could only descend continuously. There seemed to be an invisible force pulling his body forcefully from the abyss. The martial Tao Prime Body lowered his head. Under the dim green light, the bottom of the abyss was filled with corpses and mountains. The most obvious characteristic of the corpses was that they did not have any flesh on them, but their bones were intact. Some of the skeletons maintained their combat stances right before their deaths. Through the forms of the skeletons, it was easy to tell the race of the owner of the skeletons. Some were from the Yaksha race. Some of the skeletons had bone wings on their backs and were clearly of the Rakshasa race. Suddenly, the gaze of the martial Tao Prime Body focused on a Rakshasa skeleton. There were 4 pairs of bone wings on the back of the Rakshasa skeleton. Perfected spirits of the Rakshasa race only had 2 pairs of wings. Kings had 3 pairs of wings. Only by cultivating to the Emperor realm could there be 4 pairs of wings. That was a Rakshasa of the Emperor realm. As for the skull of the Rakshasa Emperor, it was penetrated by the sharp claws of another Yaksha. The bone wings on the Rakshasa's back severed half of the head of the Yaksha opposite him. If he was not wrong, this Yaksha was also an Emperor realm expert. As expected of the burial ground of the ghost world in the depths of the Nine Nether Abyss, there were even the bones of Emperor realm experts. Furthermore, there were more than just these 2. Wherever the martial Tao Prime Body looked, he could see more than 10 Emperor realm skeletons that were relatively well preserved standing on the countless bones. Although they were only skeletons that had died for an unknown period of time, they still emitted a shuddering aura. Ghost chi lingered and their mites were still present. Nether green flames were burning through the cracks of the skeletons. The temperature was not high, but the martial Tao Prime Body felt an intense burning pain. The nether ghost fire. As though it sensed the descent of the martial Tao Prime Body, the flames that were initially burning quietly in the cracks of its bones suddenly became irritable. The flames intensified and countless ghostly shadows seemed to appear, drowning the martial Tao Prime Body instantly. Bang! The martial Tao Prime Body slammed heavily against the pile of bones. He was already engulfed by the nether ghost fire and his blood chi was depleting rapidly. The void Yaksha was right. The nether ghost fire could burn one's blood chi. Not only that, the flesh of the martial Tao Prime Body was also burning wildly. It was as though countless ghosts were hiding in the flames and biting his flesh crazily. The figure of the martial Tao Prime Body shriveled at a visible speed. Pain. Intense pain. However, that pain was far inferior to the pain brought about by the hellfire in Avicii. The martial Tao Prime Body could still maintain his consciousness. Of course, he did not choose to jump down the Nine Nether Abyss on impulse. The battle earlier on had already alarmed the Yaksha ghost domain. Just as the Void Yaksha had said, once a quasi-emperor or emperor realm expert descended, he would not be able to defend at all. Furthermore, he was way too unfamiliar with the ghost world. Even if he escaped immediately, he might not be able to hide for long. The best way out was the Nine Nether Abyss. There was the Nether Ghost Fire in the Nine Nether Abyss, and even Emperor Realm experts were wary of it. Naturally, the martial Tao Prime body could not defend against it either. However, as long as he could fuse it into his body before the Nether Ghost Fire killed him and turn it into the sixth flame of the martial Tao Purgatory, the Nether Ghost Fire would no longer be a threat. That action was naturally extremely dangerous. However, the martial Tao Prime body had a similar experience in Avicii before. That was the reason why he took the risk and tried to devour and refine the Nether Ghost Fire. If he failed, he would inevitably die. However, if he could succeed, the improvement to the martial Tao Prime body would be way too great. With the addition of another powerful and terrifying flame into the martial Tao Purgatory, the increase in the power of the domain would only be one of the benefits. In fact, there was a high chance that the Nether Ghost Fire could raise the cultivation realm of the martial Tao Prime body to another level in a short period of time. The martial Tao Prime body endured the pain and sat cross-legged. His clothes had long turned to ashes, and even the Mara mask on his face had fallen off. If anyone else was here, they would not be able to recognize him. The martial Tao Prime body was already unrecognizable under the burning of the Nether Ghost Fire. Thankfully, he cultivated the martial Tao and condensed the true martial Tao body. Every single inch of his flesh contained the dermic formulation and will of the martial Tao. Otherwise, his flesh would have been incinerated in just a few breaths. This abyss was a place of extreme een, and there were countless ghost skeletons. It was filled with malevolent chi that nourished the Nether Ghost Fire all year round, making it incomparably powerful. Even Emperor Realm experts were wary, and the true martial Tao body could not defend against it. He could only delay the speed of the Nether Ghost Fire burning flesh to the greatest extent and buy time for the martial Tao Prime body. The martial Tao Prime body released the martial Tao Purgatory and transformed into the martial Tao Furnace at the same time, trying to refine the Nether Ghost Fire continuously. The Nether Ghost Fire was way too strong. It was different from the 5 supreme flames he controlled. Furthermore, even if the martial Tao Prime body tried to smelt it with the 5 flames of the martial Spirit Fire, Red Lotus Karmic Fire, Tribulation Fire, Dragon Phoenix Flame, and Hellfire, he could not subdue it immediately. The martial Tao Prime body could only endure the pain patiently and maintain his consciousness. The harder the flames were to subdue, the greater the improvement for him once he controlled them. Furthermore, the martial spirit of the martial Tao Prime body was a purple flame, and no one could compare to his comprehension and perception of flames. If the refinement failed, he would try again. The cycle repeated again and again. The Nether Ghost Fire on the martial Tao Prime body did not extinguish the entire time. As time passed, the flesh on his body decreased. After an unknown period of time, another skeleton sat cross-legged on the endless skeletons in the depths of the 9 Nether Abyss. At that moment, the martial Tao Prime body did not have much flesh on him. Only a skeleton engraved with countless mysterious runes and intertwined with dermic Daos was left sitting there, bathed in dark green flames. Through the holes in the eyes of the skull, one could clearly see a purple flame floating behind his glabella. If the flesh of the martial Tao Prime body was completely burned by the Nether Ghost Fire, his essence spirit would be next. The Nether Ghost Fire did not burn bones. That was the reason why countless skeletons were piled up in this abyss. Time was running out. The martial Tao Prime body's heart was as calm as water. Apart from the dark green Nether Ghost Fire, there were 4 other flames floating beside him. The 4 flames circled continuously and resonated with the martial Spirit Fire behind his glabella. Suddenly, the skeleton shuddered and 2 dark green flames suddenly rose from the black holes in its eyes. It was the Nether Ghost Fire. The next moment, the aura of the skeleton changed drastically, as though it had fused with the surrounding Nether Ghost Fire. Although the Nether Ghost Fire was still burning on his body, he could no longer feel any damage. Instead, he felt a warm and comfortable feeling. Success. The martial Tao Prime body was delighted. Due to his cultivation realm, the Nether Ghost Fire released by him was far inferior to the Nether Ghost Fire in the 9 Nether Abyss. However, the surrounding Nether Ghost Fire could no longer hurt him. The next moment, countless flesh and blood grew rapidly on the skeleton, filling its entire body. Enveloped by the Nether Ghost Fire, the martial Tao prime body reconstructed the true martial Tao body. At the same time, the aura in his body rose rapidly. Another powerful flame was added to the martial Tao purgatory. The power of his domain increased exponentially, and the speed at which he refined sutras and secret skills increased as well. Be it the martial Tao purgatory or reconstructing the true martial Tao body, they required a large amount of heaven and earth essence qi. Suddenly, the skeleton stood up and opened its mouth to inhale. Phew! Phew! An endless stream of ghost qi surged from the heavens and the earth, gushing towards the nine nether abyss as though it was being pulled by a powerful force. For ordinary cultivators, it was difficult for them to absorb ghost qi to cultivate. However, the martial Tao prime body had no reservations at all. A massive and dense ghost qi surged into the martial Tao purgatory and was instantly burned by the 6 supreme flames, refining the impurities. Only the incomparably pure heaven and earth essence qi was left to nourish the true martial Tao body. The flesh of the martial Tao prime body who had reforged the true martial Tao body was enriching rapidly, and his body gradually returned to normal. The martial Tao purgatory was also accumulating energy continuously and reaching its peak rapidly. Boom! A deafening bang sounded from the body of the martial Tao prime body. Instantly, the ground shook. An even more terrifying and larger domain burst forth instantly. Raging flames surged into the skies and even charged out of the 9 nether abyss. The prime body took another step forward in the martial Tao realm. He had attained greater mastery of his martial domain realm. 9 nether abyss. What happened? What happened? The yakshas who were interrogating the void yaksha could not help but frown when they sensed the commotion below the 9 nether abyss. A few yaksha quasi-emperors arrived at the edge of the abyss and looked down. In their senses, the 9 nether abyss was like the mouth of a gigantic beast that devoured the world, consuming the ghost qi of the entire ghost world crazily. The void yaksha revealed a surprised expression as well. This was the first time such an abnormality had happened in the 9 nether abyss. Earlier on, the Lord of Hell leaped in. Could this abnormality be related to him? The void yaksha could not believe it. Logically speaking, the Lord of Hell should have long been burned into a skeleton by the nether ghost fire and died. Did you guys witness that human leaping into the abyss with your own eyes? A yaksha quasi-emperor turned around and asked in a deep voice as he looked at his surrounding clansmen. There's no mistake. That human's temperament was rather unyielding and he committed suicide here. Many yakshas replied hurriedly. Humph! Another quasi-emperor sneered. What unyielding temperament? If he falls into my hands, he'll wish he was dead. Dying in the 9 nether abyss is letting him off too easily. Before his sentence was finished, a loud bang sounded from below the abyss. Immediately after, the ground shook. The yakshas standing at the edge of the abyss were caught off guard and staggered. In their shock, they soared into the air and looked towards the 9 nether abyss. Phew! The next moment, a searing and ferocious flame spewed out from below the 9 nether abyss and devoured a yaksha quasi-emperor, who could not dodge in time like a volcano. Ah! The yaksha quasi-emperor burned with flames and let out a tragic cry. He hurriedly propped up his perfected grotto heaven and channeled his bloodline, wanting to defend against the flames from the abyss. His grotto heaven already contained a trace of world power. However, his perfected grotto heaven could not hold on against the flames and was burned red in a few breaths. Not only that, his blood qi was burning rapidly as well. His body shriveled at a visible speed. The yaksha quasi-emperor had a terrified expression and screamed, wanting to escape from the range of the flames. However, no matter how he charged, he could not escape from the flames. At the edge of the terrifying flames, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that blocked him. Crack! Crack! The perfected grotto heaven of the yaksha quasi-emperor could no longer hold on and cracks appeared. His originally tall and burly body shrunk by a large margin as well, emitting thick smoke like a skeleton wrapped in charred skin. Before long, under the horrified gazes of countless yakshas, the yaksha quasi-emperor was burned to ashes by the flames spewing out from the bottom of the abyss. Pest! Many yakshas were secretly shocked and horrified. In just a few breaths, A quasi-emperor expert was burned to death. Furthermore, the flames that spewed out of the abyss were clearly not the nether ghost fire, but another type of flame that was interwoven with countless dermic arts and contained a powerful will. What was that? Where did this flame come from? The Yuxas with insufficient cultivation retreated in fear. Even the Yuxia quasi-emperors had wary expressions and did not dare to advance rashly. Even the Yuxia quasi-emperor could not defend against it earlier on. Even if they went forward, it would be useless. Only the void Yuxia looked at the flames in the abyss in deep thought. The will contained in the flames was familiar, as though it was the ruler of the world. It was incomparably domineering and unshakable, as though it came from the Lord of Hell. However, the Lord of Hell's purgatory could at most kill Yuxias with perfected grotto heavens. It should not be able to trap a quasi-emperor. However, even quasi-emperors could not withstand the flames in front of him. Could it be that the Lord of Hell is not dead? Suddenly, the void Yuxia recalled the meaningful words the martial Tao prime body said to him before leaping into the Nine Nether Abyss. Although he did not know what happened in the Nine Nether Abyss, the void Yuxia could vaguely sense that the terrifying flames should be related to the martial Tao prime body. When the martial Tao prime body entered the martial domain realm and had just attained lesser mastery of it, he could sweep through the grotto heaven realm and suppress all grotto heaven kings. Now that he was at greater mastery of the martial domain realm and the might of the martial Tao purgatory had increased exponentially, he could completely suppress quasi-emperor experts. However, the advancement of the martial Tao prime body had not stopped. The martial Tao prime body had long condensed the essence martial grotto heaven. However, although he absorbed and refined some grotto heavens in the battle in the Builder Tree Mountain range, he was far from breaking through. Later on, when he fought in the Hell world to become the Lord of Hell, he devoured some grotto heavens again, including 2 perfected grotto heavens of quasi-emperors. However, he did not have the chance to refine and absorb them after devouring them. Earlier on, in the battle at the edge of the abyss, the martial Tao prime body killed dozens of Yuxia kings and fused their grotto heavens into his body once more. Now that he had attained greater mastery of the martial domain realm, the essence martial grotto heaven circulated as well and absorbed and digested the dermic Taos condensed in the many grotto heavens crazily. Under normal circumstances, although the martial Tao prime body had already mastered 6 types of supreme flames, he could not refine and absorb so many grotto heaven dermic Taos in a short period of time. However, this place belonged to the Nine Nether Abyss and the nether ghost fire burning around it had reached the Emperor realm. The martial Tao prime body was limited by his cultivation realm and the nether ghost fire he controlled had yet to reach the Emperor realm. However, he could make use of the surrounding nether ghost fire to help him refine and devour the grotto heavens. That was the true meaning of setting oneself on fire. However, after he comprehended the nether ghost fire in the Nine Nether Abyss would no longer cause him any harm. With the help of the Emperor-level nether ghost fire, the many grotto heaven dermic Taos devoured by the martial Tao prime body melted at a terrifying speed. All the essence martial grotto heaven had to do was to absorb all the dermic Taos. After greater mastery of the martial Tao purgatory, the essence martial grotto heaven grew rapidly as well. The power contained in it rose continuously, finally reaching its peak. Boom! Another deafening bang sounded from the body of the martial Tao prime body. Suddenly, the figure of the martial Tao prime body vanished. Under the cover of the nether ghost fire, a dark and deep grotto heaven appeared and suddenly expanded like a gigantic black hole of the cosmos. Immediately after, the gigantic and deep grotto heaven vanished once more and the figure of the martial Tao prime body reappeared. However, after that short disappearance, the aura of the martial Tao prime body clearly became even more terrifying. It was like the vast starry sluice and was unfathomable. Greater mastery of the grotto heaven realm. The essence martial grotto heaven had already transformed into a major grotto heaven. The true martial Tao body of the martial Tao prime body was the essence martial grotto heaven. Now that the essence martial grotto heaven had attained greater mastery, the physique and bloodline of the martial Tao prime body were reborn and HR's strength increased exponentially. The martial Tao prime body felt that every single move he made could release a shocking divine power. causing the void to tremble and the weather to change. Even without releasing the martial Dao purgatory, the martial Dao prime body believed that he could fight quasi-emperor experts with just his physique and bloodline. More and more yakshas and rakshasas gathered near the nine nether abyss and discussed spiritedly. However, no one dared to approach the abyss. Before the quasi-emperors could figure it out, another loud bang sounded from the depths of the nine nether abyss. The ground shook. This alarmed the entire ghost world. Terrifying auras burst forth from the two ghost domains with unrestrained might. The Emperor Realm experts who were originally in seclusion woke up one after another. What happened? Two figures appeared in succession above the nine nether abyss. Just by standing in midair, the spirit consciousness pressure emitted from their bodies was enough to make one shudder. Even the many kings and quasi-emperors of the ghost world present lowered their heads and knelt on the ground with reverence. In the end, the commotion of the nine nether abyss alarmed the Emperor Realm experts of the two ghost domains. Lord, a Yaksha quasi-emperor hurriedly recounted what happened in detail. A human. He didn't die in the nine nether abyss? A Yaksha emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Humph. Another Rakshasa emperor with 8 wings harumphed coldly and said slowly, Lady Ghost Mother is in a deep sleep. If we disturb her, can your Yaksha race bear the responsibility? Stop arguing. Let's deal with that human in the abyss first. The Yaksha emperor said in a deep voice. There's clearly life force fluctuation in the nether ghost fire below the abyss. If the nether ghost fire can't kill him, we'll just kill him personally. The 8-winged Rakshasa said coldly. The flames spewed out by the martial Dao purgatory posed a huge threat to quasi-emperors, but the two emperors of the ghost realm were fearless. Boom! 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 The two emperors of the ghost world each propped up a world and suppressed the flames burning in the nine nether abyss. The ferocious and terrifying flames earlier on were extinguished rapidly and collapsed continuously under the suppression of the worlds of the two emperor experts. The two emperor experts of the ghost world descended from the skies with cold gazes and descended into the nine nether abyss. When the nearby yakshas and rakshasas saw that, they heaved a sigh of relief and became excited. It was extremely rare for emperor experts of the yaksha and rakshasa races to appear at the same time and even join forces to fight enemies. Emperor experts were still alarmed at the end of the day. The void yaksha looked at the figures of the two emperor experts and suddenly felt worried for the human. It might not be a bad thing if he's dead. At least he won't suffer the torture of the two races. However, if he's not dead, even if he obtains some opportunities below, how can he fight against the two emperors? Below the abyss. The martial Dao prime body, who had just broken through not long ago, sensed something amiss very quickly. Right above him, two incomparably powerful forces were suppressing him. He had just attained greater mastery of the martial Dao purgatory and could not defend against it at all. It only lasted for a moment before collapsing. The martial Dao prime body frowned slightly. If he was not wrong, the two above should be emperor experts of the ghost world. Only the power of the emperor realm could suppress his martial Dao purgatory. Suddenly, the figure of the martial Dao prime body turned blurry and his eyes darkened. He had just thought of releasing the major essence martial grotto heaven and the major martial Dao purgatory to fight against the worlds of the two emperors of the ghost world. Ever since the martial Dao purgatory was condensed, it had never been released at the same time as the essence martial grotto heaven. The martial Dao prime body did not know how powerful his domain and grotto heaven would be after they were released at the same time. He speculated that the synthesis of the two powers might be able to fight against the power of an emperor. However, before long he suppressed that thought. It was too risky. Once the essence martial grotto heaven was released, the sense of danger was way too strong, as though a calamity would descend at any moment. Most importantly, he could not trace the source of that sense of danger even now. The unknown threat was the most terrifying. Unless he had no other choice, there was no need for him to take the risk. Although the martial Dao prime body had yet to control power of the emperor realm at the moment, there was an endless power of the emperor realm right here in the nine nether abyss. The nether ghost fire. The martial Dao prime body channeled his essence spirit, and used the nether ghost fire as a medium to establish a connection with the two skeletons standing around him. The skeletons that could maintain their standing posture in the Nine Nether Abyss were all Emperor Realm experts of the ghost world when they were alive. But now, two balls of dark green flames suddenly rose from the holes in the eyes of the two skeletons and their bodies shone brightly. Instantly, the two Emperor Realm skeletons seemed to have recovered their vitality and roared into the skies. The bones in the Nine Nether Abyss had been burned by the Nether Ghost Fire all year round. From a certain perspective, they had already been tempered into weapons and become a part of the Nether Ghost Fire. After the Martial Dao Prime body comprehended the Nether Ghost Fire, he could use it to control the skeletons in the Nine Nether Abyss. On the other side, the two Emperor experts of the Yuksha and Rakshasa races condensed their worlds and suppressed down, approaching the bottom of the Nine Nether Abyss rapidly. In their line of sight, they could already see a black-haired, purple-robed man standing in the Nether Ghost Fire beneath the abyss. He wore a silver mask and his flesh was intact. The two Emperor experts frowned. Even with their cultivation realms, they did not dare to be so careless and had to release a world to defend against the Nether Ghost Fire beneath the Nine Nether Abyss. What was up with this human? Right then, the two skeletons standing closest to the purple-robed man suddenly woke up. The Nether Ghost Fire that was initially fine burned fiercely, and the flames intensified. Immediately after, two skeletons surrounded by flames reared their heads and roared into the skies. They turned around abruptly and glared at the two Emperor experts in midair. Two balls of dark green flames burned in their eyes in a sinister manner. Well, the two Emperor experts of the Yuksha and Rakshasa races felt a chill run down their spines when they were targeted by the two skeletons with bewildered expressions. The two Emperors of the ghost world saw it clearly. The two skeletons below were Emperor Realm experts back then as well. One of them was even of the Rakshasa race and had 8 bone wings on his back. It was extremely obvious. The two Emperor Realm skeletons had died for many years. Why would they suddenly wake up? Furthermore, why were they so hostile towards them? Boom! Right then, the two Emperor Realm skeletons below suddenly moved. Among them, the Yuksha Emperor skeleton stomped heavily on the ground and crushed countless corpses. He soared into the sky and pounced towards the Yuksha Emperor. The other Rakshasa Emperor skeleton burned with dark green flames. It flapped its 8 wings and soared into the air, charging towards the Rakshasa Emperor at an even faster speed. The expressions of the two Emperor experts of the Yuksha and Rakshasa races changed starkly. If there were only 2 Emperor Realm skeletons, they would not pose much of a threat to them. Although the bones of the Emperor Realm were tough without flesh and blood, their strength was greatly reduced. Coupled with the fact that they were already dead with their essence spirits destroyed, they could not create worlds and the combat strength they could unleash was limited. However, those 2 Emperor Realm skeletons burned with the Nether Ghost Fire that contained a terrifying might and could threaten them. The 2 Emperor experts of the Yuksha and Rakshasa races did not dare to be careless. They propped up a world and suppressed the 2 Emperor Realm skeletons that were burning with Nether Ghost Fire. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by 2 loud bangs, the power of the Emperor Realm collided and erupted with a gigantic gray halo that spread rapidly. The void beneath the abyss collapsed and shattered instantly. After all, the 2 Emperor Realm skeletons did not have a world to protect them. They were suppressed by the 2 great Emperor Realm experts and fell heavily on the pile of bones. However, they could not sense pain or fear at all. Under the control of the Martial Dao Prime body, they stood up rapidly and charged forward once more. Boom! 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 The 2 Emperor experts of the Yuksha and Rakshasa races fought against the 2 skeletons continuously below the abyss in an intense battle. It was difficult for the 2 Emperor Realm skeletons to fight against 2 Emperor Realm experts head-on. However, every time they exchanged blows head-on, the world supported by the 2 Emperor Realm experts would be tainted by the Nether Ghost Fire and their strength would weaken continuously. At the same time, there was endless malevolent chi under the Nine Nether Abyss. The Nether Ghost Fire on the 2 Emperor Realm skeletons was nourished by the malevolent chi and would not be extinguished. Instead, the flames burned even more vigorously. As time passed, the 2 Emperor Realm experts gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Of course, it was unrealistic for him to kill 2 true Emperor Realm experts with the help of the Nether Ghost Fire in the Abyss and the 2 Emperor Realm skeletons. When the Rakshasa Emperor saw how long it was taking to get through, his gaze shifted to the martial Dao Prime body and he said slowly, "Human, this is the ghost world. You can't escape at all. It's best if you surrender." The Yuxia Emperor grinned sinisterly as well. "Human, you've killed so many of my clansmen. I'll let you have a taste of the torture of the ghost world." The expression of the martial Dao Prime body turned cold as he channeled his spirit consciousness. Beside him, 2 balls of flames suddenly rose from the eyes of 2 other Emperor Realm skeletons and their bodies shone brightly. Boom! Boom! 2 more Emperor Realm skeletons woke up and charged towards the 2 Emperor experts to join the battlefield. "You!" When the 2 Emperor experts saw that, their expressions changed and they let out a long roar as they fought and retreated. They were already struggling against 2 Emperor Realm skeletons bathed in the Nether Ghost Fire, let alone 4 of them working together. Right then, a crack suddenly opened above the abyss. A beautiful shadow with a voluptuous figure walked out with a flower cage in her hands. Her entire body emitted a faint glow and her skin was as fair and delicate as ivory. She had moon-like eyebrows and starry eyes and had an extraordinary appearance. The woman looked no different from a human. However, the moment she appeared, more than half of the Nether Ghost Fire on the 4 Emperor Realm skeletons was extinguished. An Emperor Realm expert. Furthermore, this should be a top Emperor Realm expert of the ghost world. "Greetings, Rakshasa Kudadanti." When the first 2 emperors of the ghost world saw this woman, they retreated hurriedly and left the battlefield, bowing respectfully in her direction. The martial Dao Prime body nodded to himself when he saw that. In the Rakshasa race, men were incomparably ugly while women were as beautiful as fairies. The Void Yuxia had once mentioned to the martial Dao Prime body that the Rakshasa race was ruled by 10 female Rakshasas. If even 2 Emperor experts of the ghost world were so respectful, there was a high chance that this person was one of the 10 female Rakshasas. Although the martial Dao Prime body had yet to advance to the Emperor Realm, he could guess that there were strong and weak Emperor Realm experts as well. For example, Emperor Bosun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, who he had interacted with, were the top experts of the Emperor Realm. As for the 2 emperors of the ghost world earlier on, they were ordinary emperors. There was a high chance that Rakshasa Kudadanti's combat strength was comparable to Emperor Bosun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse. "What are you guys doing here?" Rakshasa Kudadanti looked at the 2 emperors of the ghost world coldly and said in an icy tone, "Aren't you afraid of disturbing Lady Ghost Mother by causing such a huge commotion?" Rakshasa Kudadanti. The Yuxia Emperor hurriedly recounted what happened earlier on and pointed at the martial Dao Prime body below the abyss. "It's this human. Dozens of Yuxia kings died in his hands." "Trash." Rakshasa Kudadanti's expression did not change at all as she sneered. Thereafter, Rakshasa Kudadanti's gaze shifted to the martial Dao Prime body. She looked down from above and said slowly, "To think that you can survive the Nether Ghost Fire. You have some skills. Let me give it a try." The moment she said that, Rakshasa Kudadanti moved and lunged towards the martial Dao Prime body. The martial Dao Prime body did not dare to be careless. He controlled the 4 Emperor Realm skeletons and had them join forces as shields against Rakshasa Kudadanti. At the same time, he sent out his spirit consciousness to awaken the other Emperor Realm skeletons below the abyss. It would probably be difficult for the 4 Emperor Realm skeletons alone to defend against Rakshasa Kudadanti. Indeed, Rakshasa Kudadanti sneered and spun in the direction of the 4 Emperor Realm skeletons with the flower cage in her hands. The flower cage seemed to have turned into a bottomless vortex that emitted an unstoppable power that swallowed the 4 Emperor Realm skeletons. The martial Dao Prime body severed his connection with the 4 Emperor Realm skeletons instantly. The world of Rakshasa Kudadanti was in that flower cage. The martial Dao Prime body willed. Phew! 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 Below the abyss, more than 10 Emperor Realm skeletons stood with 2 balls of flames burning in their eyes. The Nether Ghost Fire on their bodies intensified and they all woke up. More than 10 Emperor Realm skeletons attacked at the same time and surrounded Rakshasa Kudadanti. Rakshasa Kudadanti frowned. She released the flower cage in her hand again and continued to devour the Emperor Realm skeletons that were charging over. The martial Tao Prime body stretched his arms and stood on the nether ghost fire. He floated in midair and channeled his spirit consciousness crazily, spreading endlessly below the abyss, trying his best to awaken all the Emperor Realm skeletons in the abyss. Rumble! Instantly, the 9 nether abyss swayed and countless boulders rolled down. Many corpses that had died for a long time were bathed in the nether ghost fire and woke up one after another. They reared their heads and roared, letting out a soul-stirring wail. When she saw that, the expression of Rakshasa Cultivated changed as well. It was not a problem for her world to devour more than 10 Emperor Realm skeletons. However, if all the corpses and skeletons below the abyss woke up with nether ghost fire on them, her world would not be able to withstand it either. More importantly, the commotion here was way too great. Right then, a shuddering aura burst forth from the direction of the river of life, as though an incomparably terrifying existence had awakened. The corpses and skeletons that were originally howling in the 9 nether abyss shut their mouths one after another as though they were shocked. The martial Tao Prime body looked in the direction of the river of life instinctively as well. There was only endless darkness over there. However, in the endless darkness, it was as though an indescribable shadow had risen. It was boundless, as though it was looking down on the entire ghost world. Near the 9 nether abyss, be it the Wuxia or Rakshasa races, be it their cultivation realms, they revealed reverence and fear and knelt on the ground one after another. Even Rakshasa Cultivated knelt down. Sigh! In the direction of the river of life, at the end of the 9 nether abyss, a faint sigh sounded from the endless darkness. In the 9 nether abyss, the nether ghost fire on the many corpses and skeletons that had just woken up was extinguished. With just a sigh, even the nether ghost fire in the 9 nether abyss could not withstand it. From top to bottom of the 9 nether abyss, countless ghosts knelt on the ground, not daring to move or even raise their heads. Only the martial Tao Prime body was still standing there. He looked at the gigantic shadow outline in the darkness in the distance and felt his heart palpitate. That power was enough to kill him. Even if he summoned the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven, Hell Suppression Tripod and activated the Netherworld Treasure Mirror by sacrificing his essence blood completely, he might not be able to defend against it. Great Emperor! Those 2 words that were extremely heavy flashed through the mind of the martial Tao Prime body. After his martial domain realm and the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven broke through to greater mastery, although his combat strength was still unable to fight against Emperor experts head-on, he could already vaguely see the threshold of the Emperor realm. But now, facing the shadow in the distance, he could only sense that it was out of reach. Was this the Lord of the Ghost World, Brahma Ghost Mother? The difference was way too great. If that sigh could extinguish the nether ghost fire, it could naturally extinguish the martial spirit fire in his consciousness with ease. Why is it so noisy? A voice sounded from the endless darkness. It was hoarse and had a hint of vicissitudes, as though the owner of the voice was very old. The entire ghost world was silent. That was the only voice echoing in the vast world. Rakshasa Cultivated still maintained her kneeling posture. She glared at the 2 ghost realm emperors not far away and gestured for them to speak. Lady Ghost Mother. The 2 emperors of the ghost world recounted everything that happened in detail hurriedly. After saying that, there was no sound for a long time, as though Brahma Ghost Mother had fallen asleep again. However, all the ghosts knew that their mistress was watching them from the end of the darkness. That terrifying aura was still enveloping the entire ghost world. Oh! After an unknown period of time, Brahma Ghost Mother's voice sounded again. Ugly slave, you're still alive? The Void Wuxia shuddered in fear when he heard that. Ella Lady Ghost Mother. I was lucky to survive and brought that human back here with no ill intentions. I definitely won't betray you and the ghost race. The Void Wuxia said shakily. Brahma Ghost Mother did not reply. Suddenly, the martial Tao Prime body felt his hair stand on end and his scalp tingle. Although he could not see anything, his spirit perception told him that Brahma Ghost Mother's gaze was already on him. In the endless darkness, Brahma Ghost Mother was watching him. The new Lord of Hell? Fufu? Brahma Ghost Mother actually laughed and murmured, "T believe you're the person he mentioned." The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. What did Brahma Ghost Mother mean by that? Who was he? There were others who mentioned him to Brahma Ghost Mother? Before the martial Tao prime body could react, the darkness in the distance surged continuously and a large shadow enveloped down, as though it had transformed into a gigantic ghost hand that grabbed towards him. Enveloped by the ghost hand, the martial Tao prime body could not move at all, and could only watch helplessly as the ghost hand descended. The ghost hand appeared above his head and suddenly stopped, shrinking slightly. The chest of the martial Tao prime body exploded and blood spewed out. Immediately after, a dark light flashed and was forcefully pulled out of his body, landing in the palm of the pitch-black ghost hand. The Netherworld treasure mirror. That treasure could not be placed in the storage bag and was placed in the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven by the martial Tao prime body. To think that Brahma Ghost Mother seemed to be able to see through something and grabbed the Netherworld treasure mirror out of his body. Ugh! Brahma Ghost Mother's voice sounded. This ancient mirror is indeed with you. The Yuksha Emperor volunteered bravely and said in a deep voice, Lady Ghost Mother, there's no need for you to kill a human ant personally. Leave it to us. Who said that I'm going to kill him? Brahma Ghost Mother asked. Ha! The ghosts in the 9 nether abyss were stunned. The pitch-black ghost hand relinquished its grip and sent the Netherworld treasure mirror back into the body of the martial Tao prime body. The ghost hand dissipated and vanished. The Yuksha Emperor was puzzled and could not help but ask, Lady Ghost Mother, this human killed dozens of Yuksha kings and disturbed your rest just now. Are you questioning me? Before the Yuksha Emperor could finish, Brahma Ghost Mother interrupted him. Her tone was calm, but it sounded hair-raising. The Yuksha Emperor shuddered and shook his head hurriedly. And no, I was just biffed. Suddenly, a pitch-black finger extended from the darkness and its nails were long and sharp, piercing the head of the Yuksha Emperor instantly. The Yuksha Emperor's face was filled with fear and his eyes widened. An Emperor expert's essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot with grievances. The surrounding ghosts trembled in fear and did not even dare to breathe loudly. The Void Yuksha felt even more afraid. His initial plan was to lure the martial Tao prime body to Brahma Ghost Mother and use the life of the martial Tao prime body to atone for his crimes. But now, not only did Brahma Ghost Mother not kill the martial Tao prime body, she even killed a Yuksha Emperor. As a bystander, the martial Tao prime body was secretly shocked as well. An Emperor realm expert who was almost a peak existence in the medium Kiliacosm was killed by Brahma Ghost Mother so easily. To be precise, what the Yuksha Emperor did earlier on could not be considered as questioning at all. He was merely clarifying his doubts. However, Brahma Ghost Mother killed him instantly without giving him a chance to explain. In fact, the martial Tao prime body even had an illusion. Brahma Ghost Mother killed the Yuksha Emperor as though she was crushing an ant. What's your name? Brahma Ghost Mother seemed to be looking at the martial Tao prime body in the darkness as she asked slowly. Desolate Martial. The martial Tao prime body did not hide anything. You want to return to the medium Kiliacosm? Brahma Ghost Mother asked again. Yes. The martial Tao prime body nodded. Brahma Ghost Mother said, I'll send you out of the ghost world in 3 days. On what condition? The martial Tao prime body asked. He felt strange that Brahma Ghost Mother agreed to this matter so easily. Foo-foo. Suddenly, a deep and hoarse laughter sounded from the darkness. Brahma Ghost Mother said, Although you're very weak, you're still the Lord of Hell. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. Did Brahma Ghost Mother mean that she was helping him leave the ghost world on account of his identity as the Lord of Hell and did not need any conditions? The martial Tao prime body looked at the darkness in the distance and pondered for a moment before saying again, There's one more thing. I want to leave with that Void Yuksha called Ugly Slave. He committed a sin that warrants his death. Brahma Ghost Mother said faintly with a calm tone. However, the Void Yuksha's heart turned cold. That was the tone Brahma Ghost Mother used when she killed the Yuksha Emperor. The martial Tao Prime body did not seem to notice the killing intent in Brahma Ghost Mother's words and said indifferently, "It doesn't seem like it's a big deal for me to protect a Yuksha as the Lord of Hell." When they heard that, many ghosts were secretly speechless. None of them had ever dared to speak to Brahma Ghost Mother in such a tone. Rakshasa Kudadanti turned slightly and glared at the martial Tao Prime body. After a long silence, Brahma Ghost Mother's voice sounded again. "You're quite bold." Thereafter, the darkness fell silent once more. The terrifying pressure that enveloped everyone gradually disappeared, as though Brahma Ghost Mother had already left. The world returned to silence. The gigantic shadow in the darkness gradually faded. Against the impolite request of the martial Tao Prime body, Brahma Ghost Mother did not give an answer. She merely replied that he was quite bold before leaving quietly. However, all the ghosts knew that having no answer was the best answer. The Void Yaksha knelt on the spot in a daze and unknowingly broke out in cold sweat. A long time later, he heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was saved. Even now, he felt that it was unreal. Beneath the nine nether abyss, Rakshasa Kudadanti stood up and turned to look at the martial Tao Prime body deeply before leaving. She was not the only one. All the ghosts could tell that Brahma Ghost Mother's attitude towards the martial Tao Prime body was clearly different. Perhaps it was because of his identity as the Lord of Hell or some other reason. In short, although the martial Tao Prime body was a human from the medium Kiliacosm, no one in the entire ghost world dared to provoke him anymore. The corpse of the Yuksha Emperor earlier on was still warm. From top to bottom of the nine nether abyss, the ghosts dispersed one after another. The martial Tao Prime body returned to the sky above the abyss. Not far away, the Void Yuksha was still kneeling on the spot with lingering fear, as though he had yet to recover. The martial Tao Prime body arrived above the abyss and looked at him calmly without saying a word. The Void Yaksha seemed a little helpless and lowered his head slightly, not daring to meet the gaze of the martial Tao Prime body with an ashamed expression. The human before him had saved him from the prison of Bitter Springs Hell, but he had ulterior motives. And now, this human saved his life once more. I, the Void Yaksha stammered, not knowing what to say. The martial Tao Prime body said slowly, "You've already died once earlier on." The Void Yaksha nodded instinctively. If not for the martial Tao Prime body's request earlier on, there was no way Brahma Ghost Mother would let him off. The martial Tao Prime body said, "Follow me from now on." However, suddenly, the words of the martial Tao Prime body changed. His eyes were deep as he glared at the Void Yaksha with a burning gaze and did not continue. The Void Yaksha seemed to understand something. He took a deep breath of air and pierced his glabella with his fingertip, releasing a wisp of his soul. He lowered his head and raised it with both hands, handing it to the martial Tao Prime body. "Thank you for giving me a new life, Master. If I harbor any ill thoughts in the future, my soul shall be completely destroyed by the world." The Void Yaksha chanted a secret incantation, and the wisp of soul condensed into an imprint in the void before gradually fading and disappearing. The martial Tao Prime body nodded slightly. "Since you're following me, I'll bestow you a title." It turned out that the Void Yaksha was called Ugly Slave. Such a lowly name could not be considered a title at all. Could only be considered a name. "Please grant it to me, Master." The Void Yaksha kowtowed once more. The martial Tao Prime body waved his robes and wrote the word "fear" on the ground beneath his feet. He said slowly, "From now on, you will be King Fear." King Fear. Looking at the word in front of him, the Void Yaksha was at a loss. The martial Tao Prime body. "I hope that in the future, you'll be fearless. However, you'll be able to instill fear in others." "Fear?" The Void Yaksha murmured softly and his eyes gradually lit up. He revealed his malevolent ghost form once more and grinned excitedly. "From now on, I'm King Fear." Compared to Ugly Slave, King Fear was naturally much more pleasing to the ears. Naturally, the martial Tao Prime body had long made plans to plead for leniency for the Void Yaksha because he valued his capabilities. Tianhuang's sect had the 7 emotions fiend generals of joy, anger, grief, fear, love, hatred and desire. Among them, there was joy monk Mingzhen, immortal king heavenly wrath Feng Cantian, grief flute fiend Gu Tongyu, love zither fiend Xiao Siluo, hatred Azura Yen Beichen and demoness Ji who represented desire. There had never been any suitable candidate for fear. Back then, the moment the martial Tao prime body caught sight of the void Yuxia, he had already considered this. Not to mention the void Yuxia's capabilities, his appearance alone was terrifying enough. If he could return to the medium kiliocosm successfully, the martial Tao prime body might not head to the heavenly world. His first destination was still the great wilderness. At this point of his cultivation, the martial Tao prime body was already confident enough to head to the great wilderness to look for Daiyu. However, he was still worried about Tianhuang sect. Tianhuang sect did not have a strong foundation and only Feng Cantian was an immortal king expert. Furthermore, he was only an ordinary immortal king who had condensed a minor grotto heaven and had a shallow foundation. The main reason why he subdued the Void Yuxia was because he wanted him to head to Tianhuang sect and be the strongest combat strength to guard it. Given the methods of this Void Yuxia, unless it was a quasi-emperor or an emperor realm expert, there was nothing to fear. In reality, the martial Tao prime body had many questions in his mind. Perhaps only Brahma Ghost Mother could give him an explanation. For example, the he mentioned by Brahma Ghost Mother previously. For example, legends of the major kiliocosm, what was going on with the existence of the six paths, what was the catastrophe that happened in the medium kiliocosm, and so on. As a great emperor, Brahma Ghost Mother definitely knew many ancient secrets. However, Brahma Ghost Mother did not appear for the next 3 days. In fact, the martial Tao prime body had not even seen the appearance of Brahma Ghost Mother. He could only roughly guess from her voice that she was an old woman. The martial Tao prime body had asked King Fear before. However, even he had never seen the true appearance of Brahma Ghost Mother. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Brahma Ghost Mother's voice sounded once more. Get ready to leave. The martial Tao prime body was invigorated. He was pushed down the dry well by the tombkeeper and entered the dark hell world. He passed by the netherworld and floated in the cycle of reincarnation for an unknown period of time before entering the ghost world. Now, he was finally returning to the medium kiliocosm. An invisible force suddenly descended. The martial Tao prime body tried to break free and realized that he could not defend at all. This meant that Brahma Ghost Mother must have stepped in personally. Under the guidance of that power, the martial Tao prime body and King Fear passed through layers of space and arrived at a pitch-black and strange beach. The martial Tao prime body frowned. It was dark ahead and the gentle breeze emitted a humid aura. This should still be in the ghost world and they had yet to leave. As though he sensed something, King Fear looked at the darkness ahead and murmured, "The river of life is ahead." Splash. As though in response to King Fear, the sound of water came from the depths of the darkness. An incomparably tall phantom rose slowly from the river and emitted a terrifying aura. It was just a simple action and the entire world seemed to be unable to withstand it and trembled slightly. Brahma Ghost Mother. The martial Tao prime body focused his gaze and tried his best to see the phantom clearly. But he could not see anything. The phantom waved her palm gently and an ancient altar made of white bones and stained with blood gradually appeared on the beach not far away. Go on up. Brahma Ghost Mother's voice sounded again. The martial Tao prime body stood on the altar without hesitation. If Brahma Ghost Mother wanted to harm him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. King Fear hurriedly followed. A mysterious and strange incantation sounded from the direction of the river of life. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat. The words sounded familiar, as though they came from the same source as the words of the Yin Yang Talisman Sutra and Nine Springs Hell Sutra. Before he could think further, the white bone altar swayed and released streaks of blood light, forming a gigantic blood-colored beam that reached into the clouds. It tore through the darkness and enveloped the two of them before disappearing. On a vast land, it was dilapidated and desolate. Countless living beings knelt on the ground in a black mass with no end in sight. Among the living beings, all the men were extremely ugly. They had pitch-black bodies, long vermilion hair, and some even had pairs of pitch-black flesh wings on their backs. As for the women among them, they looked no different from humans. Furthermore, they were exceptionally ravishing, looking graceful and moving. Although they knelt on the ground, their slender waists could be seen and their postures were classy. The Rakshasa race. Furthermore, there were hundreds of millions of Rakshasas. In the middle of the Rakshasas was a tall building. To be precise, it was a stone statue of a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful and was dressed in white. She held a sword and stood barefoot. Her shoulders were sharp and her waist slim. With smooth skin and brows that curved beautifully, the stone statue was quite a work of art. However, even though it was only a stone statue, it exuded an indescribable charm that overwhelmed the surrounding female Rakshasas, causing one's heart to flutter. If that was the case for a mere stone statue, one could not help but wonder how beautiful the white-robed woman actually was. Beside the stone statue was a gigantic circular altar that was filled with dense, mysterious runes. The Rakshasas closest to the stone statue and altar had 3 pairs of flesh wings on their backs, and their cultivation realms were clearly at the Grotto Heaven realm. There were hundreds of Grotto Heaven Rakshasas around the altar. Behind the group of Rakshasa kings were Rakshasas with 2 pairs of flesh wings. They were all perfected spirits of the Rakshasa race and numbered in the tens of thousands. Behind them were Rakshasas of the black, earth, and heaven essence realms. The group of Rakshasas knelt obediently on the ground not because of the stone statue, but because of the dozen or so powerful figures that descended slowly from midair. There were more than 10 men and women with badges hanging on their waists with the words "Blessed Heaven" written on them. The aura and attire they exuded were clearly different from the Rakshasa race. They were incompatible with the surroundings of this world as well. The dozen or so figures stood in midair and looked down at the Rakshasas who were prostrating on the ground. They were more like the rulers of this world. In the group, a young man stood at the front with a jade fan in his hands. He looked like he had the most noble status, and the others stood behind him like stars surrounding the moon. Beside the young man was an old man with a cold expression. There was a silver crescent moon-like mark on the old man's glabella, representing his background as a member of the Een moon race. Although the Een moon race could not compare to the dragon race, god race, and other powerful races of the upper world, they could be ranked at the top as well. That was because the Een moon race was born with the Een moon body and could cultivate malevolent chi. Apart from the old man of the Een moon race who was unfathomable, the others, including the young man in the lead, were all Grotto Heaven realm kings. The young man and the old man of the Een moon race had a badge hanging on their waists as well. However, it was different from the badges of the others. The badges on their waists had the word flame written on them. "Greetings, lords." Among the Rakshasas below, an old woman of the Rakshasa race raised her head carefully with a tragic expression and asked, "The blessed heaven world has already taken away some of our perfected spirits. It's only been a few decades and the deadline isn't up yet. Why are you here to ask for them again, my lords?" "Humph!" A king of the blessed heaven world harumphed coldly and scolded. "Shut up! What do you know, old thing? Know your place, worthless Rakshasa sin spirits. It's your honor that we're even here. Stop whining." Another king of the blessed heaven world berated. The black mass of Rakshasas below, including hundreds of Rakshasa kings, lowered their heads with fearful expressions and did not dare to reply. Logically speaking, the number of Rakshasas in the surroundings far exceeded the dozen or so people in midair. Even the number of kings far surpassed the other party. However, the Rakshasas did not dare to resist the insults of the group in midair. Interesting. The young man surveyed the Rakshasas beneath his feet that were silent as cicadas and murmured softly with excitement in the depths of his eyes. "So this is the Nine Nether Sin ground?" A king of the blessed heaven world stood out and said slowly, "We're here this time round to choose a few outstanding female Rakshasas to be personal attendants of this lord from now on." The lord mentioned by the king of the blessed heaven world was that young man. The Rakshasas below were silent. Many female Rakshasas had terrified expressions and did not dare to raise their heads. Their bodies trembled slightly, afraid that they would be chosen. "Raise your heads." The king of the blessed heaven world hollered again and extended his finger, pointing above their heads. Don't blame me for not reminding you guys. This lord comes from above and has a noble status. It's your blessing of a few lifetimes to be able to obtain the favor of this lord. None of the female Rakshasas below stood out. Although they were forced by the situation and could not resist, they were unwilling to bow down. Lord, is there anyone you fancy? The king of the blessed heaven world turned around and looked at the young man, bowing his head slightly. There were way too many Rakshasas below, and the young man was dazzled when he looked over. The young man surveyed the surroundings and shook his head gently, seemingly dissatisfied. He pouted and said, "These Rakshasa women are not bad-looking, but they're not worthy of my attention." The young man's gaze shifted inadvertently and suddenly landed on the stone statue of the woman. His eyes lit up. Shwa! The young man unfolded the jade fan in his hands and strolled to the side of the stone statue. He glared at the stone statue of the woman with a greedy gaze and sized her up with a lecherous glint in his eyes. When many Rakshasas saw that, they clenched their fists instinctively in shock and anger. Tsk, tsk, tsk. A strange sound came from the young man's mouth as he stared at the stone statue of the woman and licked his lips. He turned around and asked, "Who is this woman?" "Lord." A king of the blessed heaven world bowed and said, "She's the ancestor of this group of 9 nether sin spirits. Her name is Pure Maiden 9 Nether, also known as Rakshasa Pure Maiden. She once created an era. However, she was also the one who tried to defy the heavens and died in defeat. The 9 netherworld was destroyed and her clansmen were implicated as sin spirits for generations to come. She was imprisoned here and could never make a comeback." The young man was enlightened. "Oh, so it's her. I've heard of her before." Tisk! The young man smacked his lips and suddenly reached out to stroke the cheek of the pure maiden stone statue. What a pity! If such a beauty was still alive, wouldn't it be great to enjoy some intense fornication with her day and night? Those words caused the Rakshasas to be in an uproar. In their hearts, Pure Maiden 9 Nether was the totem of their race and could not be humiliated or blasphemed. Furthermore, Pure Maiden 9 Nether was once a great emperor. The dignity of a great emperor could not be trampled on casually. Commotion broke out from the Rakshasa race. Most of them were Rakshasas of the black, earth and heaven essence realms. The Rakshasa perfected spirits and kings who were closest to the pure maiden stone statue were relatively calm. Although they revealed immense anger as well, they tried their best to restrain themselves and did not dare to make a sound. The young man in midair and the more than 10 grotto heaven realm experts behind him were unmoved. They merely sneered and looked at the Rakshasas beneath their feet with disdain. "This is too much." A female Rakshasa could not take it anymore and clenched her fists, prepared to stand up and confront the young man. The cultivation of that Rakshasa was not high and was only equivalent to the grade 9 heaven essence realm. However, she could not tolerate the ancestor of the Rakshasa race being insulted and blasphemed by an outsider. Beside her knelt a Rakshasa perfected spirit. Sensing her actions, the Rakshasa was alarmed and extended his palm hurriedly, pressing down on her shoulder and holding her in place. "Hey Song, what are you doing?" The female Rakshasa turned around and glared at him. "Silence!" Rakshasa Hey Song had a wary expression as he glanced carefully at the dozen or so figures in midair before sending a voice transmission secretly. "You! Don't be rash. It's useless for you to rush out. You're no different from committing suicide." The female Rakshasa called Ayu could not calm down and said hatefully, "Are we just going to watch that beast blaspheme Her Majesty Pure Maiden?" Rakshasa Hey Song sent a voice transmission. "What can we do? Didn't you see that even the kings of our race don't dare to act rashly?" "Why is that?" Ayu was puzzled and said in a deep voice, "There are hundreds of kings in our race. If we join forces and fight to the death, won't we be able to defeat these dozen or so people?" Rakshasa Hey Song said, "You haven't ascended for long and don't know how powerful these people from the blessed heaven world are. The blessed heaven world badges on their waists are not only identity badges, they are also special weapons. They can summon it at any moment and use the sealing power of this world to condense them into whips. If they attack with all their might, even the kings of our race won't be able to defend at all. Although we have many kings in their eyes, we are like fish on their chopping board and can be slaughtered at will. Ayu fell silent. Rakshasa Haesong continued. Furthermore, so what if we win? This world is a prison and our race will not be able to escape for generations to come. Countless clansmen will be implicated if we anger this group of people. Ayu sighed softly and a look of sorrow flashed through her eyes. Right then, in the crowd ahead, a Rakshasa king suddenly stood up and glared at the young man in midair. The 3 pairs of flesh wings on his back flapped as he growled. The great emperor of our race cannot be blasphemed. Swoosh! In a flash, the Rakshasa king transformed into a black streak of light and charged towards the young man. The young man had a calm expression and a smile of mockery. He had no intention of attacking or even dodging. Behind him, a king of the blessed heaven world removed the blessed heaven world badge on his waist and channeled his essence spirit, pointing forward. Instantly, mysterious runes shone in the firmaments and gathered on the blessed heaven world badge like lightning, forming a long whip that lashed at the black light in midair. Piak! The Rakshasa king's figure was revealed and he fell heavily to the ground. His body was already whipped into 2 and fresh blood spewed. The Rakshasa king twitched in extreme pain. The blessed heaven world king sneered and waved the blessed heaven world badge once more. Another resplendent whip filled with runes lashed down and landed on the Rakshasa king. Piak! The 2 halves of the Rakshasa king's body were shattered and buried in the powerful blazing runes. His essence spirit destroyed. The Rakshasas who were noisy earlier on quietened down instantly. Countless Rakshasas were filled with fear when they saw that. With just 2 whips, a Rakshasa king was reduced to ashes. How could they defend against such power? The Rakshasa kings were not surprised when they saw that and even looked a little numb. They had seen too many such scenes. When they were at the black, earth and heaven essence realms, they had already witnessed it and that fear followed them deeply. There was no longer any resistance in their blood, replaced with only cowardice and fear. Every once in a while, such a brave and fearless Rakshasa would stand out and want to fight. However, what was the use? It was just like a moth flying into a flame. Who else is unconvinced? The young man surveyed his surroundings and raised his brows with a smile. He even deliberately grabbed the chest of the pure maiden stone statue. Initially, Ayu of the Rakshasa race was already discouraged. However, when she saw that, adrenaline rushed into her and she cursed loudly. Beast! Take your claws off her! Ayu, don't! Rakshasa Haesong wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. He looked at the 12 or so figures in midair in horror. A blessed heaven world king sneered. Just as he was about to take out the blessed heaven world badge to kill Ayu, the young man suddenly stood in and stopped him. The young man looked at Ayu, who was standing tall in the crowd with an evil glint in his eyes, and nodded repeatedly, praising. Not bad. Not bad. You have some charm. The young man's gaze seemed as though he was about to devour someone. In the end, Ayu was still afraid and took a half-step back instinctively. The young man strode over and stood in front of Ayu. He looked down at her and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" Facing this incomparably powerful young man who was far stronger than her, Ayu was extremely afraid. However, she still gritted her teeth and tried her best to suppress the fear in her heart without saying a word. "Very good. The look of you being angry pleases me to no end." The young man waved his hand and smiled. "Come over. Get closer to me." Ayu wanted to resist, but she realized that her body could not be controlled at all. As though drawn by an invisible force, she flew slowly towards the young man. Ayu's heart was filled with despair and determination flashed through her beautiful eyes. She slit her wrist and a wisp of scarlet blood surged out. At the same time, she channeled her essence spirit and chanted, "With my blood as a guide and soul as a medium, connect to the 9 nether and sacrifice me to the Brahma." Bitch! When the young man saw how determined Ayu was, he quickly retracted his smile and cursed. He grabbed Ayu's neck and threw her away. Ayu collided heavily against the pure maiden stone statue and fell onto the sacrificial altar. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood with a pale expression. However, she did not stop chanting. Her voice was stuttering and her gaze was firm. Fresh blood surged towards the altar and spread along the runes on the altar bit by bit. As blood and soul flowed continuously, Ayu's expression turned uglier and her aura became weaker. That was a sacrificial secret skill of the Rakshasa race. Using her fresh blood as the guide and her soul as the medium, she prayed for the descent of the legendary Rakshasa ghosts from the legendary 9 nether until her life was completely sacrificed. Of course, there was a high chance that such a sacrificial secret skill would fail and her life would be wasted. Furthermore, even if she succeeded, the cultivation realm of the Rakshasa ghost she summoned would not surpass the sacrificial offering itself, which was her. What's the use of using that sacrificial secret skill in front of me? The young man said coldly. If anyone can really descend here, I'll send them on their way back to hell to accompany you. Self-sacrifice. Many Rakshasa perfected spirits and kings shook their heads and sighed when they saw that. As the young man had said, so what if the sacrificial secret skill was successful? Throughout the long and countless years, many clansmen had also tried to sacrifice their lives to summon experts of the 9 nether. However, when they cultivated in this world, they were always suppressed by the sealing power of this place and their cultivation realms could never break through to the Emperor realm. Therefore, even if a Rakshasa king sacrificed himself, the clansman he could summon was only at the Grotto Heaven realm as well, and could not defend against the killing methods of the living beings from the blessed heaven world. Even Grotto Heaven realm kings were useless. Even if you could successfully summon a grade 9 heaven essence realm clansman, what was the use? Still could not change anything. It would just be another soul. Ayu lay on her back on the cold altar and allowed it to devour her bloodline and soul. She no longer had much strength left. Of course, she knew that it was useless for her to use the sacrificial secret skill. She just did not want to be humiliated. Even if she had to die. Ayu looked at the dark sky above her head and her vision turned adrift. Gradually, memories of the past surfaced and she recalled some of her time in the lower worlds. She saw the first time she met that person in the calm and peaceful town filled with peach blossom trees. It was not a pleasant experience. There, she lost her freedom and was forced to submit to him. However, for some unknown reason, when she recalled her experience in the town, a faint smile appeared on her face. Initially, she was indignant and unwilling. Later on, she began to feel conflicted. When she regained her freedom, she should have been happy. However, for some unknown reason, she felt disappointed. It was also because of their relationship that the Rakshasa race of the primordial 9 races was spared in the final battle of the 10,000 races. She witnessed that person grow continuously and rise all the way. In the end, he stood at the peak of the world and became famous for all eternity. Those scenes flashed before her eyes in a loop before her death. In the end, it stopped on a black-haired, purple-robed figure. It was only before her death that she realized that even after ascending for so many years, she had never forgotten that person in the depths of her heart. The altar beneath her seemed to be shimmering with blood light. Ayu's vision had already become blurry. In her daze, a black-haired, purple-robed figure seemed to have appeared before her eyes. It gradually synthesized with the figure in her memories and looked so real and illusory. However, the purple-robed man wore a cold silver mask. Ayu did not think too much about it and only thought that it was an illusion caused by her dying breath. Right then, the purple-robed man lowered his head slightly and looked over. Their eyes met. Ayu smiled. The purple-robed man's eyes resembled that person's as well. A puzzled thought flashed through Ayu's chaotic mind. Since this figure was an image in her memories, why would he lower his head and look into her eyes? A look of surprise seemed to flash through the purple-robed man's eyes as well. Rakshasa you? Suddenly, the purple-robed man murmured. This voice. Suddenly, Ayu's eyes widened as she glared at the purple-robed man without blinking with disbelief. How could it be? How was that possible? However, that voice was clearly him. Her heart was in a mess and she could not tell if this was a dream or reality. Or could it be that she had already died and arrived in the netherworld? Right then, the purple-robed man leaned over slightly and helped her up from the cold sacrificial altar, saying softly, "You don't recognize me anymore?" Although those words were soft, They exploded like thunder in her ears. Before she could react, a vast life force surged into her body, and her severely injured body healed in the blink of an eye. Even the bloodline and soul that was lost earlier on were recovering rapidly. At the same time, Rakshasa gradually regained her senses and looked at the purple-robed man beside her in a daze. She looked at his deep and bright eyes in disbelief. She merely grabbed the purple-robed man's arm tightly, not daring to let go. She was afraid that the purple-robed man before her would suddenly disappear after she let go. The scene here caused quite a commotion among the Rakshasas as well. Even the hundreds of Rakshasa kings were dumbfounded and confused, let alone the low-level Rakshasas. What was going on? Did the sacrificial secret skill succeed? However, Rakshasa was only halfway through her dermic art and her blood had not completely dyed the entire altar. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to summon someone over. Furthermore, two people were summoned at once. Even if a Rakshasa king used the sacrificial secret skill, he could not summon two clansmen. What was even stranger was that the two of them were not Rakshasas at all. The black-haired, purple-robed man in front looked like a human. His body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog and his cultivation realm could not be seen. The person behind was tall and wore a pitch-black cloak from head to toe. The hood covered his face and his appearance could not be seen. However, this person exuded a ferocious and barbaric aura. It was clear that he was not from the Rakshasa race. Right then, the person extended his greenish-black claws and removed the hood on his head, revealing a malevolent and ugly face. His skin was green and he had fangs that were intimidating. The Yuksha race. When the tall living being revealed his true appearance, many Rakshasa kings recognized him immediately and exclaimed. When the Yuksha saw the scene before him, he suddenly grinned. His eyes bulged and his entire face looked even more ferocious and terrifying. The Rakshasa kings swept their spirit consciousnesses and could not help but be shocked. This was not only a Yuksha, he was also a perfected grotto heaven king. The aura emitted by the Yuksha king was even more terrifying than theirs. Many Rakshasas were dumbfounded. A female Rakshasa at grade 9 of the Heaven Essence realm summoned two people halfway through her sacrificial secret skill. One of them was a human and the other was a Yuksha king. Not far away, the young man frowned slightly when he saw that, seemingly surprised as well. However, before long, his expression returned to normal. Waving his hand gently, he said indifferently, "Kill them all. No matter how many people they summoned or what race they summoned, they were all ants in his eyes. In fact, he did not even have to attack personally to kill them." Understood. A king of the blessed heaven world agreed and stood out, taking off the blessed heaven world badge at his waist unhurriedly. "Watch out." When she saw that, Rakshasa reacted and shook the purple-robed man's arm hurriedly, reminding loudly with an anxious expression. The purple-robed man seemed to have fallen into a trance and his mind wandered. He did not seem to have heard Rakshasa use warning either. However, the Yuksha king behind him had already vanished. The king of the blessed heaven world had just removed his blessed heaven world badge and runes gathered to condense into a whip when he realized that someone seemed to be missing from the altar. Why did that Yuksha ghost disappear? The blessed heaven world king was slightly stunned as confusion flashed through his mind. Suddenly, the back of his neck felt as though someone had blown a cold breath and he could not help but shiver. At the same time, a sinister voice sounded in his ears. "Who do you want to kill? This is bad." The blessed heaven world king was shocked and his expression changed. The Yuksha king had already arrived behind him and the entire process was completely silent. After cultivating to the grotto heaven realm, one would have an extremely sharp sense and towards the surrounding void. Once someone released a teleportation secret skill, they would sense it immediately. Furthermore, it was very easy to determine the landing spot of the other party after teleportation. As such, they would never allow the latter to take the initiative after teleportation. However, he did not notice at all that the Yuksha was already beside him. What kind of method was that? Just as he was about to channel his essence spirit and release his grotto heaven, he felt a sharp pain in his head. In the next moment, His consciousness sank into the abyss and he lost all senses. Right in front of everyone, the Yuksha king did not give the blessed heaven world king a chance at all. He opened his bloodied mouth and bit off half his head. Instantly, brain matter splattered and blood flowed. The essence spirit of the blessed heaven world king was swallowed by the Yuksha king and he died on the spot. A grotto heaven realm expert had all sorts of methods. However, he was bitten to death by the Yuksha behind him before he could release even half a move. Everyone in the blessed heaven world had seen countless killing scenes, but they had never seen such a bloody and terrifying scene. The Yuksha chewed on half of the head in large mouthfuls and his sharp fangs easily pierced and bit through the skull, emitting a terrifying crunch. Scarlet blood flowed slowly from the corner of his mouth and through his teeth. The Yuksha seemed completely unaware of that and merely grinned sinisterly at them. It was way too savage. Everyone from the Rakshasa race exclaimed. Rakshasas and Yakshas came from the same source and were all evil ghosts. They were ferocious and ate flesh. However, the methods of the Yaksha race were even more ferocious and bloodthirsty than the Rakshasa race. The Yaksha king was the void Yaksha who had returned from the ghost world with the martial Tao prime body. He had been imprisoned in Bitter Springs hell for countless years and was tortured. The moment he escaped, he was suppressed by the martial Tao prime body. During his trip to the netherworld and the ghost world, the experts he encountered far surpassed him. He had never had the chance to vent the resentment and anger in his heart. Right now, they had just arrived at the medium Kiliacosm and the group of people opposite them did not know what was good for them and wanted to kill them. This was exactly what Yuksha King Fear wanted. He was just worried that he would not have the chance to attack and vent his anger. Furthermore, he had just followed his new master and could showcase his capabilities in front of the martial Tao prime body. The resentment and anger that he had suppressed for countless years erupted instantly. How could that blessed heaven world king have a good ending? One death was not enough. He wanted to start a massacre. How dare you, Yuksha? How dare you be impudent in the 9 nether sin ground? Another blessed heaven world king reacted immediately and removed the blessed heaven world badge from his waist. He gathered runes and condensed them into a blinding whip that lashed out towards Yuksha King Fear. The whip was extremely fast and arrived instantly. Hee hee. Suddenly, Yuksha King Fear laughed strangely. His tall figure swayed slightly and suddenly split into 2, pouncing towards the blessed heaven world king. Twin ghosts door slapping. Although the blessed heaven world king whipped out of the phantoms into pieces, the other phantom seized the opportunity to charge forward. Xing, the grotto heaven of the blessed heaven world king, had just been released and was torn into 2 by the sharp ghost hand of Yuksha King Fear before it could take form. A tiny figure that shone with a faint light wanted to escape. However, Yuksha King Fear was even faster. He took a step forward and suddenly extended his scarlet tongue, curling it in midair. Before the essence spirit of the blessed heaven world king could escape, it was swept into the stomach of Yuksha King Fear by his tongue and died. In the blink of an eye, Yuksha King Fear killed 2 living beings of the blessed heaven world consecutively with a torrential might. When they saw that, the remaining 10 blessed heaven world kings realized how terrifying this Yuksha King was. Boom! 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 The 10 blessed heaven world kings condensed the grotto heavens without hesitation. That way, they could at least ensure that they were fine and would not be killed instantly by the Yuksha king. The old man of the Een Moon race frowned slightly as well. He took a step forward and shielded the young man behind him. Humph! Yuksha King Fear could tell that the old man of the Een Moon race was not to be trifled with and did not take the initiative to provoke him. Instead, he changed his direction and targeted the weakest 2 of the 10 blessed heaven world kings. The 2 blessed heaven world kings had merely condensed minor grotto heavens and could not defend against his attacks at all. Yuksha King Fear also propped up a grotto heaven. It was pitch black inside and was filled with ghost chi, emitting ghostly wails. Immediately after, his figure flashed and he vanished on the spot. When it appeared again, Yuksha King Fear had already arrived in front of the 2 ordinary kings. How is that possible? When they saw that, the pupils of the blessed heaven world kings constricted and their hearts skipped a beat. Now that they were in the midst of a huge battle, the surrounding void had long been locked onto by their grotto heavens. It was impossible for anyone to teleport away. That thought flashed through their minds. The blessed heaven world kings did not have time to think. They took out the blessed heaven world badge in their hands and condensed it into whips that interweaved into an inescapable net that enveloped Xianxia King Fear. If Xianxia King Fear wanted to avoid these rune whips, he could only give up on the two ordinary kings in front of him. As for him, he had not seen blood for too many years and was already thirsty. In a flash, a ferocious glint appeared in the eyes of Xianxia King Fear. He made up his mind and forced his perfected grotto heaven to attack domineeringly, shattering the minor grotto heavens of the two blessed heaven world kings instantly. The next moment, he took a step forward and extended his gigantic ghost hand, shattering the heads of the two ordinary kings. At that moment, 3 rune whips landed on his perfected grotto heaven almost at the same time. Boom! It was accompanied by a loud bang. His perfected grotto heaven could not defend against them and collapsed with a bang, turning into countless fragments that dissipated into the world. Without the protection of a perfected grotto heaven, the 4th rune whip whipped him. Ow! Xianxia King Fear cried out with a pained and terrified expression. The whip left a gigantic wound on his back that was so deep that his bones could be seen. It was a shocking sight and almost split his body into 2. Pest! Xianxia King Fear gasped and did not dare to be careless. The ferocious might from before instantly disappeared and he fled like a rat, narrowly avoiding the remaining whips in a sorry state. What whip is that? It's so powerful! Xianxia King Fear cursed internally. Under normal circumstances, given the combat strength of the few blessed heaven world kings behind him, it would be difficult for them to threaten him even if they joined forces. However, his perfected grotto heaven could not withstand 3 whip strikes and shattered on the spot. The young man did not attack the entire time and had a relaxed expression, clearly intending to watch the show. The old man of the moon race guarding in front of him stared at Xianxia King Fear and frowned slightly in deep thought. Even if the 2 of them did not attack, the pressure on Xianxia King Fear was immense. Although he had killed 4 kings in succession, there were still 8 kings of the blessed heaven world left who wielded rune whips and condensed grotto heavens, forming an encirclement. As the most special lineage in the Xianxia race, he was known as the Void Xianxia because he had extremely powerful talent and could travel through the void. That was the reason why he could approach the blessed heaven world king. He first killed without the latter noticing at all. Even though the surroundings had already been sealed by the grotto heavens of the kings and he could not teleport, he could still escape as long as he summoned his grotto heaven. But now, his perfected grotto heaven had been shattered and could not be condensed again for the time being. Although he could travel through the void with his talent, he could not break free from the encirclement of 8 grotto heavens. Furthermore, there were 8 blazing and terrifying rune whips that interweaved into an inescapable net in midair. Coupled with the 8 powerful grotto heavens, there was practically no escape. Xianxia King Fear could only circulate his blood chi and rely on the innate movement technique of the Void Xianxia lineage to dodge with all his might. However, the 8 blessed heaven world kings had good chemistry and began to approach the middle continuously in unison. As such, the space left for Xianxia King Fear to dodge became smaller and smaller. The situation was getting more and more critical. Right then, the old man of the moon race seemed to have thought of something and a look of realization flashed through his eyes. I know. This Xianxia is a variant of the Xianxia ghosts, the Void Xianxia. It's said that such Xianxias are rather rare and are born with divine strength. Furthermore, they can travel through the void and enter the netherworld. I see. The young man's eyes darted around and he suddenly said, "Be gentle. Don't kill him. Just subdue him. I still lack a suitable servant by my side. This Void Xianxia is not bad." Understood. The 8 blessed heaven world kings replied one after another. The light on the rune whips had indeed faded a lot, but their attacks were still sharp and continuously compressed the movement space of Xianxia King Fear. Before long, Xianxia King Fear could no longer dodge. He growled at his surroundings and released his bloodline phenomenon with a ferocious expression. However, the bloodline phenomenon could not defend against the impact of the rune whips and was shattered in the blink of an eye. Piak! The rune whips landed on Yuxia King Fear's body once more and his body split open, instantly leaving a bloodied mark. The power of the whips were clearly lower. However, even so, a sharp pain still came from the whips. Piak! 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 Each time the rune whips lashed down on his face, there would be a large amount of blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, Yuxia King Fear was already covered in injuries. Even so, Yuxia King Fear did not say anything. He endured the pain and glared fiercely at the 8 blessed heaven world kings, wishing he could skin them alive. The torture he suffered in the prison of Bitter Springs Hell was far greater than this. As long as he could survive, this was nothing at all. Among the 8 rune whips, 4 of them bound the limbs of Yuxia King Fear, 3 strangled his waist and abdomen, and 1 locked his neck tightly. Sizzle! Sizzle! The power of the mysterious runes was triggered continuously and tore through the flesh of Yuxia King Fear, leaving gigantic wounds on his body. Kneel and submit! A blessed heaven world king shouted and used his rune whip to tug at the neck of Yuxia King Fear, wanting to make the latter lower his head. Yuxia King Fear was fearless. He stood with his head raised and a ferocious gaze. He ground his teeth and let out creaking sounds. He had been imprisoned in the prison of Bitter Springs Hell for many years without submitting. Even after being saved by the martial Tao Prime body and regaining his freedom, he did not submit. Even though he was suppressed by the martial Tao Prime body domineeringly and was even beaten until he was convinced, he was unwilling to follow the martial Tao Prime body in the beginning. How could the few people before him do it? Any one of the 8 blessed heaven world kings individually was not his match. Even if they joined forces, they would definitely not be able to trap him. The only reason why the 8 blessed heaven world kings could release such terrifying combat strength was because of the rune whips condensed by their blessed heaven world badges. The old man of the Een moon race had a dark gaze as he said slowly, "Void Yuxia, I advise you to behave yourself. Right now, we're giving you a chance to live. Don't be ungrateful. Roar." How could Yuxia King Fear tolerate hearing that? Wrath surged in his heart as he roared in the direction of the old man of the Een moon race. The expression of the old man of the Een moon race darkened. He looked at the young man beside him and asked with a frown, "Young master, look." The young man pondered in silence, as though he was hesitant. Right then, the martial Tao Prime body who was on the sacrificial altar seemed to have snapped out of his stupor. Clarity returned to his eyes as he heaved a sigh of relief. He had no intention of standing by idly. However, the moment he descended here, he attempted to re-establish connection with the Green Lotus True Body. At the same time, the Green Lotus True Body sensed something as well. The 2 true bodies finally established a connection once more. This also meant that the martial Tao Prime body had already returned to the medium Kiliacosm. The Green Lotus True Body quickly sent over information about everything that had happened, everything he had heard, some secrets, speculations, and everything about the blessed heaven world over. The martial Tao Prime body also sent back information about all the situations he encountered after entering the ghost world. Earlier on, he was in a trance because the 2 true bodies were communicating with each other. So, 2,000 years have passed. The martial Tao Prime body murmured softly. He and Yuxia King Fear wandered in reincarnation and could not sense the passage of time. He could only vaguely guess that it seemed to have been 1 or 2,000 years. It was only when he established a connection with the Green Lotus True Body again that he was truly certain. The exchange of information between the 2 true bodies was a huge gain for both of them. Many doubts and secrets were gradually revealed in the exchange of information. The 10 sin grounds of the blessed heaven world. The martial Tao Prime body looked at his surroundings as though he had comprehended something. The moment he descended, he felt that this place was a little special. Although it was part of the medium Kiliacosm, it seemed to have formed a space of its own with unique law restrictions. He was even more surprised when he saw the endless Rakshasas kneeling on the ground. After obtaining information about the blessed heaven world from the Green Lotus True Body, he corresponded to the scene before him and gradually deduced the answer. If he was not wrong, This world should be one of the 10 sin grounds of the Blessed Heaven World. The Grotto Heaven Realm experts with the Blessed Heaven World badges naturally came from the Blessed Heaven World. The badges on the young man and old man's waists were clearly different from those of the Blessed Heaven World. Furthermore, they seemed like they had higher statuses. Where were they from? Of course, the martial Tao Prime Body still had many questions in his heart. Perhaps Rakshasa Yu beside him could give him an answer. However, now was clearly not the time to ask. The gaze of the martial Tao Prime Body landed on the 8 kings of the Blessed Heaven World not far away. He was a little resistant towards the actions of the Blessed Heaven World to begin with. Furthermore, the other party attacked right away to kill him. The martial Tao Prime Body said nothing and soared through the air with Rakshasa Yu. In the blink of an eye, he descended on the battlefield and punched the major grotto heaven of a Blessed Heaven World king. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking bang, the world seemed to have stopped. There was a pause in the battlefield. The next moment, the major grotto heaven collapsed, right in front of countless gazes. The body of the Blessed Heaven World King suddenly exploded and turned into a blood mist. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died. Suddenly, the vast world fell into a deathly silence. Many Rakshasas widened their eyes in disbelief. A supreme king expert who had condensed a major grotto heaven was destroyed by this mysterious purple-robed man with a silver mask barehanded. Even with the protection of a major grotto heaven, he could not withstand that punch. What sort of power was that? Although this scene was not as bloody and ferocious as Xianxia King Fear biting off half of a king's head, it dealt an even greater mental blow to everyone. The martial Tao Purgatory and the essence martial grotto heaven had both cultivated to greater mastery. Even if the martial Tao Prime Body did not release his martial domain and grotto heaven, he could reach the strength of a quasi-emperor with a single punch just by relying on his physique and bloodline. If he released the martial Tao Purgatory, he could even suppress and refine quasi-emperor experts completely. Against that supreme king earlier on, the martial Tao Prime Body could crush him with a single finger. Rakshasa Yu was shocked and delighted when she saw that. She seemed to have thought of something and said hurriedly, "The rune whips condensed by the Blessed Heaven World badge are extremely powerful. You have to deal with them carefully. You don't have to care about me. I'll just be a burden to you." Towards the end, her voice had already become a little weak. After all, if the martial Tao Prime Body brought her along with him, he would not be able to unleash his full strength and his movements would be inconvenienced. She was afraid that she would become a burden. "Not really." The martial Tao Prime Body replied indifferently without letting go of Rakshasa Yu and headed towards the remaining 7 Blessed Heaven World Kings. He did not have any other thoughts when he brought Rakshasa Yu along. He merely did not want Rakshasa Yu to be in danger. No matter what, Rakshasa Yu was an old friend of his in Tianhuang mainland. Now that they were reunited in 9 Nether Sin Ground, Rakshasa Yu would definitely know many things. The young man and old man at the side had not attacked the entire time. If he left Rakshasa Yu at the side, it was easy for them to take advantage of it instead. The expressions of the remaining 7 Blessed Heaven World Kings changed starkly and they reacted immediately. They still had to control Xianxia King Fear and could not have everyone turn around to deal with the martial Tao Prime Body. After a rapid discussion, they separated 3 kings to fight against the martial Tao Prime Body. 2 of those 3 Blessed Heaven World Kings were peak experts who had condensed perfected grotto heavens. Swoosh! The 3 Blessed Heaven World Kings did the same thing and summoned their Blessed Heaven World badges. They circulated their blood chi and channeled their essence spirits, releasing their full strength as they raised their rune whips and threw it towards the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body had a calm gaze as he extended his palm unhurriedly towards the 3 rune whips. "You must be tired of living." The 3 Blessed Heaven World Kings sneered with ruthlessness in their eyes. The Blessed Heaven World badges on them were specially refined spirit treasures that could mobilize the power of the restrictions of this world to suppress the living beings here. It was definitely not something that flesh and blood could withstand. Piak! The palm of the martial Tao Prime Body scooped in midair and grabbed the 3 rune whips instantly, squeezing them tightly. A series of crackling sounds came from his palm. The initially resplendent runes could not withstand the power of his palm, and the light dimmed rapidly. The three blessed heaven world kings were shocked. How was that possible? Before they could react, the martial Tao prime body grabbed the three rune whips and yanked in their direction. The three kings felt an irresistible force that dragged the three of them towards the martial Tao prime body. The three of them staggered and could not stop at all. By the time the three kings wanted to release their blessed heaven world badges and retreat, it was already too late. The moment the martial Tao prime body pulled the rune whips, he closed in on the three kings rapidly as well. Almost instantly, the two parties were already opposite one another. The martial Tao prime body held Rakshasa Yu with one hand and released the rune whips with the other. Suddenly, he clenched his fists and punched 3 times in the direction of the three kings. Bang! 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 3 punches struck the grotto heavens of the 3 blessed heaven world kings with 3 dull thuds. It was as though the 3 punches had struck 3 gigantic ancient bells. The next moment, cracks appeared on the 3 grotto heavens and they shattered. The bodies of the 3 blessed heaven world kings were turned into a blood mist by the martial Tao prime body as well. In just 3 punches, the 3 blessed heaven world kings, with 2 peak king experts, were blasted apart without corpses remaining. Even perfected grotto heavens could not withstand a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. The strange thing was that the essence spirits of the 3 blessed heaven world kings did not die. In the blood mist, they tried to escape from the battlefield. However, the martial Tao prime body seemed to be prepared. After punching 3 times in a row, he waved his robe and stored the 3 essence spirits into a pocket dimension of his sleeve. What strong control! The old man of the Een moon race narrowed his eyes slightly and said softly, "Even the perfected grotto heavens and bodies of those king experts could not withstand the power of his punch. Naturally, their relatively weak essence spirits would not be able to endure that destructive power as well. However, the 3 essence spirits managed to survive. There was only one possibility for that. The purple-robed man's control of his strength had already reached the peak and he possessed absolute mastery over it. Although he destroyed the grotto heavens and physical bodies, their essence spirits were not injured. Of course, the martial Tao prime body left behind the essence spirits of the 3 blessed heaven world kings not because he was merciful. He wanted to use the soul-searching art to obtain more secrets regarding the blessed heaven world from the 3 blessed heaven world kings. In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 8 kings of the blessed heaven world were left. On the side of the 4 blessed heaven world kings who were wielding their rune whips and trying their best to restrain the enraged Xianxia king fear, they were scared out of their wits when they saw what happened. It turned out that among the 2 people summoned by that female Rakshasa, the truly ruthless one was that purple-robed man. Even the blessed heaven world badges that they relied on the most could not cause any damage to this person. Who could defend against his killing intent? 2 blessed heaven world kings wanted to retreat and revealed a hint of cowardice. The martial Tao prime body was already walking towards them. An unimaginable pressure surged over, causing their hearts to tremble. The 2 of them could no longer withstand it. Without hesitation, their essence spirits surged into the blessed heaven world badges, and the runes on it shone brightly. A fluctuation appeared in the surrounding void. There was no way that void fluctuation could be hidden from the senses of Xianxia king fear. They're escaping! A ferocious glint flashed through the bulging eyes of Xianxia king fear. He licked his lips and sneered. Of the remaining 4 blessed heaven world kings, 2 of them wanted to escape. However, there was no way the remaining 2 could suppress Xianxia king fear at all. The martial Tao prime body had sharp senses and sensed that the 2 kings of the blessed heaven world wanted to escape right away. He had a calm expression and did not even move to chase after them. He merely stomped his feet gently in midair. The surrounding void caved in continuously and gigantic cracks appeared. They extended to the 2 kings and struck their grotto heavens. Boom! Boom! Their grotto heavens trembled continuously and swayed. The spatial tunnel condensed by the blessed heaven world badges was shattered by the martial Tao prime body, and they could not escape at all. His control over space had already reached its peak. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body flicked his finger gently and 2 fingernail-sized red flames flew out, landing on the grotto heavens of the two kings in the blink of an eye. With a slight pause, the two red flames burned two small holes in the two grotto heavens. The two kings were shocked. At the same time, they suddenly felt a burning pain in their bodies. Their organs, meridians, and every single inch of flesh seemed to be burning. Ah! The two kings opened their mouths and let out tragic cries. As they shouted, scarlet flames spewed from their mouths and noses. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were burned until their skin and flesh were lacerated. The grisly blood wounds appeared in the shape of strange lotus flowers on the surface of their bodies. Red lotus karmic fire? The old man of the moon race frowned and recognized the origin of the flames. After cultivating to greater mastery of the martial domain realm, the power of the red lotus karmic fire increased greatly as well. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body specially activated the red lotus karmic fire with nether chi. The flames were even more ferocious, and even grotto heaven kings could not defend against them. Humph! Finally, the old man of the moon race could no longer stay out of this. He harumphed coldly and suddenly waved his robe sleeve. A sinister and cold malevolent aura descended instantly and enveloped the two blessed heaven world kings. The cold malevolent aura was extremely strong and extinguished the red lotus karmic fire on the two blessed heaven world kings in a few breaths. This was the power of a quasi-emperor. After the martial Tao prime body descended, he had already noticed the old man. Although the old man of the moon race removed the red lotus karmic fire from the two blessed heaven world kings, he could not save them. The cold malevolent aura and the red lotus karmic fire clashed head-on. The two blessed heaven world kings had just been burned by the red lotus karmic fire and their bodies were scorching hot. Now, they were suddenly enveloped by the cold malevolent aura. The power of cold and heat extremity collided and exploded in their bodies. The two blessed heaven world kings could not withstand it at all and died on the spot. Sensing that the old man of the moon race had an ugly expression. On the other side, Xianxia King Fear also broke free from the restraints of the rune whips and became ferocious. Relying on the innate ability of the void Xianxia lineage, he chased after the remaining two blessed heaven world kings. The old man of the moon race glared at the martial Tao prime body and was about to attack when the young man beside him suddenly stopped him. This person is quite capable. I'll give him a chance. Thereafter, the young man looked at the martial Tao prime body and said slowly, "Killing someone from the blessed heaven world is equivalent to creating huge trouble. I'm the only one who can save your life." 1-0. The martial Tao prime body had a calm gaze and asked indifferently, "Where are you from?" "You don't need to know," the young man said proudly. "All you need to know is that all living beings of your medium kiliacosm, yes, listen carefully, all living beings, in my eyes, they're all ants. The reason why I asked you to follow me is to give an ant like you a chance to live. There's also a chance to achieve a meteoric rise. You have to know how to be grateful." It was only after the young man finished speaking that the martial Tao prime body said, "You don't understand the situation." Pausing for a moment, the martial Tao prime body looked up and his eyes flashed. Two purple flames burned in his deep eyes as he said slowly, "I have the final say here as to who's an ant." The moment he said that, the martial Tao prime body had already charged towards the young man. "Young master, be careful." The old man of the moon race reacted extremely quickly and shouted, blocking in front of the young man. Against the menacing martial Tao prime body, the old man of the moon race did not dare to be careless. He conjured a quasi-emperor grotto heaven right away and channeled his bloodline at the same time, circulating it to its limits. A quasi-emperor grotto heaven already contained a trace of world power. It was definitely not something a perfected grotto heaven of a peak king could take head-on. The martial Tao prime body did not dodge. The blood chi in his body surged and he was like a gigantic furnace that was burning red as he punched. Boom! The world trembled. Although they were separated by a quasi-emperor grotto heaven, the old man of the moon race was still stunned by the punch of the martial Tao prime body. His blood chi rumbled and the bones in his body creaked. So strong! It was only at that moment that the old man of the moon race realized how terrifying the martial Tao prime body was with a shocked expression. He channeled his essence spirit crazily and did not even care about burning his lifespan. A massive amount of the pure, cold, malevolent aura spewed out of his quasi-emperor grotto heaven. "Kill!" The old man of the moon race growled. This cold, malevolent aura was extremely sinister and powerful. Even a single wisp of it would cause immense damage to living beings. The old man of the moon race propped up his quasi-emperor grotto heaven and blocked the fist of the martial Tao prime body. At the same time, in the quasi-emperor grotto heaven, he summoned his grotto heaven spirit treasure. It was a wine pot that was shrouded in a cold layer of energy. It was as though it was really filled with wine. The moment it was summoned, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the wine pot. The wine pot was filled with endless energy and the malevolent aura that gathered continuously. After accumulating for a long time, it finally underwent a qualitative change and evolved into extreme water. Even after cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, the old man of the moon race had only condensed this small pot. Any single drop could threaten the life of a quasi-emperor expert. The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath and could not help but raise his brow when he smelled the water vapor from the wine pot. The extreme water in the wine pot was only infinitely close to the springs, one of the 9 springs of hell. However, its purity could not be compared to the hell springs at all. As though he sensed a flash of disdain in the eyes of the martial Tao prime body, the old man of the moon race was enraged and said coldly, "Ant, I'll let you taste the power of this extreme water today." He saw that the martial Tao prime body was holding Xianxia in one hand and had just blocked the quasi-emperor grotto heaven with the other. As such, he was completely occupied. This attack was definitely foolproof. The martial Tao prime body maintained his current posture. He did not let go of Xianxia or retract his fist. Instead, he took a deep breath. The moment the old man of the moon race attacked, the martial Tao prime body suddenly opened his mouth. Phew! A dark green ball of flames spewed out from the depths of his throat. The ball of flames spewed out of the mouth of the martial Tao prime body. It was only as thick as an infant's arm. However, when it landed in the quasi-emperor grotto heaven of the old man of the moon race, the flames seemed to have been stimulated and increased exponentially. The extreme water in the wine pot had just poured out when it encountered the dark green flames. Instantly, the flames transformed into a gigantic fire dragon that entered the wine pot through the extreme water. Immediately after, under the shocked gaze of the old man of the moon race, the wine pot exploded. The nether ghost fire was born in the 9 nether abyss where there was extreme. The malevolent aura and extreme water of the moon race were like fuel for it, increasing the fire of the nether ghost fire. That change had completely exceeded the expectations of the old man of the moon race. His physique was special and he had a quasi-emperor cultivation. Coupled with this extreme grotto heaven, even quasi-emperors of the same cultivation realm would not dare to fight him head-on. However, he had not expected that the power he relied on the most would attract trouble instead. The wine pot exploded and countless fragments splattered. The old man of the moon race was the first to bear the brunt and did not have time to dodge. Instantly, countless fragments burning with the nether ghost fire entered his body. Yes, the old man of the moon race grunted with a pained expression. His body was riddled with holes, causing countless bloodied holes to appear. Every single bloodied hole was burning with the nether ghost fire. What was even more terrifying was that the flames were burning his flesh wildly. His body withered at a visible speed and the white bones inside appeared faintly. Even his quasi-emperor grotto heaven had been burned dry and cracked. Nether ghost fire spewed from the crack and looked like a single dark green eye from afar. With that disadvantage, the old man of the moon race could not suppress the nether ghost fire at all. Instead, the fire burned even more fiercely. He could not hold on for long. "Young master, leave quickly." The old man of the moon race used his last bit of strength and let out a low roar from the nether ghost fire. On the other side, the young man was shocked when he saw that. He had lived in a comfortable environment since he was young and was always protected by others due to his importance. When had he ever encountered such a situation and danger? Furthermore, the process of the battle between the two sides was way too fast. In just a head-on clash, the purple-robed man spat out a mouthful of flames, and the old man of the moon race was defeated without giving him much time to react. When he heard the warning from the old man of the moon race, the young man finally reacted. In his panic, he slapped his storage bag and took out a teleportation talisman. Right then, the purple-robed man led the female Rakshasa beside him through the raging flames and strode towards him unscathed. Although it seemed slow, he closed in the blink of an eye, and incomparably domineering and majestic will envelop down. The next moment, the pressure on the young man increased exponentially, and his chest felt stuffy as his heart trembled. The young man could not move at all. The teleportation talisman was in his palm, but he could not tear it apart. Why you can't kill me?" The young man's face was pale as he said with a trembling voice. My identity is something you can only look up to. You can't afford to offend me at all." "Look up to?" The martial Dao prime body had an indifferent expression. He reached out and placed his palm on the young man's head, pressing down forcefully. Thud! Unable to withstand it, the young man knelt on the ground and his knees shattered. "Ah!" The young man cried out tragically as a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead and his body trembled slightly. The young man raised his head and glared at the martial Dao prime body with a venomous gaze. "All right, I'll lay my cards on the table with you. Listen up. I'm from the heavenly court. If you dare to harm my life, you'll definitely suffer the wrath of the heavenly court. You and your clansmen. Anyone related to you will die without a burial place." Heavenly court? The martial Dao prime body narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a feeling appeared in his heart. It was as though he was approaching the deepest secret of the medium chiliocosm. With the young man's threat, there was no way the martial Dao prime body would spare his life. The martial Dao prime body's expression was cold as he grabbed the young man's head and imprisoned his essence spirit in his palm instantly. At the same time, he executed the soul-searching secret skill. Right then, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a scorching power burst forth from the young man's essence spirit and surged into the palm of the martial Dao prime body. In fact, it even wanted to surge into his body through his palm. The martial Dao prime body felt a sharp pain in his palm. The martial Dao prime body frowned. Given his current cultivation realm, a power that could make his body feel pain had to be at least at the quasi-emperor level or even higher. The martial Dao prime body did not dare to be careless and channeled his blood qi hurriedly. A gigantic furnace appeared vaguely around him. The two parties were in a stalemate for a moment before the scorching power gradually dissipated. The martial Dao prime body opened his palm. A strange character was imprinted on his palm, identical to language in the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra and Nine Springs Hell Sutra. It was the word, flame. The martial Dao prime body tried to circulate his blood qi or condense the martial Dao purgatory to erase the imprint on his palm, but to no avail. Such methods should have been left behind by the expert backing the young man. The martial Dao prime body remained calm and put this matter aside for the time being. The young man's essence spirit had long turned to ashes and died after being baked by his martial Dao furnace earlier on. What a pity! The martial Dao prime body lamented internally. The young man definitely knew many secrets. Unfortunately, he could not search his soul successfully. The martial Dao prime body took out the 3 essence spirits of the blessed heaven world that he had just captured from his robes, and used the soul-searching art on the 3 of them. However, the moment the soul-searching art was released, the essence spirits of the 3 of them exploded one after another as though they had been stimulated and their essence spirits were destroyed. The martial Dao prime body was not surprised by this outcome. There must have been some restriction seals on the bodies of the 3 blessed heaven world kings to prevent outsiders from searching their souls and prying into the secrets of the blessed heaven world. Even if he did not use the soul-searching art, he would not be able to obtain anything useful from the 3 of them. Not far away, the old man of the moon race was already reduced to a skeleton. There was no flesh on his body, and even his essence spirit was burned to ashes. On the other side, Xianxia King Fear, who had just escaped, had already killed the remaining 2 blessed heaven world kings and tore them into pieces in a tragic manner. At this point of the battle, more than 10 blessed heaven-world kings and the 2 people from the heavenly court died here. Many Rakshasas were dumbfounded and shocked when they saw the bloodied battlefield. The 2 people summoned by Rakshasa Yu's sacrifice were actually so terrifying. One of them seemed to be an old acquaintance of Rakshasa Yu and brought her along. With just a single palm, he pushed his way through and was invincible. Even the quasi-emperor who came from above was burned to death by a mouthful of flames. The martial Tao prime body waved his robes and gathered the many grotto heaven fragments that he had just shattered on the battlefield in front of him. At the same time, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The grotto heaven fragments were devoured by the martial Tao prime body like food. The Rakshasa kings were dumbfounded. It was possible to do that? Every grotto heaven fragment contained the will and dharmic Tao of a king. If they wanted to refine the dharmic Tao on the grotto heaven fragment, they had to do it step by step and digest it bit by bit. If they devoured grotto heaven fragments like the martial Tao prime body, their bodies would have exploded long ago. The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression. His body was the essence martial grotto heaven. The grotto heaven fragments of more than 10 kings were nothing to a greater mastery essence martial grotto heaven. Of course, that was not all he gained from this battle. The martial Tao prime body waved his hand and collected the storage bags of the blessed heaven world kings as well as the quasi-emperor expert and the young man. There were many treasures in the storage bags of the blessed heaven world kings, but the martial Tao prime body was interested in none of them. However, there were indeed a few rare treasures in the storage bags of the quasi-emperor expert and young man. Master, it's all settled. Xianxia King Fear returned to the side of the martial Tao prime body and said excitedly. Although he was severely injured in this battle, he killed to his heart's content and was extremely satisfied. Master. Right then, Rakshasa Yu called out gently. The martial Tao prime body released her and waved his hand. You've already regained your freedom back in the lower worlds. There's no need to address me like that. Rakshasa Yu's eyes darkened and she lowered her head slightly. Thereafter, she mustered her courage and said, I don't know how to address you either. I'm more used to addressing you as master. My cultivation realm is a little low, but I can still do some trivial things. Back when the 2 of them first met in Pingyang town, although she was defeated by the martial Tao prime body, there was not much difference in their cultivation realms. Back then, although she chose to submit to the martial Tao prime body, it was only because of the situation. However, she was unwilling and indignant. But now, the martial Tao prime body was already at a height that she could look up to. The difference between the 2 of them was too great. Even if she took the initiative to follow him, the person in front of her might not agree. Thankfully, the martial Tao prime body did not say anything and that made her feel hopeful. Naturally, the martial Tao prime body did not know about Rakshasa Yu's complicated emotions and did not take it to heart. It was just a form of address and he would let her be. Of course, in his opinion, Rakshasa Yu's cultivation realm was not low. The fact that she could cultivate to this realm after her ascension was rather decent. She should be on par with Yen Beichin, Demoness Ji and the others. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and landed on the stone statue of the woman beside the altar. His eyes lit up as he murmured softly, Great Empress Nine Nether? This stone statue was identical to the white-robed woman he encountered when he experienced the 10th level of the true martial heavenly tribulation. He learned from Demoness Ji that the white-robed woman he saw during the tribulation transcendence was the legendary Great Empress Nine Nether. Why is Great Empress Nine Nether's stone statue here? The martial Tao prime body asked. Rakshasa Yu explained. Her Majesty Pure Maiden is the ancestor of our Rakshasa race. Our clansmen worship and pray to her every day. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked, Great Empress Nine Nether is from the Rakshasa race? Of course. Rakshasa Yu nodded. Legend has it that Her Majesty Pure Maiden brought her clansmen out of the abyss of the Nine Nether ghost world and came to the medium Kiliacosm. Under the lead of Her Majesty Pure Maiden, the Rakshasa race rose and established the Nine Nether world. In the end, they created a glorious and resplendent Nine Nether era. Pausing for a moment, Rakshasa Yu sighed gently. Unfortunately, Her Majesty Pure Maiden defied the heavens and fought against the heavenly Tao. In the end, she was defeated and died. The Nine Netherworld was destroyed and her clansmen were reduced to sin spirits for life. They were imprisoned here, and this was known as the Nine Nether Sin Ground. Countless information and clues converged rapidly in the mind of the martial Tao Prime Body and gradually cleared the fog. At that moment, the question that was lingering in his heart finally had an answer. Back when he first entered the ghost world and heard of the Nine Nether Abyss, he had a thought. He did not know if the Nine Nether Abyss was related to Great Empress Nine Nether. When he underwent tribulation transcendence and saw Great Empress Nine Nether, he subconsciously thought that this was a human Great Emperor expert. However, in reality, there was almost no difference in appearance between women of the Rakshasa race and humans. Now that he compared it against the legend Rakshasa you said, he was almost certain that Great Empress Nine Nether came from the ghost world. However, he did not know what relationship Great Empress Nine Nether had with Brahma Ghost Mother of the ghost world. According to Wuxia King Fear, if the Brahma Ghost Mother created the Yaksha and Rakshasa races, Great Empress Nine Nether should be beneath Brahma Ghost Mother. Her Majesty Pure Maiden? Right then, Wuxia King Fear murmured softly, as though he had thought of something. The martial Tao Prime Body asked, "You've heard of her?" Wuxia King Fear said in a deep voice, "In the history of the ghost world, there was indeed a Rakshasa Pure Maiden who was the leader of the 10 female Rakshasas of the Rakshasa ghost domain." The martial Tao Prime Body was deep in thought. The 10 female Rakshasas were 10 emperor experts who ruled over the Rakshasa ghost domain. He had encountered one of them in the Nine Nether Abyss. If Rakshasa Pure Maiden was the leader of the 10 female Rakshasas, there was naturally no doubt about her combat strength. However, the martial Tao Prime Body speculated that Rakshasa Pure Maiden should not have advanced to become a great emperor expert back in the ghost world. Heavenly Wolf once said that there was only a single great emperor in an era. The ancient books passed down from the medium Kiliacosm did indeed record that great emperors could create a golden age. There had never been a situation where two great emperors coexisted. The martial Tao Prime Body did not know the reason, but he believed that it was not wrong. However, when he entered hell, he passed through the netherworld and fell into reincarnation. He entered the ghost world and saw clues left behind by countless ancient eras. The evidence showed that there were more than one great emperor in some ancient eras. Actually, there was no conflict between the two. For example, during the Infinite Era, apart from Great Emperor Infinite, there was a high chance that the Lord of Hell back then was a great emperor. According to Wuxia King Fear, the Lord of the Netherworld of the same period, Brahma Ghost Mother, was also a great emperor. The worlds where these great emperors were located were independent and did not interfere with each other. In other words, there could only be one great emperor in the medium Kiliacosm. As an independent world, the Hell world could only give birth to one great emperor as well. It was the same for the ghost world and the netherworld. In an ancient era, there might have been several great emperors coexisting. However, in reality, they did not become great emperors in the same world. To the medium Kiliacosm, there was indeed only one great emperor in an era. However, outside the medium Kiliacosm, there were other great emperor experts in the Hell world, ghost world, and netherworld. The ghost world already had Brahma Ghost Mother. If Rakshasa Pure Maiden wanted to become a great emperor, the only way was to leave and head to the medium Kiliacosm. That was the origin of the legend that Rakshasa you mentioned. Of course, he still had other doubts. Great Empress Nine Nether was already the lord of the medium Kiliacosm. Why would she have to defy the heavens and go against some heavenly Tao? If Brahma Ghost Mother was included, there were a total of 2 great emperors in the ghost world. What role did Brahma Ghost Mother play when Great Empress Nine Nether went against the heavens? If 2 great emperors joined forces once, who in the upper world could defeat them? Did this have anything to do with the chaos that swept through the medium Kiliacosm? Was the fiend lord among them? Brahma Ghost Mother had many secrets as well. The lifespan of a great emperor was not endless and there was a limit. Even great emperor longevity only had a lifespan of 20 million years. If Brahma Ghost Mother was a great emperor, how many eras had she lived until now? Countless billions of years had passed since the Nine Nether era alone. Defying the heavens, blessed heaven world, heavenly court. The martial Tao prime body muttered to himself as though he had comprehended something. Benefactors, may I ask where the two of you are from and how you descended in the Nine Nether sin ground? A Rakshasa king bowed in the direction of the martial Tao prime body and Xianxia king fear and could not help but ask. Although Rakshasa Yu was the one who released the sacrificial secret skill first, the martial Tao prime body and Xianxia king fear descended before her sacrificial secret skill was completed. There should be another reason for this. Ghost world. Xianxia king fear grinned at the other party. Lady Ghost Mother personally sent my master and me over. Ghost world. When many Rakshasas heard that, their hearts skipped a beat. They looked at the martial Tao prime body and Xianxia king fear excitedly with extremely respectful expressions, almost prostrating themselves. Many Rakshasas knew that their ancestor, Rakshasa pure maiden, had once led countless clansmen out of the legendary abyss of the ghost world. However, from the moment they were born, they had been imprisoned here and had never been to the ghost world. In fact, they did not even know if the ghost world really existed. But now, two envoys from the ghost world had descended before them once more. These two envoys from the ghost world came from the same place as Rakshasa pure maiden. Furthermore, the combat strength of the two of them was so strong. Did that mean that they had a chance of escaping from this place? Many Rakshasas looked at the martial Tao prime body and Xianxia king fear. Apart from a respectful expression, there was also a hint of anticipation in the depths of their eyes. How much do you know about the heavenly court? The martial Tao prime body looked at a group of Rakshasa kings not far away and asked in a deep voice. The Rakshasa kings shook their heads in confusion. What about the blessed heaven world? The martial Tao prime body asked again. A Rakshasa king's expression changed as he stood out. Every once in a while, people from the blessed heaven world will come and choose tributes from our race. Tributes. The martial Tao prime body's heart skipped a beat as though he had thought of something against the memories sent by the green lotus true body. Rakshasa Yu explained. It's to select a portion of perfected spirit experts from the clansmen as tributes and throw them into a battlefield that's like purgatory. They'll face the slaughter of other living beings and races at all times. The martial Tao prime body was silent. If he was not wrong, the purgatory-like battlefield that Rakshasa Yu mentioned was the evil fiend battlefield of the blessed heaven world. As for the perfected spirits in the evil fiend battlefield, they were the tributes chosen by the blessed heaven world from the 10 sin grounds. The word tribute was filled with the condescending coldness and contempt that the blessed heaven world had for the living beings of the 10 sin grounds. It was a supreme authority that determined life and death. Rakshasa Yu said softly, according to the people of the blessed heaven world, this is a punishment and a warning for us. Did anyone come back alive? The martial Tao prime body asked. The Rakshasa kings had dark expressions and shook their heads. A king said tragically, for countless years, our clansmen reproduced and passed down their inheritances, but no one could break free from that fate. There were also people who fought against it, but they suffered a crushing defeat in the end, and even more of our clansmen died tragically. Although we were lucky enough not to become tributes and cultivated to the grotto heaven realm, we will all be taken away by the people of the blessed heaven world one day. It won't be long before we all die outside. The martial Tao prime body was silent. Suddenly, scenes that the green lotus true body had seen in the treasure pagoda of the blessed heaven world appeared in his mind. There were some well-preserved Tao fruits with the Rakshasa race among them. The green lotus true body could not enter the 5th floor of the treasure pagoda either. Perhaps in that place, there were many well-preserved Rakshasa grotto heavens as well. Apart from dying in the evil fiend battlefield, the final outcome for these Rakshasas was probably to become Tao fruits and grotto heavens, displayed in the treasure pagoda for the experts of the medium kiliacosm to choose from. All the Rakshasas and living beings of the 10 sin grounds were mere tributes for the blessed heaven world. As he was from Tianhuang mainland, the martial Tao prime body did not have a good impression of the Rakshasa race. However, the evil deeds of the blessed heaven world disgusted him even more. They reared billions of living beings in the 10 sin grounds for them to kill wantonly. They did not even let their bloodline descendants off and were reduced to fish and tributes for generations. Such actions were truly inhumane and went against the heavenly Tao. There were even many humans in the Ten-Sin grounds. If the Rakshasa and Yuksha races were ferocious by nature, what wrong did those descendants of the human race commit? Furthermore, there were still many questions about what happened when Great Empress Nine Nether defied the heavens back then. The so-called heinous crimes were just excuses from the blessed heaven world. The martial Tao prime body buried those doubts in his heart for the time being and looked up at the firmaments, two purple flames gradually rising in his eyes. Right now, the most important thing for him was to leave this place as soon as possible. More than 10 kings of the blessed heaven world had died, as well as the 2 from the heavenly court. This matter could not be hidden for long. Of course, what made the martial Tao prime body uneasy was the indelible flame imprint on his palm. "Sir, are you trying to leave?" A Rakshasa king seemed to have seen through the intentions of the martial Tao prime body and asked carefully. The martial Tao prime body nodded slightly and asked, "What can I do?" Although the Rakshasas had never left, they had been imprisoned here for generations and knew this world the best. The Rakshasa king said, "This world is filled with powerful restrictions. If anyone leaves without permission, the restrictions will definitely be triggered to counterattack. All these years, there have always been clansmen who tried to leave forcefully and were mercilessly killed by the power of the restrictions. We speculate that perhaps the power of the Emperor Realm might be able to break through the restrictions of this world." "Emperor Realm?" The martial Tao prime body murmured softly. The Rakshasa king smiled bitterly. "Because of the existence of such a restriction, our cultivation will be suppressed and we won't be able to break through to the Emperor Realm. We can only be trapped here." Once the martial Tao prime body's martial Tao purgatory was cultivated to greater mastery, it could suppress all quasi-emperor experts once released. However, a quasi-emperor was not a true Emperor Realm expert after all. Although it looked like a single-word difference, the difference in strength between the two was as great as heaven and earth. With just the martial Tao purgatory and the true martial Tao body, even if he circulated his bloodline to the limit, he could not reach the power of the Emperor Realm. However, if he made use of the Hell Suppression Tripod and attacked with his full strength, there was a high chance that he would come into contact with the power of the Emperor Realm. At that thought, the martial Tao prime body did not delay and soared into the air. In a flash, he arrived at the end of the firmaments. Everywhere he looked, he could even clearly see the dense restriction runes in the firmaments. Surrounded by the restriction runes, the martial Tao prime body felt a tremendous pressure. The expert who set up such restriction runes is probably not an ordinary emperor. A thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. However, no matter what, he had to give it a try. Splash! The blood chi of the martial Tao prime body surged, and he channeled his bloodline to its limits instantly. His figure turned blurry, and a gigantic furnace with raging flames appeared in midair. With the augmentation of the 6 flames, the furnace was burned red and hung in the air like a scorching sun. Not only did the furnace enlarge, it was almost about to burst through the world. The next moment, a purgatory appeared around the gigantic furnace. Fiery flames surged into the skies and burned the firmaments continuously, wanting to refine the restriction runes on it. Countless Rakshasas looked up in shock. This was truly burning the heavens. However, under the burning of countless flames, the restriction runes in the firmaments showed no signs of dissipating. Instead, they gathered light and began to counterattack. Boom! 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 The two powers began to collide continuously with an earth-shaking bang. The two parties only exchanged blows for a moment before the purgatory and heaven and earth furnace in midair were disadvantaged. In fact, the flames around the furnace even showed signs of extinguishing. Right then, an ancient bronze square tripod appeared and the world trembled. The bronze square tripod seemed to have come from the end of the river of time. Its body was filled with the mottled marks of time, and it had experienced countless battles and vicissitudes. The tripod exuded an invincible might. The moment it descended, it shook the world. The entire world seemed to be unable to withstand the burden and began to tremble slightly. Great Emperor Divine Weapon, Hell Suppression Tripod. The carvings on the 4 tripods suddenly lit up and released bedazzling lights. The patterns on them seemed to have come alive. Dragon roars, phoenix cries, turtle shrieks and tiger howls sounded almost at the same time and reverberated through the world. The next moment, the figures of the 4 sacred spirits flew out from the tripod and coiled around it. Carrying the hell suppression tripod, they charged towards the firmaments above their heads. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening bang, the ground shook and the weather changed. The runes in the firmaments dimmed instantly. However, before long, an even more dazzling light burst forth and they counterattacked violently. In the fiery red sky, runes flickered and released a vast restriction power that surged like the sea and poured down, illuminating the void like the galaxies. Xing! 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 The flames of the martial Tao purgatory and the heaven and earth furnace could not defend against it and gradually extinguished, emitting a strange sound as smoke rose. The figure of the martial Tao prime body appeared once more. The endless runes in the firmaments shone and a continuous stream of restriction power gathered, forming a gigantic beam of light that descended from the skies and charged towards the martial Tao prime body. The heaven-defying actions of the martial Tao prime body finally incited a ferocious counterattack from this world. The Rakshasas looked up at the firmaments and their expressions changed when they saw that. Every single rune at the end of the firmaments seemed to have transformed into stars that shone with tens of thousands of starlight. It was blazing and terrifying, like the scene of an apocalypse. Not good. If this envoy of the ghost world angers the firmaments, who knows how much calamity he'll bring? Are we going to be exterminated? In the past history of the Nine Nethersin ground, there were several experts of the Rakshasa race who tried to challenge the sky and break through this cage, but they ended in crushing defeat. Not only that, such actions would cause an even greater punishment and many Rakshasas would suffer a calamity. The Rakshasas below were in chaos and wanted to hide everywhere. However, the cage of the firmaments covered the surroundings, and every living being under the sky had nowhere to hide. Even Xianxia Fear King became a little uneasy. The power that erupted from the firmaments had already far exceeded his tolerance, and was enough to destroy him more than 1,000,000 times. Boom! Before the rune beam descended, the martial Tao prime body pulled the hell suppression tripod over and raised it above his head to block in front of him. Compared to the gigantic beam of light that descended from the skies, the figure of the martial Tao prime body was as tiny as dust. He descended rapidly and landed heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground shook and a huge pit was formed as countless gigantic cracks spread in all directions. The martial Tao prime body lay inside motionlessly with injuries all over his body. The hell suppression tripod fell not far away and the light of the 4 sacred spirits dimmed as they fell asleep once more. That person should be dead. Many Rakshasas had pale expressions as a thought flashed through their minds. Cough, cough. Right then, the martial Tao prime body supported himself and stood up. He coughed twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't dead? The Rakshasas widened their eyes in disbelief. The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath and tried his best to circulate the surging blood chi in his body to heal his injuries. In reality, if the hell suppression tripod had not defended against more than half of the damage caused by the rune beam earlier on, his essence spirit would have been destroyed and he would have died. The Rakshasas had guessed it correctly. If they wanted to break through the restrictions and the cage of this world, their strength had to be at the Emperor realm. Furthermore, the power of an ordinary Emperor realm expert could not break through it. The martial Tao prime body circulated his bloodline to the limit and released the martial Tao purgatory. After summoning the hell suppression tripod, the power released had already reached the level of an ordinary Emperor realm expert. Even so, it could not shake the firmaments. The runes in the firmaments were still shining and the power of the restrictions was accumulating continuously. It was clear that they were preparing for a second attack. However, the martial Tao prime body was already injured after that single attack. Even with the hell suppression tripod, he could not last long. Right then, he suddenly realized that the blood chi in his body was surging continuously. He could not even suppress it, and his chest felt like it was about to explode. Before he could react, he felt a tearing pain in his chest. Immediately after, a dark ancient mirror broke out of his chest. The Netherworld Treasure Mirror. The Martial Tao Prime Body stared fixedly at the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. His pupils constricted with a shocked expression. It was not that he had not thought of using the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. However, the moment that thought arose, he rejected it. Firstly, the Netherworld Treasure Mirror required him to devour a large amount of essence blood and was extremely harmful to him. Once he failed, he would no longer be able to do anything. Secondly, given his current cultivation, even if he sacrificed a large amount of essence blood and activated the Netherworld Treasure Mirror, the power released would probably not be able to resist the restriction runes in the firmaments. Of course, there was also the most important thing that he was most wary of. The weapon spirit of the Netherworld Treasure Mirror had an unknown origin and was extremely evil and bloodthirsty. If he fed his essence blood, he was worried that he would be nurturing a hidden danger in the end and might even suffer a backlash. But now, the reason why he was so shocked was because the appearance of the Netherworld Treasure Mirror was not within his control. The Martial Tao Prime Body stared at the mirror of the Netherworld Treasure Mirror, and a blood glow appeared in the center. This was not his blood. If the Netherworld Treasure Mirror devoured his essence blood, a connection would be established between him and the Netherworld Treasure Mirror to control the divine weapon. At that moment, the Netherworld Treasure Mirror was completely out of his control, meaning that the blood in the ancient mirror did not originate from his body. Someone was controlling the Netherworld Treasure Mirror. Or rather, the owner of the blood was controlling it. The Netherworld Treasure Mirror spun, and the mirror suddenly aimed at the Martial Tao Prime Body. The blood light on the mirror lengthened continuously and laid horizontally in the middle of the treasure mirror, locking onto the Martial Tao Prime Body like a blood-colored pupil. The Netherworld Eye. Instantly, the Martial Tao Prime Body felt his blood run cold. A strong sense of danger descended, and he almost could not withstand it. Instinctively, he wanted to release the Martial Tao Purgatory and the Essence Martial Grotto Heaven at the same time. At that moment, he finally experienced the terrifying feeling that Hell Lord Torment Springs, who died under the Netherworld Eye back then, experienced. Back then, Hell Lord Torment Springs could not even last a single breath under the gaze of the Netherworld Eye before turning into a pool of blood and dying. And now, the blood in the Netherworld Treasure Mirror was clearly much stronger than his bloodline. Even without the augmentation of the Netherworld Treasure Mirror, the Martial Tao Prime Body could already feel an immense pressure that he could not defend against just the smear of blood in the mirror. How could this be? The Netherworld Treasure Mirror had always been in his Essence Martial Grotto Heaven. How could there be someone else's bloodline? Whose bloodline would have such terrifying strength and will? A thought flashed through the mind of the Martial Tao Prime Body as he vaguely thought of something. However, before he could react, the shimmering runes in the firmaments had already gathered into a blazing sea of restrictions, setting off monstrous waves that descended from the skies like a tsunami, charging towards the Martial Tao Prime Body. Rumble! The entire world could not withstand the burden and trembled, continuously causing the ground to quake. Countless mountain peaks and ancient trees on the ground collapsed and were drowned by the huge waves. Although the gigantic waves of runes were targeted at the Martial Tao Prime Body, countless Rakshasas below were not spared either. Many Rakshasas could only watch helplessly with despair on their faces. Right then, the Netherworld Treasure Mirror in front of the Martial Tao Prime Body suddenly turned its mirror and aimed at the incoming waves of runes. The Netherworld Treasure Mirror floated in midair like a dark and terrifying single eye with a strange blood glint in its pupil. Suddenly, a blood beam burst forth from the single eye and it charged towards the gigantic waves of runes. The blood light seemed extremely insignificant compared to the gigantic waves of runes that blotted out the skies. However, it was like a blood-colored saber that tore the gigantic waves of runes into two. Countless runes collapsed and turned into nothingness before they could descend. The blood light released by the Netherworld Treasure Mirror was way too terrifying. Even after breaking through the gigantic waves of runes, its strength did not decrease as it slashed towards the vast firmaments. Sizzle! Sizzle! There was an ear-piercing sound, as though the blood-colored saber had slashed through stone slabs. The blood light extended continuously from above until the end of the firmaments, leaving a shocking blood mark in the sky. Wherever the blood light passed, countless runes were destroyed and the light dimmed. As time passed, the blood light on the netherworld treasure mirror gradually faded before disappearing. The power of the blood light weakened as well. This attack exhausted the power of the bloodline in the netherworld treasure mirror. The netherworld treasure mirror lost its support and fell to the ground once more, turning into a gray and ancient mirror. The martial Tao prime body waved his robes and retrieved the netherworld treasure mirror. In that short period of time, he had already understood many things. If he was not wrong, the bloodline in that netherworld treasure mirror should have been from Brahma Ghost Mother. Back in the 9 nether abyss of the ghost world, Brahma Ghost Mother woke up and took out the netherworld treasure mirror from his body before sending it into his body. 6 At that time, the martial Tao prime body did not think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, it should have been that time when Brahma Ghost Mother left a wisp of her bloodline on the netherworld treasure mirror. Brahma Ghost Mother's goal was probably to make use of him to break the shackles of the 9 nether sin ground. It was not an accident that he was teleported to the 9 nether sin ground. Only by activating the netherworld treasure mirror with the blood of a great emperor could he break through the restrictions of this world. Crack, crack. Right then, cracking sounds sounded from the firmaments. The martial Tao prime body looked up. Cracks gradually appeared around the blood mark in the firmaments and spread rapidly in all directions. Before long, they filled the entire sky. The entire world was about to collapse. Countless Rakshasas below were excited, delighted, lost and uneasy when they saw that. Why they had been imprisoned here for generations. Now that they saw the cage of the world shatter and they were about to regain their freedom, they were naturally excited. However, at the same time, even when the many Rakshasas escaped, they did not know where they should head to and the future was uncertain. The destruction of the 9 nether sin ground would definitely alarm the blessed heaven world. As for them, they were sin spirits imprisoned by the blessed heaven world after all. Now that they had offended the blessed heaven world, although the medium kaihikasm was huge, how could they have a place to settle down? The pursuit of the blessed heaven world would be omnipresent. Their clansmen of this generation were filled with uncertainty about the medium kiliakasm. Even if they escaped from the 9 nether sin ground, how far could they flee? Sir, please save us and give our race a direction of guidance. In the end, the Rakshasa kings looked at the martial Tao prime body and knelt down one after another. After all, the 9 nether sin ground was broken by this envoy of the ghost world. The future fate of the Rakshasas in this sin ground could only be entrusted to this envoy of the ghost world. Be it in terms of cultivation realm, combat strength, or even his status as an envoy of the ghost world, this purple-robed man was the only one qualified to lead them. In a sense, this envoy of the ghost world was their great Empress 9 nether of this generation. Looking at the expectant gazes of the Rakshasas, the martial Tao prime body was silent. Be it because of pure maiden 9 nether or Brahma ghost mother, the martial Tao prime body would not stand by idly and let these Rakshasas fend for themselves. Furthermore, once these Rakshasas could escape the shackles of the sin ground, if they continued cultivating, there was a high chance that quasi-emperors or even emperor realm experts could be born in the future. If he could control this group of Rakshasas, they would be a significant source of power for him. However, it was not easy to settle down so many Rakshasas and have them escape the pursuit of the blessed heaven world. There were hundreds of millions of Rakshasas and they were a massive race. Where could he find a world to settle them down in a short period of time without anyone discovering? If Tianhuang's sect kept this group of Rakshasas, they would be destroyed the next day. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body inadvertently swept past the stone statue of 9 nether pure maiden. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he thought of a place to go. Rumble. Right then, the world could no longer hold on. A loud bang sounded from the skies and the firmaments shattered into countless fragments that fell one after another. The 9 nether sin ground had collapsed completely. The martial Tao prime body summoned an ancient immortal boat from the storage bag of the young man from before. It looked palm-sized but was extremely exquisite with 9 levels. When his spirit consciousness entered the immortal boat, he realized that the space inside was unimaginably large. During the forging process of the immortal boat, Not only did it fuse with the dermic Tao of shrinking everything into something small, it also fused with a world fragment of an Emperor Realm expert. This was an extremely rare item. Even Emperor Realms would want to get their hands on a world fragment. It was obvious how much was spent to create this single immortal boat. That was also the reason why such an extremely rare flying treasure could be created. It was no exaggeration to say that the immortal boat was like another world of its own. The martial Tao prime body took out the immortal boat and summoned 6 flames, forcefully wiping away the spirit consciousness imprint on it and tossing it in midair. Board it! The martial Tao prime body waved his hand and did not say anything. The Rakshasas were saved by the martial Tao prime body and naturally trusted him completely. They moved one after another and flew towards the immortal boat. At the same time, the martial spirit of the martial Tao prime body established a connection with the immortal boat. As though he had discovered something, the martial Tao prime body willed. Suddenly, a tremendous suction force was released from every room on the immortal boat, dragging the surrounding Rakshasas like bottomless pits. That dermic Tao was also the wonder of the immortal boat. This was not only a flying spirit treasure. It could also devour and accommodate and could even be used for combat. Under the channeling of the spirit consciousness of the martial Tao prime body, hundreds of millions of Rakshasas turned into specks of light and surged into the immortal boat like carps crossing the river. Under the control of the martial Tao prime body, before long, the immortal boat accommodated all the Rakshasas of the 9 nether sin ground. Thereafter, the martial Tao prime body quickly handed the immortal boat to Xianxia King Fear and said in a deep voice, "Bring this immortal boat to the fiend domain in the heavenly world that I had previously mentioned to you. Search for Tianhuang sect." As he said that, the martial Tao prime body took out a map of the medium Kiliacosm and a messenger talisman with his spirit consciousness imprint, handing them all to Xianxia King Fear. The reason why the martial Tao prime body kept Xianxia King Fear by his side, and even granted him the title of Fear, was because he wanted the latter to protect Tianhuang's sect in his place for an upcoming period of time. "Master, where are you going?" Xianxia King Fear could not help but ask when he heard the implied meaning. "I have other things to do," the martial Tao prime body said indifferently without explaining further. His original plan was to head to the great wilderness. Furthermore, the flame imprint in his palm was still there and his whereabouts could be exposed at any moment. Only by acting separately could they protect the lives of Xianxia King Fear and the Rakshasa race of the 9 nether sin ground. Do you need me to follow you, master?" Rakshasa Yu looked at the martial Tao prime body and asked softly. The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently. Disappointment surged in Rakshasa Yu's heart. However, before long, the martial Tao prime body continued. "Head to Tianhuang sect along with King Fear. You have something more important to do there." The martial Tao prime body sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Now that the Rakshasas of the 9 nether sin ground have escaped, they need someone to temporarily lead them. Since I'm not by your side, I can only leave this matter to you. Firstly, Rakshasa Yu was of the Rakshasa race to begin with and came from the 9 nether sin ground as well. She knew this group of clansmen relatively well, and they did not have much resistance towards her. Secondly, among the hundreds of millions of Rakshasas, Rakshasa Yu was the only person he could trust. The Rakshasa race was a tremendous force. Now that they were no longer restrained, someone had to keep an eye on them so that nothing would go wrong. Although the martial Tao prime body did not say it explicitly, Rakshasa Yu could tell the trust in his words. She was pleasantly surprised but uneasy. She said hesitantly, "My cultivation realm is not high enough and I'm afraid I won't be able to convince the masses." The martial Tao prime body took out the young man's identity badge from his storage bag. After the young man died, the imprint on the badge had already disappeared. However, the identity badge itself was made with an extremely rare and precious material, the star crystal. Even if an entire star was refined, it might not be able to produce a single grain of sand of a star crystal. Countless stars must have been refined to create this palm-sized badge. The martial Tao prime body gripped the star crystal and left his spirit consciousness imprint on it. At the same time, he left behind a dermic Tao of the nether ghost fire. "Take this badge with you and lead the 9 nether Rakshasas for me." The martial Tao prime body did not hide his voice and spread to every corner of the immortal boat. This badge will be equivalent to my presence. From now on, Rakshasa, you shall be in charge of everything. Understood. After a momentary silence in the immortal boat, many Rakshasas agreed. Although some Rakshasa kings hesitated slightly, they did not express any dissatisfaction. The martial Tao prime body continued. If there's anything that can't be resolved, you can seek help from King Fear. With Xianxia, King Fear's combat strength and methods, even if anything happened with the Rakshasas of the Nine Nether Sin Ground, he could suppress them. In reality, the martial Tao prime body was overthinking. When the Rakshasas learned that the martial Tao prime body was from the ghost world like Rakshasa Pure Maiden, they only had respect and reverence in their hearts. Furthermore, the martial Tao prime body revealed such terrifying combat strength and broke through the cage of the Nine Nether Sin Ground, allowing everyone to regain their freedom. This group of Rakshasas had no thoughts of being disloyal to him. Although this arrangement would make some Rakshasa kings feel conflicted, they would not object out of reverence for the martial Tao prime body. Naturally, Xianxia King Fear could tell the difference in the trust the martial Tao prime body had for Rakshasa Yu. He grinned at Rakshasa Yu and nodded in a friendly manner. However, his ferocious appearance coupled with that smile more or less gave off a creepy feeling instead. Rakshasa Yu hesitated for a moment. Master, there are way too many of us. If we head to Tianhuang's sect and our tracks are exposed, we'll probably bring a calamity to Tianhuang's sect. Although it was safe to hide in the immortal boat all the time, it was no different from being trapped in the Nine Nether Sin Ground all year round. Furthermore, although the immortal boat formed a world of its own, there was no heaven and earth essence chi with no way to cultivate. The days would feel like years for the Rakshasas. However, Rakshasa Yu was worried that something might happen the moment they left the immortal boat. Before long, what happened today would spread throughout the upper world. Once their tracks were exposed and the blessed heaven world pursued them, who could defend against it? The martial Tao prime body shook his head gently. The heavenly world is not your final destination. After you arrived at the heavenly world's Tianhuang sect, go and meet another of the 7 emotions fiend generals. She's the pure maiden of the fiend sects of Tianhuang mainland. She's from the same generation as you and me, and you should recognize her. Pure maiden of the fiend sects? Rakshasa Yu revealed a reminiscent expression and murmured, Jioin. The martial Tao prime body nodded. She knows of a mysterious place. Perhaps you guys can settle down there. When the martial Tao prime body reunited with Demoness Ji in the fiend domain, she mentioned something to him. She had obtained the inheritance of an ancient great emperor in a mysterious place. That great emperor was none other than pure maiden Nine Nether. The place where a great emperor left behind her Dermic Tao inheritance was definitely extremely secretive and difficult to discover. If it was anyone else, they might not be able to enter. However, the ancestors of Rakshasa Yu and the others were pure maiden Nine Nether. The martial Tao prime body speculated that the mysterious place should not reject Rakshasa Yu and the others. That mysterious place was the escape route for Rakshasa Yu and the others. The world was about to shatter. The experts of the blessed heaven world could arrive at any moment. In fact, there might be even greater threats descending. They could not delay any further. Go on. After the martial Tao prime body explained everything, he parted ways with Xianxia King Fear and Rakshasa Yu and left separately. Rakshasa Yu entered the immortal boat as well. Xianxia King Fear put away the immortal boat and nodded at the martial Tao prime body. He tore through the void casually and disappeared. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body was like a torch as he looked at the place where Xianxia King Fear disappeared for a while. He was only relieved when he could no longer find any traces. If it was an ordinary king, the martial Tao prime body would indeed be worried that he would not be able to escape the pursuit of the blessed heaven world. However, the Void Xianxia lineage's perception of the void far exceeded the other races. Void Xianxias were the best at long-distance teleportation and shuttling through spatial tunnels. Furthermore, they were stealthy and would not leave any traces. The martial Tao prime body lowered his head and looked at the imprint in his palm with a dark expression. His danger was not resolved. Furthermore, the flame word imprint began to burn hotter and hotter. The mysterious heavenly court might be the ones behind the flame word imprint. The pursuit of the heavenly court would be even more troublesome and dangerous than the pursuit of the blessed heaven world. The martial Tao prime body did not dare to be careless. He tore through the void and escaped into a spatial tunnel, prepared to head to Avicii to hide and wait and see. The martial Tao prime body passed through the spatial tunnel continuously. This place was too far from the heavenly world. Even if he tore through the void and shuttled through the spatial tunnel, it would take a few days with the movement technique of the martial Tao prime body. Half a day later, the martial Tao prime body who was traveling through the spatial tunnel paused, and his spirit perception warned him as a sense of impending disaster surged into his heart. Without any time to think, the martial Tao prime body summoned the hell suppression tripod with a single thought and blocked it above his head. Boom! The moment that action ended, the spatial tunnel erupted with a huge tremor. Immediately after, a gigantic palm that blotted out the skies tore through the layers of galactic rivers and descended from the skies, cutting off his escape route and knocking him out of the spatial tunnel. The power of that palm strike was way too strong. If not for the hell suppression tripod blocking in front of him and neutralizing most of the killing intent, the martial Tao prime body's physical body and essence spirit would have been destroyed with no corpse left. Even so, the martial Tao prime body coughed out blood continuously with a pale expression. An Emperor Realm expert. How dare you think of escaping after killing people from our heavenly court? An incomparably dignified and murderous voice reverberated through the starry skies. This was indeed someone from the heavenly court. The pursuit of the heavenly court arrived without giving the martial Tao prime body a chance to return to Avicii. Before the martial Tao prime body could think further, the second strike of the gigantic palm that blotted out the skies had already descended with a torrential might. Countless stars exploded and the starry skies trembled. Splash! The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath of air and the blood chi in his body surged. He channeled his bloodline to its limits and transformed into a heaven and earth furnace that was burning red, almost bursting through the entire starry skies. 6 flames burned fiercely like 6 fire dragons that circled above the heaven and earth furnace and augmented it continuously, incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. At the same time, the martial Tao prime body released the martial Tao purgatory. His bloodline phenomenon and domain erupted at the same time. The martial Tao prime body carried the hell suppression tripod and rose against the tide. Humph! A figure appeared vaguely in the starry skies above the firmaments, burning with scorching red flames. The face of the Emperor of the heavenly court was shrouded in flames and could not be seen clearly. One could only see 2 burning gazes from his eyes land on the martial Tao prime body. Feeble attempt. The Emperor of the heavenly court sneered and did not stop attacking. In fact, he showed no signs of changing his moves. However, a world seemed to have appeared on his palm, suppressing all living beings. Bang! The gigantic palm that blotted out the skies descended and collided with the heaven and earth furnace, martial Tao purgatory and hell suppression tripod of the martial Tao prime body. Instantly, the world seemed to have stopped. Crack! Crack! Immediately after, cracks appeared on the martial Tao purgatory and it shattered instantly. The heaven and earth furnace was shattered as well. The figure of the martial Tao prime body reappeared and blood dyed a large patch of the starry skies red. The hell suppression tripod fell to the side. In fact, the 4 sacred spirits on the tripod dimmed before they could awaken. The martial Tao prime body panted heavily. That palm strike almost killed him. The Emperor of the heavenly court was probably a top expert among emperors. The martial Tao prime body held the soul lantern in his left hand and the netherworld treasure mirror in his right. These were the 2 strongest treasures on him. However, the soul lantern was extremely harmful to his essence spirit and soul. On the other side, the other party was protected by a physical body and the soul lantern could barely threaten him as well. As for the netherworld treasure mirror, the bloodline left behind by Brahma Ghost Mother had already been exhausted when she broke through the 9 nether sin ground. At that moment, even if the martial Tao prime body used his bloodline to release the netherworld eye, he would probably not be able to threaten the Emperor of the heavenly court. This was the first time the martial Tao prime body had suffered such a major injury ever since he entered the martial domain realm. The difference between them was way too great. Even the martial Tao prime body could not make up for it with the help of 3 supreme treasures. Right then, a snow-white pheasant appeared in the vision of the martial Tao prime body at some point in time. It held its long tail and lay horizontally in the distant starry skies. The appearance of this white pheasant was extremely strange. Standing in the distance, it was incompatible with the surrounding starry skies. The martial Tao prime body had never sensed when and where the white pheasant appeared from, as though it had suddenly appeared over there. There was no aura fluctuation on the white pheasant either, as though it did not have any cultivation and was just an ordinary white pheasant. However, the severely injured martial Tao prime body did not notice that when the emperor of the heavenly court saw the white pheasant. He seemed to have thought of something and his expression suddenly changed. The martial Tao prime body's life was already on the line. However, for some unknown reason, he could not control himself and wanted to look at the white pheasant unconsciously. The white pheasant was snow-white except for a pair of pitch-black eyes. The eyes of the martial Tao prime body met the eyes of the white pheasant. The eyes of the white pheasant rolled. Boom! Suddenly, the mind of the martial Tao prime body went blank. Immediately after, he lost consciousness. At the same time, Sword World, Sword Burial Peak. Suddenly, Su Zimo, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes and bounced up with a grim expression. Naturally, he could sense what the martial Tao prime body had experienced earlier on. However, right then, he lost contact with the martial Tao prime body once more. No matter how he called out, he could not sense the existence of the martial Tao prime body. It was as though the martial Tao prime body had vanished into thin air from this world. Su Zimo was deep in thought. He had experienced this feeling once before and was not unfamiliar with it. Back when the martial Tao prime body fell from Avicii to the hell world, the connection between the 2 true bodies was severed completely. The scene that happened earlier on was the same. How could this be? Could it be that the martial Tao prime body had left the upper world again and headed to a parallel world similar to the hell world? However, why were there no signs at all? The last time he fell into the hell world was because the tombkeeper pushed him into a dry well. But what happened just now? Su Zimo did not dare to act rashly. Right now, he was only a hollow nether perfected immortal. If he were to head to the place of the incident rashly, he would probably bring immense trouble to the Green Lotus true body. After all, there was an emperor of the heavenly court there. White pheasant. Su Zimo murmured softly. Could all of this be related to the sudden appearance of that white pheasant in the starry skies? Su Zimo moved immediately and headed to the hall where the ancient books were stored in Myriad Sword Palace, wanting to find some clues. A day later, he finally saw a description of a white pheasant in an ancient book that recorded the Zenith Heaven era. I met a white pheasant on the way. An ominous omen. There was only a simple sentence and no other explanation. Su Zimo asked the emperors of Myriad Sword Palace about the story of the white pheasant, but he did not get any answers either. Just as Su Zimo was at a loss, his heart skipped a beat. He had a surprised expression. He could sense the existence of the martial Tao prime body once more. However, the state of the martial Tao prime body was a little strange, as though he had fallen into a daze and had yet to wake up. Su Zimo tried to call out a few times before the martial Tao prime body woke up slowly. In the endless starry skies, the martial Tao prime body stood motionlessly. Although he had already regained consciousness and sensed the existence of the Green Lotus true body again, he still had a blank expression under the Mara mask, as though he was trying his best to recall something. Earlier on, he was pursued by an emperor of the heavenly court. Thereafter, he saw a white pheasant. For some reason, he seemed to have suddenly entered another unfamiliar world. The martial Tao prime body tried his best to recall everything he had experienced in that world. For some unknown reason, he could not recall most of the situations in that experience no matter how hard he tried. He could only vaguely recall some fragments intermittently. It was a terrifying world that he had never seen before. In that world, there was ignorance, black and white were reversed. The people living there could not differentiate right from wrong, were insensitive, cold and heartless. In that world, the martial Dao prime body lost all his strength and became immortal once more. There seemed to be an invisible power there such that no one could cultivate. It was the same for him. Their lies were everywhere. Everyone who spoke the truth had to face immense danger and endure countless attacks, curses and bites before they were drowned in the vast crowd. In that place, ferocity and tyranny were ubiquitous. Every kind person lived cautiously as though they were walking on thin ice. If they accidentally released their goodwill, they would be surrounded by endless villains. It was filled with darkness and ugliness. There was no warmth or beauty. There was no justice, and evil ran rampant. When he saw that someone was in trouble, he helped but was dragged into the abyss instead. When he saw a group of weaklings chained and kneeling on the ground, whipped and enslaved, he wanted to stand out and remove the shackles on them. Unexpectedly, the moment he stepped forward, the initially numb faces of the group of people suddenly revealed a ferocious expression and their eyes turned red. All of a sudden, those seemingly weak bodies of theirs released immense strength and swarmed forward, pinning him to the ground. They shattered his knees as they shouted angrily, "We're all kneeling. What right do you have to stand?" The martial Dao prime body was incompatible with this place. He struggled to survive in this world and encountered obstacles everywhere. He was covered in injuries, but he never submitted. He vaguely remembered that he had saved a homeless little girl called Xianxia. In that world, he had saved many people, but only that little girl did not harm him in the end. He and the little girl relied on each other and seemed to have lived together for a long, long time until he finally grew old. He could not cultivate and his lifespan was less than 100 years. In his memories, when his hair was white and he was in his twilight years, that little girl seemed to still be by his side. It was unknown if there was a mistake in his memory or if it was for some other reason. In his memories, the little girl never grew up. Or rather, she had never changed. It was the same as when the two of them first met. She was equally thin and wore a tattered shirt that had been washed white. In his 100 years of life, he had done many things that were incompatible with that world. Even though he had paid a huge price, he was honest and had a clear conscience when he was old. Every time she saw him save someone, the little girl would watch silently from the side without helping or stopping him, completely uninvolved. Occasionally, the two of them would talk. On a certain day, Xianxia asked, "Isn't it good to stand by and do nothing if someone is in trouble?" The martial Dao prime body was silent for a long time before saying, "If I stand by and do nothing, I can't expect anyone to help me when I'm in trouble as well. TM saving them, but in truth, I'm also saving myself." Xianxia clapped her hands and smiled. That's a simple logic, but unfortunately, they don't understand it. On another day, suddenly, Xianxia asked, "Do you think they're humans? If they are, why are they inhumane?" The martial Dao prime body was silent. Xianxia continued, "When they saw others suffer, they would either mock, add insult to injury, or choose to remain silent. Why don't they understand that they will suffer the same pain one day? They always have the mentality of being lucky and think that they can be spared. However, karma is cyclical alongside fate and retribution. Who can escape the cycles of reincarnation?" Xianxia said self-consciously at the side. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia suddenly said hatefully, "They're a bunch of beasts," in the boundless starry skies. Suddenly, the martial Dao prime body felt a headache and his body swayed slightly. He took a deep breath and stopped, recalling before the pain was gradually relieved. From the green lotus true body, he learned that only a day had passed since he entered that world. However, he spent 100 years and lived a lifetime in that world. This kind of time difference made him a little confused. The 100 years of life in that world was like a bizarre and absurd dream. The martial Dao prime body surveyed his surroundings. His location did not change at all. It was as though he had never left this place. However, the emperor of the heavenly court who was initially chasing after him had disappeared. The martial Dao prime body recalled carefully. In that world, he seemed to have seen the figure of the emperor of the heavenly court in a crowd. However, the emperor of the heavenly court was also a mortal like him. As for anything else, the martial Dao prime body could no longer remember. Nothing in the surroundings changed. The martial Tao prime body clenched his fists slightly and murmured, "Is it really just a dream?" Right then, he suddenly felt something strange in his palm. He only sensed it when he clenched his fist. The martial Tao prime body lowered his head. Unknowingly, a white jade pendant had appeared in his palm. It seemed to belong to Xianxia. When he saw the jade pendant, he vaguely recalled something about Xianxia. To be precise, this jade pendant was the last gift Xianxia's father left for her. Xianxia's father had passed away early, and she did not have any clear memories of him. Her only memory was the jade pendant that her father had left for her. Xianxia valued the jade pendant very much and always wore it. When the two of them first met, Xianxia was severely injured and did not seem to have long to live. She asked the martial Tao prime body to bring her to meet her mother. Initially, Xianxia intended to give the jade pendant to her mother. She wanted to tell her mother that she was severely injured and might not be able to survive. If she died, her mother could sell the jade pendant in exchange for some money to bury her. Even then, there would be quite a lot of money remaining. Unexpectedly, the moment Xianxia said that she was severely injured, her mother's face was filled with contempt as she waved her hands repeatedly to interrupt. "I don't have any money. I've got nothing to give you to treat your injuries. Cripple, get lost. Don't die here. How can there be such a heartless mother in the world?" The martial Tao prime body was enraged. He looked at the sickly Xianxia in his arms and felt his heart ache again. He carried Xianxia and turned to leave, saying loudly to her, "Don't worry. No matter if you live or die in the future, I'll accompany you." The martial Tao prime body could not remember when Xianxia gave him the jade pendant. However, without that jade pendant, he would have really thought that he was merely in a ridiculous dream. The martial Tao prime body had no idea what had just happened. He observed the white jade pendant repeatedly for a long time but could not make out anything. This seemed to be an extremely ordinary jade accessory. The martial Tao prime body pondered for a long time before putting away the white jade pendant. It was only at that moment that he realized the flame word imprint on his palm had vanished. Even the injuries in his body had long healed. The martial Tao prime body sensed carefully, and there was nothing abnormal about his body. The whereabouts of the emperor of the heavenly court who was chasing after him were unknown. It was too strange. It was as though he had only had a dream. After 100 years of living and roaming the mortal world, all his hidden ailments had vanished. That experience was way too bizarre, and there were many strange and unreasonable points that he could not figure out for the time being. In the boundless and deep starry skies, the vast galaxies flowed quietly beneath his feet. The surroundings were empty and quiet. The martial Tao prime body took a deep breath and temporarily put away this unforgettable experience in his mind. He stepped on the waves and left, disappearing before long. One of the 10 sin grounds, the 9 nether sin ground, was shattered. This matter was like a huge rock falling into a lake, causing huge waves in the already chaotic medium kiliocosm once more. The 10 sin grounds were backed by the most mysterious faction in the upper world, the blessed heaven world. Throughout history, several eras had passed and countless races of the world were drowned in the long river of time. Only the blessed heaven world stood firm. But now that the 9 nether sin ground was broken, what did it mean? This meant that someone had openly provoked a massive faction like the blessed heaven world in this generation. Furthermore, this was such a sudden and violent challenge. One of the 10 sin grounds were shattered and hundreds of millions of Rakshasa sin spirits were released. Have you heard? One of the 10 sin grounds was shattered. It said that hundreds of millions of Rakshasa sin spirits escaped and vanished into thin air without a trace. Don't worry. The blessed heaven world has already issued a bounty for the pursuit of the sin spirits. Although the medium kiliocosm is huge, there's definitely nowhere to hide with such a huge number of Rakshasa sin spirits. That's right. Which world in the medium kiliocosm dares to take in the Rakshasa sin spirits? That's equivalent to openly becoming enemies with the blessed heaven world. Not necessarily. Haven't those who shattered the blessed heaven world already become enemies with the blessed heaven world? Speaking of which, who was the one who shattered the 9 nether sin ground? I heard that many people in the blessed heaven world died as well. I'm not sure. That person has probably been destroyed by the blessed heaven world. With such a huge commotion, how can he escape? Could there really be a huge change in the world? Is a calamity truly about to descend? This matter spread more and more in the medium kiliacosm and fermented continuously, causing a huge commotion. At the same time, all sorts of rumors spread. Some people said that the one who challenged the blessed heaven world was a hidden mysterious faction. There were also people who said that the sin spirits had made a comeback. Someone even said that the fiend lord might have returned. Sword World, Sword Burial Peak. In the cave abode of the Peak Master, a black-haired and green-robed cultivator sat cross-legged on the bed. There was a jade-green sword with a resplendent green light on his knees, and he was resting with his eyes closed. Su Zimo had naturally heard of the rumors of the outside world as well. Apart from the Rakshasa race of the Nine Nether Sin Ground, no one else knew what had happened. Furthermore, no one knew of the existence of the martial Tao Prime body. Su Zimo did not take it to heart about those rumors. To him, there was something more important. After he entered the Hollow Nether Realm, the 1,000-year deadline for the Blessed Heaven World had passed and he could enter the Blessed Heaven World again. Once he headed to the Blessed Heaven World, he might face a huge crisis. This danger was not only in the form of revenge from the Heavenly Eye race. Su Zimo did not move the entire time because he was waiting for a suitable opportunity. And now, the time was ripe. Su Zimo extended 2 fingers and landed on the duckweed sword. He brushed past it gently and stopped at the tip of the sword, flicking it gently with his finger. Buzz! The sword trembled slightly and let out a clear sword hum, causing fluctuations that resembled water ripples to appear around it. As though it could sense its master's heart, the duckweed sword emitted a battle intent with a murderous aura. At the same time, Su Zimo opened his eyes abruptly. As he did so, his gaze was as clear as lightning. Su Zimo put away the duckweed sword and stood up, prepared to enter the blessed heaven world again. Right then, as though she heard an unusual sword hum coming from the cave abode, Baiming Shui knocked gently on the door. After obtaining Su Zimo's permission, she walked in. It had been 1,000 years since he returned from the blessed heaven world. That was because during this period of time, Su Zimo comprehended 3 peerless divine powers. A taboo secret skill and the power of divine powers baptized his body, bloodline, and essence spirit. Coupled with a huge amount of cultivation resources, he was able to break through in one go and advance to the Hollow Nether realm. As for Baiming Shui, her cultivation realm did not change much and she was still at lesser mastery of the true martial realm. Su Zimo was not worried about Baiming Shui's cultivation. She still had 2 peerless divine powers of the Sword Tao that she had yet to comprehend. Once she did, it would bring her a tremendous improvement. Master, did something happen? Baiming Shui asked. Nothing much, Su Zimo said casually. I'm prepared to enter the blessed heaven world again. Ha! Baiming Shui was stunned. Before long, Baiming Shui reacted. Something new has indeed happened in the blessed heaven world. It's said that because the 9 Nether Sin Ground was broken, the people of the blessed heaven world were enraged. In order to punish the sin spirits of the remaining 9 sin grounds, they threw all the perfected spirit level sin spirits of the 9 sin grounds into the evil fiend battlefield. Su Zimo frowned. Baiming Shui continued, furthermore, the blessed heaven world has announced that the restrictions on entering the blessed heaven world once every 1,000 years are released. Right now, living beings of the 10,000 races from all the major worlds can head to the blessed heaven world at any time. With a thought, Su Zimo guessed the intentions of the blessed heaven world. Once the restrictions were released, the top perfected spirit experts of the medium kiliacosm might surge into the blessed heaven world in a short period of time. At that time, an incomparably bloody massacre would definitely take place in the evil fiend battlefield. That would be a hunt for the evil fiends and sin spirits by the living beings of the trichiliacosm. This was the punishment of the blessed heaven world for the 9 sin grounds. All right, Su Zimo had a calm expression. It'll be a pity if we miss such a rare event. The situation in the blessed heaven world would not affect him. The reason why he insisted on heading to the Blessed Heaven world was firstly because he wanted to obtain some battle merits and exchange them for more precious treasures in the treasure pagoda to help him cultivate. Battle merits were not only obtained through killing sin spirits. His second objective was also the most important goal of this trip. He wanted to resolve the crisis that was hidden in the dark. If he did not appear and hid in the sword world the entire time, this danger would never be exposed. Instead, it would become a huge problem for him. When Baiming Shui saw that Su Zimo was determined to leave, she hesitated and wanted to say something. "Is there anything else?" Su Zimo asked. Baiming Shui said, "Master, I'm afraid the other peak masters will probably not agree to it if you want to head to the Blessed Heaven world. I heard that when Senior Sister Lin heard that the restrictions of the Blessed Heaven world were released this time round, she planned to head over as well. However, she was stopped by the Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak. Previously, under Su Zimo's guidance, Lin Xuanjin comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword and her strength increased greatly. In the sword world, it was not appropriate for fellow disciples to release peerless divine powers when sparring. As such, they would feel restrained when fighting. Now that she had encountered such a rare opportunity, she naturally did not want to miss it. She wanted to enter the evil fiend battlefield to test her sword and fight. Su Zimo did not mind and smiled. "I'm the Peak Master of Sword Burial Peak after all, and I'm on par with the other Peak Masters. Fellow Taoist Yulan can stop Lin Xuanjin, but she can't stop me." That said, the moment the news that he was prepared to head to the Blessed Heaven world spread, it caused a huge commotion in the sword world. The 8 Peak Masters of the sword world arrived together. All of them had serious expressions and were on guard, blocking Su Zimo in the cave abode, as though they were afraid that he would escape. "Brother Su, you can't joke about this." During this period of time, the top perfected spirits of the medium Kiliacosm will definitely gather in the Blessed Heaven world, now that the restrictions of the Blessed Heaven world have been released. If you head to the Blessed Heaven world now, the Heavenly Eye race will definitely seek revenge on you, and there's a high chance that Xianxia will appear as well. It's not just the Heavenly Eye race. The Stone race is on bad terms with our sword world. We were lucky not to meet them the last time. Now that there are no restrictions, the monster incarnates of the Stone race will appear in the Blessed Heaven world as well. At that time, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. The 8 Peak Masters spoke one after another earnestly. "Everyone, don't be nervous." Su Zimo chuckled and shrugged. "If the battle is unavoidable, I'll just fight then. It's hard to say who will win." Naturally, he was being humble when he said that. At the Celestial Being realm, he could kill 10 perfected spirits of the Heavenly Eye race with a single sword, including a supreme perfected spirit. Now that he had entered the Hollow Nether realm and controlled as many as 5 peerless divine powers, Su Zimo truly did not take the so-called paragons and monster incarnates of the perfected spirits seriously. The 8 Peak Masters were even more worried when they saw how relaxed Su Zimo was. "Brother Su, if you cultivate to the Paradise Void perfected 1 realm, I won't stop you. But now that you're only at the Hollow Nether realm, you'll probably be doomed against Xianxia." Xianxia was born with the yin-yang eyes and comprehended 2 peerless divine powers. One of them is even 6 paths of reincarnation. You must not underestimate your enemy. Furthermore, given the large number of top perfected spirit experts gathering in the evil fiend battlefield, there can be many variables. Anything can happen in the evil fiend battlefield. That's right. There are too many uncontrollable things when the perfected spirit experts of the medium Kiliacosm gather. In fact, there might even be a battle royale in the evil fiend battlefield. At the end of the day, the 8 Peak Masters still did not agree to Su Zimo heading to the Blessed Heaven world. The Peak Master of Carnage Sword Peak, Lu Yun, said in a deep voice, "The current situation is way too sensitive. Something so major has just happened in the Blessed Heaven world. Who knows what else will happen? If the faction that shattered the 9 Nether Sin ground suddenly appeared and fought a huge battle with the Blessed Heaven world, we will definitely be implicated." "That won't happen," Su Zimo murmured softly, because the 8 Peak Masters were all advising him out of goodwill. Su Zimo could only explain patiently, Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Given my methods, I can protect myself against experts of the same cultivation realm even if I can't defeat them. There are some treasures in the treasure pagoda that can help me cultivate. With the help of these treasures, I can advance to the Paradise Void realm as quickly as possible. When they saw that Su Zimo had already made up his mind and was unwavering, the 8 peak masters exchanged glances and communicated. Lu Yun said, "Brother Su, since you insist on going, we naturally can't stop you. However, we have to report this matter to the 3 emperors in charge of the Sword World and ask them to make a decision." Well, Su Zimo was helpless. "There's no need to go to that extent, right?" Lu Yun said, "Brother Su, you said earlier that you can protect yourself against those of the same cultivation realm. However, we're not only worried about you being a match for those of the same cultivation realm." "Oh!" Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. In the upper world, especially between super-large worlds, people of the same cultivation realm would tacitly agree not to interfere with each other and their lives would depend on their own capabilities. If one side bullied the weak, it would easily lead to a huge battle between the 2 sides and the situation would go out of control. The Peak Master of Sever Sword Peak, Yulan, said, "Previously in the Blessed Heaven world, you killed Xiang Meng and the others. Given the vengeful nature of the Heavenly Eye race, they definitely won't let the matter rest. If Xia Yin truly can't do anything to you in the Evil Fiend battlefield, it's not impossible for the Heavenly Eye world to get the kings of their race to kill you." The Peak Master of Zen Sword Peak said, "Once a battle between immortal kings breaks out, the area of impact will be so huge that it'll be difficult to control. In the chaos, it'll be difficult for us to protect you." Suddenly, Su Zimo said, "Fellow Taoists, if that happens, don't bother about me. I have my own." "Brother Su, what are you saying?" When Lu Yun heard that, he interrupted with a frown. "Although the sword world is divided into 9 sword peaks, we're all sword cultivators and view one another as family. How can we not bother about you?" Seeing how agitated Lu Yun was, Su Zimo could not say anything else. He could only head to Myriad Sword Palace with the 8 peak masters and ask the 3 emperors of the sword world to make a decision. The 3 emperors were old and had white hair. Su Zimo had seen one of them before. It was the Iron Crown old man. The other 2, one fat and one thin, looked at Su Zimo with approval and kind expressions. When they heard the 8 peak masters say that, the fat and skinny old men exchanged glances in silence. The 2 of them had lived for too long. Naturally, the 2 of them could understand the danger that the 8 peak masters could think of. However, the Iron Crown old man raised his brows and stood up slowly. He exuded a sharp sword intent and said coldly, "Why? Is our sword world afraid of their Heavenly Eye world? If sword cultivators of our generation are afraid of dangerous and powerful enemies, why should we cultivate the sword Tao?" The fat and skinny old men nodded slightly in agreement. With a wave of his hand, a messenger talisman with countless sword marks floated in front of Lu Yun. "Take this messenger talisman. If anything happens that none of you can handle, tear it apart and I'll know." The Iron Crown old man sneered, "I want to see who dares to break the balance and kill a peak master of my sword world as an immortal king." When the 8 peak masters heard that, they finally relaxed and revealed delighted expressions. With the old man Iron Crown's words, they could escort Su Zimo to the Blessed Heaven world without worry. No matter what happened in the Blessed Heaven world, they could naturally deal with it. However, Su Zimo, who was at the side, fell silent and felt exasperated. If an emperor of the sword world was truly activated, that hidden danger would probably not appear itself as well. Instead, he would continue to bide his time and wait for other opportunities. If that was the case, Su Zimo's plan would probably go down the drain. However, before long, Su Zimo thought about it and felt that it might not be the case. Given that person's scheming methods, he might have something up his sleeves. In order to plan this, he even suppressed the hostility and killing intent in his heart. Although cultivating the Yin-Yang Talisman Sutra could conceal the heavenly secrets, if one thought too much, they would definitely leave behind clues. Gradually, Su Zimo retracted his thoughts and emptied his mind. The 8 peak masters were relieved after obtaining the Iron Crown Old Man's Messenger Talisman. Lu Yun said, "In that case, this trip to the blessed heaven world should be without worries." Hard to say. The peak master of Zen Sword Peak was still rather cautious. "Don't forget that no matter what happens in the evil fiend battlefield, we can't interfere. Even emperors won't be able to interfere." Peak Master Yulan of Sever Sword Peak said, "Let Lin Xuanjin join Brother Su. She comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword and her combat strength has increased greatly. If the two of them join forces, they can take care of each other in the evil fiend battlefield." "That's for the best." The other Peak Masters nodded as well. Peak Master Feng Su of Illusory Sword Peak said, "Actually, there's no need for us to be too nervous. After all, they have the blessed heaven world badges with them. If they see that the situation is amiss, Brother Su and Lin Xuanjin can leave the evil fiend battlefield immediately." Although that was the case, no one could guarantee what would happen at that time. Previously, Lin Xuanjin was frozen by Xiang Meng's astral imprisonment and her blessed heaven world badge was snatched away, almost dying inside. As for Xiang Meng and the others, although they had the blessed heaven world badge with them, they were killed by Su Zimo alone with a single sword strike. Everyone returned to their residences and made appropriate preparations. They gathered in Myriad Sword Palace and the 8 peak masters led everyone to the blessed heaven world. Apart from Su Zimo and Lin Xuanjin, there were also a few perfected immortals from the various sword peaks accompanying them on this trip to the blessed heaven world. For example, Baiming Shui of Sword Burial Peak and Yun Ting of Extreme Sword Peak. Because he was in seclusion previously, he could not witness the battle in the evil fiend battlefield personally. Naturally, Yun Ting would not miss it this time round. Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu and the other number 1 perfected immortals of the various sword peaks headed over as well. However, after discussion between the peak masters, it was decided that Baiming Shui, Yun Ting, Wang Dong, Gong Suanyu and the others would only head to the blessed heaven world to observe the combat and were not allowed to enter the evil fiend battlefield to fight. This time round, the restrictions of the blessed heaven world were released and the evil fiend battlefield would be filled with paragons and monster incarnates. Furthermore, there were also the 10 great sin spirits. With the exponential increase of the evil fiends and sin spirits inside, no one knew what kind of danger would happen. Apart from Su Zimo and Lin Xuanjin, it was way too risky for anyone else to enter rashly. Heavenly Eye World. Many Heavenly Eye race beings were speeding over from all directions towards the central area of the Heavenly Eye World. The void there collapsed deeply. From afar, it looked like a gigantic eye that patrolled the starry skies. This was an important place in the Heavenly Eye World. Only Heavenly Eye race beings above the perfected spirit realm were qualified to enter. After entering this entrance, one would enter a different world. At that moment, many kings of the Heavenly Eye race were gathered in the Heavenly Eye Hall here, including King Cold Eye. Below the hall, more and more perfected spirits of the Heavenly Eye race gathered. Among the Heavenly Eye perfected spirits, a man with his eyes closed stood at the front. His clothes were rather special and the black and white colors were separated in the middle, each occupying half. After all the Heavenly Eye perfected spirits arrived, they would stand behind the man instinctively with respectful expressions, not daring to surpass him. Although the man in the black and white Taoist robe was only a perfected spirit, his aura was not weak at all compared to the kings above the hall. "Everyone, I'm sure you must have heard." When King Cold Eye saw that almost all his clansmen were present, he said slowly, "The restrictions of the blessed heaven world have been lifted. In the evil fiend battlefield, the number of evil fiends and sin spirits has increased exponentially, and it's easier to obtain battle merits. Perfected spirits of the medium Kiliacosm will swarm over. Our race has always been rather dominant in the evil fiend battlefield, and we even have 2 supreme perfected spirits on the battle merits Jade Steel." At that point, King Cold Eye paused slightly and said coldly with a dark expression, "However, 1,000 years ago, one of them died in the hands of the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world. This matter had long spread in the upper world and everyone from the Heavenly Eye race knew about it. Revenge! Blood for blood!" The crowd below was agitated and many Heavenly Eye perfected spirits shouted. King Cold Eye nodded. That's right. If anyone from the Sword World dares to enter the evil fiend battlefield again this time round, our heavenly eye race will definitely make them pay the price. Right then, the black and white-robed man leading below suddenly opened his eyes. His left eye was pitch black and his right was pure white. With just a simple opening of his eyes, the surrounding void trembled slightly and an abnormal power fluctuation appeared. Don't worry, the man said indifferently. Leave that peak master to me. King Cold Eye said, Xiayin, I'm naturally not worried about your combat strength. However, don't be careless. For Su Zhu to be able to kill Xiang Meng and the others, he must be rather capable. Fufu. Xiayin smiled gently. I truly hope that he's capable. It's best if he's worthy of me using 6 paths of reincarnation once. The moment he said that, the blood mark on Xiayin's glabella opened slightly, revealing a shuddering aura. The hearts of the heavenly eye-perfected spirits behind him skipped a beat and they retreated half-step instinctively. Around this period of time, almost everyone in the medium kiliocosm received news about the blessed heaven world. Countless paragons, monster incarnates and supreme perfected spirits appeared one after another. Everyone realized that the living beings of the 10,000 races of the various worlds would gather in the evil fiend battlefield and there would be a massacre feast. While killing the evil fiends and sin spirits to obtain battle merits, it was also a good opportunity to fight against other paragons in the battlefield. This would be an unprecedented collision and grand event of the medium kiliocosm, heavenly world, divine firmament immortal domain, flying immortal sect, one of the 4 major immortal sections. Green mountains were stacked and green water surrounded them. In a pavilion, a woman in plain blue palace robes sat upright with her hair tied into a bun. Her face was covered by a veil and her appearance could not be seen. An ancient zither was placed on the table in front of the woman. Green smoke curled from the incense burner at the side, shrouding the woman's figure in a fog and making her appear ethereal. Clang! Clang! The woman plucked the zither string. Although her technique was brilliant, there seemed to be a hint of hatred, unwillingness, and dismalness in the sound of the zither. To think that the renowned zither Immortal would be able to play such an unpleasant tune. Right then, a man strode over from afar and spoke before he got close. The woman playing the zither in the pavilion was one of the 4 great fairies. Zither Immortal Mengyao. Mengyao looked up at that person and ignored him, continuing to play her zither. The man carried a long sword on his back and his face was pale, as though he was injured. A breeze blew past, blowing up an empty sleeve at the side of the man. When the one-armed man saw that Meng Yao did not react, he could not help but smile. Fellow Taoist Meng Yao, your heart is already in a mess. Why force yourself? After the battle in the Builder Tree Mountain Range, the world only knows of the Zither Fiend. Who would remember the Zither Immortal? Twang! When Meng Yao heard that, a zither string suddenly snapped. It was clear that she was in a state of turmoil. The one-armed man's words had indeed struck a nerve. Meng Yao raised her head and glared at the person coldly. She sneered, "You Hua, if you're here just to mock me, there's no need. You aren't much better off after that battle of the Builder Tree Mountain Range either." The one-armed man was Sword Immortal Yu Hua of Heaven and Earth Academy. In the battle of the Builder Tree Mountain Range, Sword Immortal Yu Hua lost an arm to the martial Tao Prime body and was covered in injuries. Fortunately, he was saved by the sect master of the academy. However, the power of eternal damnation was like gangrene that attached to his bones. It remained in his body and could not be eradicated. His arm could not regenerate. As for Meng Yao, she lost to Zither Fiend Qiu Siluo in a Zither competition beneath the Builder Tree. In a fit of anger, she wanted to kill Zither Fiend. However, she was stopped by the martial Tao Prime body and her appearance was destroyed. To her, this was even crueler than killing her. In that single battle, her reputation was ruined and her glory was destroyed. In the current divine firmament immortal domain, almost no one spoke of the 4 great fairies anymore. They only spoke of the 3 great fairies. The slap on her face given to her by the martial Tao Prime body contained the power of eternal damnation as well. Her face had never healed. Therefore, all these years, she had been wearing a veil and did not dare to reveal her true appearance. In fact, she did not even dare to face this scarred face. This had already become a knot in her heart. Eternal damnation did not only injure her face, but also forced her into her current situation. Don't be so hostile. Sword Immortal Yu Hua waved it off gently. After all, we all have a common enemy. So what? Meng Yao was indifferent. Do we still have a chance to take revenge in our current state? Of course. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said proudly. No matter how strong Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain is, can he fight against Heaven and Earth Academy and Flying Immortal Sect? Can he compare to the Sect Master of the Academy and Sect Master Flying Immortal? Look what happened to that Su Zimo back then. He made enemies of me everywhere and stole the limelight. Fufu, in the end, he still died in the Emperor's tomb with a tragic outcome. Meng Yao frowned and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, "Fellow Taoist Meng Yao, don't be discouraged. Given your zither skills, as long as you're willing to lower yourself and travel through the medium kiliacosm, you'll definitely be able to make friends with many experts and factions. At that time, if we join forces with the experts of the various factions and plan carefully, would we have to worry about not being able to kill Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain?" Meng Yao pointed at her face and laughed self-deprecatingly. Who would listen to me play the zither in my current state? After Meng Yao was disfigured, her Dao heart wavered. Over the years, she had suffered all sorts of torture and was ignored by countless people. She was long disheartened. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, "It might not be impossible to recover your destroyed appearance. The same goes for my severed arm. There might be a chance to regenerate it." When Meng Yao heard Sword Immortal Yu Hua's confident tone, she could not help but be tempted. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, "Since a power like eternal damnation was born in the world, there must be a power that can resolve it. What do you have in mind?" Meng Yao asked. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, "According to what I know, some godsons and goddaughters of the royal bloodline of the god race cultivate a power of faith that can resolve the power of eternal damnation." The god race. Meng Yao frowned slightly and shook her head. It's rare to even come across ordinary god race beings, let alone godsons and goddaughters of the royal family. Sword Immortal Yu Hua smiled. All these years you've been living in seclusion. I'm sure you don't know what happened outside. Thereafter, he briefly described what had happened in the blessed heaven world and continued. With this opportunity, most factions of the medium kiliacosm will gather in the blessed heaven world. Usually, we won't have the chance to come into contact with the godsons and goddaughters. However, we can make use of this opportunity to prepare gifts and pay a visit to the blessed heaven world. Meng Yao was tempted by Sword Immortal Yu Hua's words. If she could repair her appearance, it would be worth it no matter what gift she had to prepare. Sword Immortal Yu Hua continued, "Furthermore, we can also come into contact with experts of the various super-large worlds in the blessed heaven world. Those are the true peak existences of the medium kiliacosm. What is Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain compared to them?" "All right." Meng Yao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. During her years as one of the 4 great fairies, she had accumulated many rare treasures and now, they were of use. "When should we leave?" Meng Yao asked. "The sooner the better." Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, "The earlier we arrive in the blessed heaven world, the more we can understand the situation. At the same time, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect." A beautiful young Taoist nun carried a gigantic square chessboard and left the heavenly world quietly, heading in the direction of the blessed heaven world. On the top floor of the library of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom, a plain-robed woman held an ancient book in her hands. As though she sensed something, she looked into the distant sky for a while. "A storm is rising," the plain-robed woman murmured softly. Right now, there were only the 3 great fairies left in the divine firmament immortal domain. Among the 3 great fairies, Painting Immortal Emoching preferred silence. She was unwilling to even appear at ordinary gatherings, let alone such a grand event of fighting and killing. Book Immortal Yunju had a calm personality and did not like to fight either. Chess Immortal Jun Yu was the most belligerent. Dragon World. A group of dragon kings led the most powerful perfected dragons of this generation and set off for the blessed heaven world on a gigantic dragon boat. On the dragon boat, among the many perfected dragons, there was a white-robed girl who looked young but had already cultivated to become a peak perfected dragon. The girl looked into the air in a daze, as though she had something on her mind. Lear, what are you thinking about? Not far away, a silver-haired woman looked at the girl with a warm gaze and asked softly, "Mother." The girl called out and suddenly took out a horn that was half the height of a person from her storage bag. The girl said, "It's all because of Daddy's belongings that I was able to cultivate so quickly. Back then, it was all thanks to Brother Mo Ling of the Dragon Abyss Star that I was able to find this horn." "Why are you suddenly thinking about these things?" The silver-haired woman was helpless and shook her head gently. "You're of the dragon race while he's only a weak human. The difference between the two of you will only grow. In such a short period of time, you've already grown into a perfected dragon. As for that human, he probably hasn't even left the Dragon Abyss Star and is still at the Earth Essence Realm. You've only met him once. Your future is the sea of stars while he can only be trapped in a mud ditch for the rest of his life. The two of you won't have the chance to meet again." "I understand, Mother," the girl replied and sighed softly. She knew that her mother was right, but she still felt a sense of regret. Although that experience was short, it left a deep impression on her. At the very least, Brother Mo Ling of the human race treated her very well. The silver-haired woman wanted to divert the girl's attention, so she changed the topic. "According to what I know, Parasol Tree World has given birth to two peerless monster incarnates in this generation. One male and one female. They're known as the Phoenix Prince and Phoenix Princess. If you encounter them in the evil fiend battlefield, you have to be careful." "Got it, Mother," the girl replied obediently. Light World. God said, "Let there be light." That was the origin of the light world. The light world was once glorious and resplendent in the medium kiliocosm and established the light era. It was like the sun in the midday sky, illuminating the entire medium kiliocosm. It had once declined as well. Fortunately, its inheritance was not severed, and most of the time, it was one of the powerful super-large worlds of the medium kiliocosm. In the light world, light filled every inch of space. Here, there were no corners where light could not reach, and there was nowhere for all darkness to hide. In the light world, there was only day and no night for all eternity. Legend has it that the ancestor of the god race was born from a wisp of light from the grand primordium. That was the reason why the golden bloodline of the god race contained an incomparably powerful might that could purify sin and dispel darkness. In the light hall, more than 100 god king experts gathered and sat high. Thousands of perfected spirits of the god race stood below. Be it men or women, they were all blonde with blue eyes and handsome. In front of the thousands of god race perfected spirits, there was a man and a woman. Although they were also at the perfected spirit realm, their attire was different from the many god race perfected spirits behind them. The man wore a golden armor and a golden sword stood beside him. His eyes were deep and his gaze was like a torch with an extraordinary aura. The woman was extremely beautiful and wore a golden robe that was perfectly fitting, outlining a perfect figure. Her golden hair was slightly curled and fell on her shoulders like waves. Her beautiful eyes were like water, as though they reflected a faint light. Standing side by side, the two of them looked like a golden couple. The most unique thing about the two of them was that they wore a golden crown on their heads. Around the crown was a ring of gems that shone with a mysterious light that enveloped the two of them, making them look even more noble and extraordinary. In the god race, only those who awakened the royal bloodline of the god race would have the chance to wear such golden crowns. Those who awakened the bloodline of the royal family of the god race were known as the son of God or the daughter of God. They were the godson and goddaughter that the outside world referred to. Ming Hui. At the top, a god king looked at the god race perfected spirit of the royal family in golden armor below and said slowly, The restrictions of the blessed heaven world have been lifted this time round, and the number of evil fiends and sin spirits has increased exponentially. It's suitable for you to earn battle merits. If you can exchange for some treasures in the treasure tower, it should be able to help you advance further. The god race perfected spirit named Ming Hui smiled gently and declared proudly, battle merits are secondary. I just want to meet the supreme perfected spirits of the medium kiliacosm in the evil fiend battlefield. I want to see who are the ones in this generation who are trying to fight against the god race for glory. The god kings above nodded slightly and did not doubt Ming Hui's words. The physique and bloodline of the god race were stronger than most races to begin with. As the god's son, he was an outstanding figure even within the god race. Although God's son Ming Hui had only comprehended one peerless divine power, given his god race bloodline, he might be able to fight against a living being of another race who had comprehended two peerless divine powers. A god king said, Ming Hui, choose some clansmen to enter the evil fiend battlefield with you. God's son Ming Hui said, there's no need. The others will be a burden to me in the evil fiend battlefield. Pausing for a moment, God's son Ming Hui looked at the woman beside him and smiled, saying gently, I'll only bring one person. Me? The god-daughter at the side seemed to be a little surprised and shook her head gently. I'm from the lower worlds and have only just awakened the royal bloodline. Furthermore, I've only just advanced to the perfected one realm. I won't be of much help to you. It's fine. God's son Ming Hui smiled. Follow me to the blessed heaven world this time round and just watch the battle outside. There will definitely be a huge battle with the supreme perfected spirits of the medium kiliacosm gathered. Although God's son Ming Hui did not say it explicitly, the truth was that he wanted to show off his skills in the evil fiend battlefield in front of this god-daughter. The god-daughter lowered her head slightly, as though she was hesitant. A god king above looked at the god-daughter and said, Go and take a look together. This is a rare occasion in the medium kiliacosm. Watching the collision and killing between supreme perfected spirits will also be beneficial to your cultivation. All right. When the god-daughter heard that, she no longer hesitated and agreed. Stone world. A dead star suddenly exploded, turning into countless dust and gravel. A bald man walked out slowly with a gigantic stone axe. He was burly and muscular with a gray glow flowing on the surface of his body. The bald man's cultivation was at the peak of the perfected spirit realm. However, a few figures appeared around him. They were all kings of the stone race. For a perfected spirit to have several kings as protectors, it was clear how important the bald man's status was in the stone race. Sherpa, the clan has already chosen a helper for you. You can leave at any moment. A king of the stone race said in a deep voice. The bald man twisted his neck and let out a strange cracking sound. He looked into the distant starry skies and grinned. Blessed heaven world. Here I come. It's best if we can meet those weak sword cultivators in the evil fiend battlefield and let them have a taste of my astounding axe. As he said that, the bald man swung the gigantic axe in his hands, leaving massive cracks in the void. Parasol Tree World. 9 phoenixes pulled a gigantic cosmic spirit vessel and headed in the direction of the blessed heaven world. On the deck of the spirit vessel, a man and a woman stood side by side. The two of them had already grown to the peak of the perfected spirit realm at a young age and were bathed in blazing flames. From afar, they looked like 2 blazing suns that tore through the air. Kuan World, one of the super large worlds. There was no land in the Kuan world and it was filled with seawater. It was a water world that belonged to the sea. Splash! A gigantic shadow gradually appeared on the originally calm sea. A Kuan surfaced. It was gigantic and was thousands of kilometers long, causing massive waves in the surroundings. Immediately after, the Kuan transformed into a human and held an azure trident in his hands. He stood on the huge wave and looked in the direction of the blessed heaven world. Peng World, one of the super large worlds. A golden light streaked through the starry skies. Its true form could not be seen at all. After an unknown period of time, the golden light descended on a gigantic immortal boat. It retracted a pair of golden wings and transformed into a human form. It was an incomparably handsome man. The handsome man murmured, "The supreme perfected spirits are going to be gathered in the evil fiend battlefield." Interesting. Almost at the same time, the supreme perfected spirits of the various worlds appeared one after another and set off for the blessed heaven world. Experts who could comprehend peerless divine powers and become supreme perfected spirits were the number one perfected spirits of the major worlds. Which one of them was not arrogant and fearless? None of these supreme perfected spirits would be willing to miss such an unprecedented grand event. A green spaceship left the witch world. In the blood world, a group of blood vines left silently. The successors of the Golden Crow world, Flower world, Poison world, Insect world, Astral world, Tomb world, and many other small and large worlds set off for the blessed heaven world under the escort of the kings of their respective worlds. In just a few days, a tempest was brewing within the entire medium kiliacosm, blessed heaven world. Due to the removal of restrictions, there were experts from various worlds arriving almost every single day. Blessed Island became even more lively and crowded. Apart from the perfected spirit experts of some worlds who wanted to enter the evil fiend battlefield and kill evil fiends and sin spirits to obtain battle merits, there were also some busybodies who had arrived early to watch the show. The 100 supreme perfected spirits on the battle merits jade steel should be present for this event. 100 supreme perfected spirits? I think it's more than that. Why do you say that? Some supreme perfected spirits did not come to the blessed heaven world for various reasons. As such, their names have never been on the battle merits jade steel. As far as I know, that's the case for a woman known as the chess immortal of the heavenly world. I heard that she's here this time as well. There were cultivators discussing everywhere in the blessed heaven world. A cultivator said, "In my opinion, it's rare for the supreme perfected spirits of the medium kiliacosm to gather here. They can join forces and eliminate the 10 great evil fiends." The 10 great evil fiends of the evil fiend battlefield were all supreme perfected spirits of the evil fiends and sin spirits. The 10 great evil fiends were not inferior to the supreme perfected spirits on the battle merits jade steel. For countless years, both sides suffered casualties. Due to the fact that there was originally a time limit for the blessed heaven world, it was rare for supreme perfected spirits of the medium kiliacosm to gather and join forces to kill the 10 great evil fiends. However, things were different this time round. A cultivator said, "The 10 great evil fiends will definitely not survive this time round. The key is whether the supreme perfected spirits of the various worlds will fight after the 10 great evil fiends die. Some worlds have long-standing grudges, and there's a high chance that a huge battle will break out in the evil fiend battlefield." That's right. Take the sword world and the stone world for example. They have an extremely deep feud. I heard that the sword world sowed a feud with the heavenly eye world 1,000 years ago as well. The peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world killed a supreme perfected spirit and 9 perfected spirit experts of the heavenly eye world. That's a huge conflict. Xianxia of the heavenly eye race arrived the day before yesterday. I don't think the sword world will send anyone over unless they want to have them commit suicide. As everyone was discussing, many sword cultivators descended from a sword-shaped immortal boat in the distance and boarded Blessed Island. The people from the sword world are here. Haha, there's going to be a show now. I wonder if the peak master of the 9th sword peak is among them. He's there. I saw him. He's the one wearing green robes. This person's cultivation speed is way too fast. 1,000 years ago, he was still at the celestial being realm. Now, he's already at the hollow nether realm. The moment everyone from Sword World descended on Blessed Island, there was a heated discussion. As far as I know, apart from the peak master of the 9th sword peak, Lin Xuanjin of the Sword World has also comprehended the peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword. A cultivator said in a deep voice, "The 2 supreme perfected spirits of the Sword World might have a chance of winning against Xianxia. Fu, fellow Taoist, you're thinking too simply." Another person said, "Do you think that Xianxia is the only one who will look for the Sword World? Supreme perfected spirit Pur of the Stone World will definitely target the people of the Sword World as well." A group of people from Sword World descended. When they heard the discussions around them, Lu Yun and the other immortal kings frowned worriedly. Even Lin Xuanzhen felt the pressure multiply. Su Zimo was the only one with an indifferent expression. Let's go to the Blessed Pavilion to retrieve the Blessed Heaven-World badges first before renting a residence so that everyone can rest. Lu Yun said in a deep voice. No one had any objections to this. Although the restrictions of the Blessed Heaven-World were released, many of the rules remained unchanged. Private fights were still prohibited in the Blessed Heaven-World. Of course, it would be a different story if outsiders barged into their respective residences. Ever since the 9 nether sin ground of the Blessed Heaven-World was broken, the evil fiend battlefield was temporarily closed and had yet to open. Everyone gathered here but could not enter and could only wait patiently. Su Zimo, Lin Xuanzhen and the others set off for the Blessed Pavilion, prepared to retrieve the Blessed Heaven-World badges first. Along the way, they heard the discussions of the surrounding cultivators and heard a lot of news. The supreme perfected spirits of the Kuan and Peng worlds were at odds and had already arrived one after another. There was also the Phoenix Prince and Phoenix Princess of the Parasol Tree world. They were a perfect match and had telepathy. Both of them were supreme perfected spirits and had extremely good chemistry when they joined forces. They were equivalent to a single person who had comprehended 2 peerless divine powers. Apart from the chess Immortal, it seems like no perfected spirit expert from the heavenly world has arrived this time round. You don't know yet, right? Many of the top perfected spirits of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos of the heavenly world were killed by a fiend, and they have yet to recover for the most parts. Wow! Who is that powerful fiend? I think he's called Desolate Marshal. When Su Zimo heard those discussions, he murmured in deep thought, The chess Immortal is here as well? Behind him, Yun Ting leaned over secretly and said mysteriously, My sister didn't know that you were coming to the Blessed Heaven world. If she knew, she would probably have come as well. Su Zimo glared at Yun Ting. Seems like you are still lacking in your mastery of the Zen Sword Dao. As he said that, everyone from Sword World arrived at the entrance of the Blessed Pavilion. Brother Mo Ling. Suddenly, a girl's excited voice sounded from the door. Others did not think much of it, but Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he frowned. In order to hide his identity, he had once used this name. Mo Ling. Su Zimo looked in the direction of the voice. A white-robed girl was standing at the entrance of the Blessed Pavilion, looking over at him in surprise. Behind the girl stood a grotto heaven silver-haired woman. This is... Su Zimo was stunned when he saw the white-robed girl. Dragon race. When Lu Yun and the others saw the white-robed girl, they recognized her background immediately. The silver-haired woman was also an extremely famous dragon king in the upper world. Lu Yun and the others did not have much of a relationship with the other party, so they merely cupped their fists slightly in greeting. Brother Mo Ling, don't you remember me? The white-robed girl waved at Su Zimo forcefully. Dragon Abyss Star. I'm Long Li. Su Zimo was enlightened and suddenly recalled what happened on the Dragon Abyss Star. At that time, Long Li was in danger on the Dragon Abyss Star and he saved her. However, at that time, he was hunted by the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and did not dare to expose his identity. He did not know the other party's background either, so he changed his name to Mo Ling. Fellow Taoist? Did you recognize the wrong person? Lu Yun smiled gently. This is the Peak Master Su Zhu of our Sword World's 9th Sword Peak, Sword Burial Peak. Ha! Long Li was slightly stunned and asked, So your name is Su Zhu? Then Mo Ling. Su Zimo explained with an apologetic expression. Fellow Taoist Long Li. There were some special reasons back then, and it was inconvenient for me to reveal my identity. That's why I changed my name to Mo Ling. But I told you my real name. Long Li seemed to be a little resentful as she frowned. You lied to me. Yes, that was my fault indeed. Su Zimo smiled bitterly. Long Li could no longer hold it in and burst out laughing. Waving her hand, she said, I understand. People out there are sinister and one has to be wary. I don't blame you. I was just joking with you earlier on. Hehe. Although Long Li has cultivated to the peak of the perfected spirit realm, she was still young and had the temperament of a young girl. So, your name is Su Zhu. You're not lying to me this time, right? The 8 peak masters looked at Su Zimo with strange expressions. Naturally, they knew Su Zimo's true name. However, this matter was a secret and they could not say it casually. Su Zimo changed the topic and asked, I remember that I changed my appearance on the Dragon Abyss star back then. How did you recognize me? At that time, in order to avoid the pursuit of the great gene Immortal Kingdom, not only did he use the alias Mo Ling, he even made use of the Trinity Auspicious Jade to transform into a drunkard to deceive others. To think that Long Li would recognize him at a glance today. Long Li blinked and smiled smugly. I have a treasure that was refined from a heavenly eye and can see the form of one's essence spirit. I could tell your true appearance right away back then. Su Zimo nodded to himself. The eyes of the heavenly eye race were indeed not bad. They could actually see through the disguise of the Trinity Auspicious Jade. At the same time, it was only logical that the dragon race would have some powerful treasures in their possession. Long Li continued, furthermore, you have a special aura on you. It seems to be related to the dragon race. Su Zimo knew that Long Li should be referring to the aura brought about by the dragon phoenix essence spirit. However, he could not say it explicitly. Not far away, the silver-haired woman of the dragon race looked at Su Zimo with a puzzled expression. This was the person Lear met on the Dragon Abyss star? She had heard a little about the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world and knew that he was a ruthless person who killed decisively. Did this person grow to this extent in such a short period of time? Or was it because he had this identity to begin with and deliberately hid his cultivation? Naturally, she could sense the special aura that Long Li could sense. Furthermore, she could sense it even more clearly. That aura was similar to that of the dragon race but was even stronger than the bloodline aura of the dragon race. Could it be? The silver-haired woman's heart skipped a beat when she thought of a possibility. Mother! Long Li pulled Su Zimo's arm and pulled him in front of the silver-haired woman, saying excitedly, This is Brother Mo Ling whom I mentioned to you before. He's actually the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world. Su Zhu. The silver-haired woman hesitated for a moment and nodded at Su Zimo. She greeted first. I'm Long Li's mother, Dragon Queen Hornless. Dragon Queen Hornless. The hearts of the 8 peak masters skipped a beat when they heard that. It was rumored that there were a total of 5 dragon domains in the dragon world. They were divided into the Horn Dragon domain, the Blue Dragon domain, the Hornless Dragon domain, the Illumination Dragon domain, and the Winged Dragon domain. They represented 5 different powers of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There was naturally more than one dragon king in every dragon domain. However, in the Hornless Dragon domain, only the dragon king with the strongest combat strength was qualified to be conferred the title of Hornless. Therefore, in the upper world, everyone knew that there were 5 strongest dragon kings. The 8 peak masters were also peak experts at the Grotto Heaven realm. However, they did not have much of a relationship with the dragon race and the 5 dragon kings. To think that Su Zimo knew the daughter of the Dragon Queen Hornless. Furthermore, Dragon Queen Hornless' attitude towards Su Zimo was rather friendly. In fact, she was even more polite than towards the 8 of them. The 8 peak masters did not know that his status as the peak master of Sword Burial Peak, as well as the fact that he knew Long Li, were only 2 of the reasons. Another important reason was that the Dragon Queen Hornless could sense the aura of the taboo dragon phoenix on Su Zimo. Greetings, Senior. Su Zimo cupped his fists in return with a respectful expression. The 8 peak masters exchanged glances. Although they did not know why Dragon Queen Hornless had such an attitude towards Su Zimo, it was good to have such a relationship. Typically, the sword world rarely interacted with the dragon world. There was no friendship or feud between them. To think that they would get to know Dragon Queen Hornless today because of Su Zimo's relationship with Long Li. If they could have more contact with the dragon world and establish a relationship, that would naturally be only beneficial for the sword world. Right? Long Li whispered to Su Zimo. You instructed me previously to look for a person named Long Ran who ascended from the lower worlds. He's indeed in the dragon world and the Illumination Dragon domain. Is he all right? Su Zimo asked. Long Ran was the red-headed ghost of Tianhuang mainland. The red-headed ghost had given Su Zimo a lot of help in the lower worlds and even saved his life. He's very well, Longley said. However, he hasn't entered the perfected one realm, and his cultivation realm isn't high. He can't come along this time round. Su Zimo nodded and was relieved. Knowing that his old friends in Tianhuang mainland were fine was the best news for him. The level of their cultivation realms was not important. Up till now, he had news of a few old friends who ascended from Tianhuang mainland back then. However, there were still some that were nowhere to be found. For example, the 6 demon race sworn siblings he had in the lower worlds, his other disciple, Carefree, as well as Nian Qi. At the thought of Nian Qi, Su Zimo could not help but recall the pitiful little girl in the capital of Great Zhou with withered yellow hair and ragged clothes following behind him. Young master! In a daze, he seemed to hear Nian Qi's voice calling out softly not far away. Su Zimo shook his head and put those thoughts aside for the time being. Young master, is that you? However, before long, he heard that familiar voice again. It sounded not far away with a hint of quiver. Su Zimo turned instinctively and looked in the direction of the voice. Not far away, a group of god race beings stood. Leading them was a woman in a golden robe and a crown. She was incomparably noble. The woman had blonde hair, blue eyes, a devilish figure and an almost perfect face. She was incomparably stunning, and one could not help but sigh at the flawless workmanship of the Creator. God-daughter of the god race? The 8 peak masters noticed the god race woman as well and recognized her immediately when they saw the crown on her head. Dragon Queen Hornless. Long Li and the other dragons looked over as well. Even the god race beings and god kings behind the god race woman were at a loss. They did not know what had happened to God-daughter and why she was so emotional. Just as everyone was puzzled, the god-daughter suddenly ran towards the Sword World. When everyone from Sword World saw that the god race woman was not hostile, they did not step forward to stop her. Just like that, the god-daughter almost threw herself into Su Zimo's embrace before stopping gradually. Young master, it's really you. The god-daughter was agitated and grabbed Su Zimo's palm without caring about the gazes of others. The surrounding bystanders widened their eyes and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. The god-daughter of the god race had the bloodline of the royal family of the god race. She was pure and noble. Why did the god-daughter in front of them look at Su Zimo as though she was looking at her family? She did not have the bearing of a god-daughter at all. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, everyone would have thought that the woman was Su Zimo's maidservant. Su Zimo was surprised as well, and a sense of joy surged into him. This god-daughter was none other than Nian Qi, whom he had been thinking about earlier on. In Tianhuang mainland, Nian Qi had followed him for many years. Back when he was still at the Foundation Establishment realm, she was already by his side. Nian Qi had always considered herself as Su Zimo's maidservant. Even after she became the god monarch of God's mainland, she did not change. However, in Su Zimo's heart, he had never treated her as a maidservant. Instead, he treated her as his younger sister. Nian Qi was abandoned when she was young and wandered everywhere. It was Su Zimo who took her in and made her feel the warmth of home for the first time. Later on, out of guilt towards the divine Ho race of Tianhuang mainland and out of the desire to help Su Zimo, she left Tianhuang mainland alone for God's mainland. Although she became the god monarch, she was not happy. Up till this point of her ascension, she had awakened the royal bloodline of the god race and became part of the most respected lineage of the god race. Even so, she did not feel a sense of belonging. If possible, she was willing to abandon all her status and stay by Su Zimo's side for the rest of her life. The god race beings behind her might be her clansmen, but she only had one family member, Su Zimo. The 8 peak masters looked at Su Zimo with strange expressions. Before the dragon girl on the other side could separate, the god-daughter appeared here. Furthermore, she was even more intimate with him than the dragon girl. What was going on? The 8 peak masters knew about Su Zimo's green lotus true body and initially thought that they knew Su Zimo well enough. Today, the 8 of them realized that the peak master of the 9th sword peak was way too unfathomable. Although he was young, perhaps he was a truly well-greased player. Bai Mingshui did not know Long Li but knew Xianxia. She was not surprised by their relationship. However, Yun Ting suddenly became nervous and glanced at Long Li and Xianxia occasionally with hostility. "Sister, you have quite a number of competitors," Yun Ting muttered. Just like that, two of them appeared. Furthermore, their statuses were rather prominent. Yun Ting's gaze lingered on Long Li and Xianxia as he thought to himself that his sister did not seem to have much of an advantage. It was a little difficult. "Xianxia, are you doing well in the god race?" Su Zimo sized up Xianxia and nodded. "Not bad, not bad. You've already entered the perfected one realm. That's very fast." "I'm doing quite all right." Xianxia smiled. "However, I'll always think of you, young master. When I had no news of you the entire time, I was a little worried. The heavenly world and the light world were too far apart. No matter how much commotion a heaven immortal or perfected immortal of the heavenly world caused, it might not reach the light world." Cough, cough. The god race beings not far away finally reacted. The god kings frowned with ugly expressions. A god king coughed heavily and reminded Xianxia secretly, sending a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. "Xianxia, you're the god daughter. Pay attention to your status." When Xianxia heard that, she pouted slightly with her back facing the god kings and thought to herself, "I don't care about the status as the god daughter." Although she thought that way, Xianxia knew that if she was too intimate with Su Zimo, it would cause him some trouble instead. She was filled with things that she wanted to tell Su Zimo. However, she knew that there were many people around and it was not the time. The goddaughter looked at the few god kings not far away and explained, "This is an old friend of mine from the lower worlds. I didn't expect to reunite with him today, so I lost my composure." A god king said, "Since you've already ascended to the upper world, you should sever your karmas of the lower worlds. You're a goddaughter and he's a lowlife. The difference between the two of you is too great. It's better if you don't maintain contact with him." When Xianxia heard that, her expression turned cold. "He's not only my old friend, he's also my benefactor." When Lu Yun heard the word lowlife, he frowned as well and stood out, saying in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists of the god race, this is the peak master of the sword world's 9th sword peak. He's not a lowlife that you guys mentioned. 9th sword peak? Sword burial peak?" When the god kings heard that, their expressions changed, as though they had thought of something. The battle Su Zimo had in the evil fiend battlefield 1,000 years ago did create some impact and he made a name for himself. At the side, Dragon Queen Hornless had a cold expression and suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist Su Zhu has known my daughter for many years. Since he's at the side of the dragon race, he's an esteemed guest of ours. Why is he a lowlife in the mouth of the god race?" The god king's expressions changed. A moment later, a god king suddenly smiled. "In that case, we've been rude. Peak master of the 9th sword peak. We've heard a lot about you." Xianxia turned around and asked, "Fellow Taoist Su, where's your sword world staying? I'll pay a visit when I'm free." More and more living beings gathered around. Worried that it would cause unnecessary trouble for Su Zimo, Xianxia changed the way she addressed him for the time being. "We haven't found a place to stay yet." Su Zimo shook his head and said, "We're going to retrieve our blessed heaven world badges now before renting a residence." Xianxia frowned. She still wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Su Zimo alone. However, she was the goddaughter of the god race after all and could not follow behind everyone from the sword world and watch them search for a residence before returning to the residence of the god race. As though he could tell that Xianxia was in a difficult position, Su Zimo smiled. "Where is your god race residing? I'll pay you a visit when I have nothing to do on my end." Xianxia was overjoyed when she heard that and hurriedly told Su Zimo the address of the god race in the blessed heaven world. Thereafter, the two of them did not talk much and parted ways. Surrounded by a group of god kings, Xianxia headed towards her residence. Dragon Queen Hornless brought Long Li and bade farewell to everyone from the sword world before turning to leave. After such a delay at the entrance of the blessed heaven world, everyone from the sword world entered the blessed pavilion and took out their blessed heaven world badges that were stored here. Next, they had to find a residence on Blessed Island. Due to the sudden increase in the number of people on Blessed Island, the number of residences that were originally in the surplus were now a little tight. Everyone from the Sword World walked far away before finding an empty residence to rent. Everyone from the Sword World rested here. Su Zimo rested for a while before getting up to leave, prepared to head to the residence of the god race to look for Nian Qi. As soon as he reached the door, Lu Yun stopped him. "Are you going to look for the god-daughter of the god race?" Lu Yun asked. Su Zimo nodded and did not hide anything. Lu Yun pondered for a moment. "You have to be careful. The god-daughter has a special status in the god race. The light world will definitely not allow a marriage alliance between the god-daughter and another race, as they strictly forbid the royal bloodline from being spread. That's a heinous sin for the god race." Su Zimo could not help but laugh and shook his head. "Brother Lu, you're thinking too much." There was still no smile on Lu Yun's face as he said in a deep voice, "There's one more person you have to pay attention to. From what I know, Godson Ming Hui of the god race is here this time round as well. Godson Ming Hui is known as the #1 perfected spirit of the god race and was not in the crowd earlier on. If he discovers that you're close to the god-daughter of the god race, he might cause unnecessary trouble." "Yes." Su Zimo had a calm expression as he replied casually, as though he did not care. He already had many powerful enemies on this trip to the blessed heaven world, so he did not mind having one or two more. Furthermore, he was here this time round to fight in the evil fiend battlefield. Lu Yun left a few more reminders before Su Zimo left the residence of the Sword World and headed for the residence of the god race. Fighting was still prohibited in the blessed heaven world. Lu Yun and the others were not worried that Su Zimo would encounter any danger halfway. As for within the residence of the god race, the other party already knew of Su Zimo's status as the peak master of the Sword World's 9th sword peak. Without any deep feud, there was no way the god race would attack Su Zimo either. Blessed Island. A travel-worn man and woman descended slowly. The woman wore a plain blue palace dress and had a graceful figure. Her face was covered by a veil, revealing only her eyes that were cold. The man carried a sword on his back and had sharp brows and starry eyes. However, his face was pale and he only had one arm left. The two of them were sword immortal Yu Hua and fairy Meng Yao, who had come from afar. After the battle in the Builder Tree Mountain range, the two of them could be said to have lost all face. Although they managed to survive after being severely injured by eternal damnation, there was already no hope of them advancing to the Grotto Heaven realm. Over the years, the two of them gradually lost their former status in their respective sects and were no longer core legacy disciples. In fact, there were not even any Immortal King experts from Flying Immortal Sect and Heaven and Earth Academy who were willing to escort the two of them over. After all, the blessed heaven world was not too attractive to Immortal King experts. Which Immortal King would travel a long way to the blessed heaven world for the sake of two crippled legacy disciples. The two of them encountered many dangers along the way. Thankfully, their luck was not bad and they averted the danger in the end, successfully arriving at the blessed heaven world. Descending from midair, both of them were shocked when they saw the bustling crowd on Blessed Island. The top perfected spirits of the medium Kiliacosm were gathered on this island and Immortal King experts could be seen everywhere. The 9 firmament meet was already a rare scene in the heavenly world. However, compared to the current scene, it paled in comparison. Not far away, a dazzling golden light tore through the air. A pair of golden wings spread out slowly, revealing a perfect and well-proportioned body. The golden feathers were like sharp swords that shone with golden light, reflecting on the man's incomparably handsome face and making him look even more noble. Look, it's the 9th prince of the Peng world's golden-winged Peng king. As expected of the golden-winged Peng bloodline, he actually came over from the Peng world without the escort of a king expert. The movement technique and speed of the golden-winged Peng lineage are known to be #1 among the 10,000 races. It's said that when the golden-winged Peng king uses his movement technique, even the black hole in the cosmos can't devour him. The golden-winged Peng lineage was the strongest bloodline among the Peng race. The golden-winged Peng king was also famous in the medium Kiliacosm. Splash! On the other side, a young man holding an azure trident descended above Blessed Island on the waves and looked at the ninth prince of the golden-winged Peng with battle intent in his eyes. The appearance of this person caused another round of exclamations. It's the number 1 perfected spirit of the Kuan world. Bai Ming Yuan. I heard that the Kuan and Peng worlds have been in constant conflict in recent years. There will probably be a fierce battle between the supreme perfected spirits of the 2 super-large worlds in the evil fiend battlefield this time round. The arrival of every paragon would cause everyone on the island to exclaim. Walking on Blessed Island, Meng Yao felt more emotional than shocked when she looked at this scene. If not for the fact that she was injured by eternal damnation and her reputation was destroyed, given her reputation as the Zither Immortal, she would definitely be the center of attention and countless people would chase after her the moment she appeared. She should have gotten to know the supreme perfected spirits of the medium kiliocosm and enjoyed herself while merrymaking with them. This was what she was originally best at. But now, she did not even dare to reveal her true appearance, let alone befriend these people. At the side, Sword Immortal Yu Hua looked at the surrounding scenery and the perfected spirit experts that descended from midair from time to time, looking especially excited. He knew that his trip to the blessed heaven world this time round was definitely the right choice. Meng Yao, I just heard that the group of people from the God race has already arrived. The God Son and God Daughter of the perfected One realm are here. Sword Immortal Yu Hua could not hide the joy on his face. I've already asked for their address. Let's prepare and pay a visit later. Meng Yao lowered her head and remained silent with a heavy heart. What's wrong? Sword Immortal Yu Hua noticed Meng Yao's abnormality and asked with a frown. Sensing the liveliness and clamor around her, Meng Yao felt that she was incompatible with Blessed Island. Coupled with the fact that she saw the paragons and monster incarnates, who were idolized like the moon surrounded by stars, she felt disappointed and dispirited. In fact, a thought flashed through her mind. She wanted to leave this place as soon as possible and return to Flying Immortal Sect, never to appear again for the rest of her life. I want to go back, Meng Yao suddenly said. Go back. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression darkened. Sensing Meng Yao's intentions, he sneered. Where can you go back to? Return to Flying Immortal Sect and continue to suffer the disdain and criticism of your fellow sect mates. Continue to endure the cold treatment of the elders of the sect. Meng Yao narrowed her eyes slightly and clenched her fists instinctively. All these years, although the cultivators of the same sect did not say anything in front of her, she knew that there were many discussions behind her back. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's words of coldness, mockery, and criticism had indeed struck a sore spot in Meng Yao's heart. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, We're already here. Are we going to chicken out at the last minute? Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we have to give it a try. Look at the surrounding perfected spirit experts and listen to the paragons they're discussing. Sword Immortal Yu Hua pointed to his surroundings with an excited expression and said in high spirits, If we were in the divine firmament immortal domain, how would we have the chance to see these supreme perfected spirits and come into contact with so many experts? Meng Yao, this is a rare opportunity for the two of us. If we grasp it, not only will the two of us recover from our injuries, we might even be able to use this opportunity to broaden our connections and get to know the supreme perfected spirits of many super-large worlds. When we return to the divine firmament immortal domain again, who will dare to look down on us? Meng Yao was tempted by Sword Immortal Yu Hua's words. Sword Immortal Yu Hua continued, Although you and I have lost our reputation in the heavenly world, not many people in the medium kiliocosm know about this. Given your Zither skills, Zither Immortal, do you think you won't be able to make friends with any supreme perfected spirit after playing a few songs that are out of this world? Meng Yao nodded and a glint flashed through her eyes as her confidence increased. Along the way, just by witnessing it personally, they saw a few supreme perfected spirits that were the center of attention appear and attracted countless exclamations. They even heard the names of many supreme perfected spirits from others. The number 1 perfected spirit of the heavenly eye race and rank 1 on the battle merits Jade Steel, Xianxia. The supreme perfected spirit of the stone race, Shi Pa. The Phoenix Prince and Phoenix Princess were telepathic. If the two of them joined forces, they would be invincible among their peers. Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, "There's also Su Zhu of the Sword World. He's already the peak master of the 9th sword peak at such a young age. Furthermore, he's only at the Hollow Nether realm. How talented is that?" Meng Yao nodded. "I just heard that Su Zhu killed a supreme perfected spirit of the heavenly eye race 1,000 years ago when he was still at the celestial being realm and formed a deep grudge with them. There's probably going to be a fight this time round." Sword Immortal Yu Hua said, "No matter who wins or loses, if there's a chance to meet him, I have to befriend him. As a sword cultivator, I'm quite knowledgeable in the sword Tao. I should be able to communicate with the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world." "Yes." Meng Yao's heart surged with anticipation. "All right, I'll listen to you. Let's pay a visit to the god race first. If there's a chance to recover from our injuries, everything will be fine. In the residence of the god race in the blessed heaven world." It should be because Nian Qi had already informed him. After Su Zimo arrived and explained his intentions, a god race being brought him to a room in the residence. Nian Qi had been waiting inside for a long time. When she saw Su Zimo arrive, she suppressed her excitement and joy and pretended to be calm. When the god race being retreated and only the two of them were left in the room, Nian Qi released the true emotions in her heart completely. Her eyes were red and tears rolled down her face. This parting had been way too long for her. All these years, although she was surrounded by god race beings of the same bloodline in the light world, she had never been happy and could not find any sense of belonging. It was only the moment she reunited with Su Zimo that she truly felt at home. Su Zimo's gaze was gentle. Although Nian Qi had already grown up, Su Zimo looked at her the same way as before. There was no need for pleasantries between the two of them. After they sat down, they recounted their experiences after ascending. Nian Qi had already set up a restriction around the room with the help of the power of faith on the crown. As such, she was not afraid of others spying and eavesdropping. The two of them had countless things to say now that they were reunited after such a long time. Unknowingly, a few hours passed. Su Zimo heard some secrets about the light world from Nian Qi. There was once a great emperor in the light world who established the light era. As a result, the reputation and strength of the light world in the medium kiliocosm reached its peak and was like the sun in the midday sky. However, it was said that because of a catastrophe in the world, Great Emperor Light died in the end, causing the light world to decline. The reason why Su Zimo mentioned that was because a few heavenly tribulations in the form of human figures had descended when the martial Tao prime body underwent the 10th tribulation of the true martial heavenly tribulation. One of them shone with a golden light and surged with golden blood qi, resembling the god race. Su Zimo could already confirm that a few of them were great emperors who had passed away. Through Nian Qi, Su Zimo could also confirm that the figure that appeared in the true martial heavenly tribulation was the former great emperor Light. These great emperors seemed to have a common characteristic. None of them met with good ends. The deaths of these great emperors were related to a catastrophe that swept through the medium kiliocosm and affected the living beings of the 10,000 races. Fiend Lord, Lord of Hell, Brahma Ghost Mother, evil fiends, sin spirits, blessed heaven world, heavenly court. If that catastrophe of the world was caused by the Fiend Lord and the great emperors of the medium kiliocosm fought with all their might, what role did the blessed heaven world and heavenly court play in it? Many information fragments appeared in Su Zimo's mind. However, he could not piece together the final truth with those fragments. While Su Zimo was deep in thought, Nian Qi continued, however, in the darkness era that came after the light era, the light world rose rapidly and became one of the super-large worlds once more. The darkness era. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. In the 10th tribulation of Desolate Martial's heavenly tribulation, accompanied by the arrival of great Emperor Light, there was indeed a figure shrouded in darkness. If there was once a darkness era, in that case that figure should be Great Emperor Darkness. That should be the case. Since there was a light world in the medium kiliocosm, there should be a darkness world as well. Su Zimo pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, There doesn't seem to be a darkness world in the medium kiliocosm right now? Xianxia nodded. After great Emperor Darkness died, the once prosperous darkness world was completely annihilated in that catastrophe. Well, Su Zimo was shocked. The world that had once given birth to a great emperor was erased from the upper world just like that without leaving any traces. Right then, there was a knock on the door. Lady Xianxia? Someone called out softly. What is it? Xianxia frowned slightly. She had not seen Su Zimo for a long time and had many things to discuss. She did not want to be disturbed and was naturally displeased when she heard the knock on the door. Xianxia had the bloodline of the god race's royal family flowing through her body, and her status was indeed noble. The god race being outside the door was rather respectful. He merely stood at the door and said, "There are 2 perfected immortals from the heavenly world outside. They said that they brought gifts and came to pay their respects to the godson and goddaughter. Their attitudes are rather sincere. Lord Minghui is not around, so I came over to ask you about it, Lady Xianxia." Not meeting. Xianxia rejected without hesitation. She did not want to waste any time on these irrelevant people. When Su Zimo heard that it was people from the heavenly world, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be Chess Immortal Junyu? However, if it was Junyu, why would she come to pay her respects to the godson and goddaughter with gifts? That did not seem like Junyu's style of doing things. Heavenly world? Who are they? Su Zimo asked casually. The god race being outside replied, I heard that they're from the divine firmament immortal domain. One of them is called Yuhua and the other is known as the Zither Immortal, one of the 4 great fairies of the heavenly world. Oh! Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. You know them, young master? Xianxia noticed Su Zimo's strange expression and asked softly. Of course I do. Su Zimo smiled and briefly recounted the grudges between him and the 2 of them before saying meaningfully, Xianxia, perhaps it's good for you to meet them as well. In the guest hall of the residence of the god race, Sword Immortal Yuhua and Meng Yao waited patiently here, feeling rather uneasy, as though time was passing much slower. After an unknown period of time, a woman in a golden robe strode over from the depths of the residence. She wore a golden crown and was beautiful and noble. Sword Immortal Yuhua's eyes lit up when he saw that person. Although he had never seen Xianxia before, he recognized her status as the goddaughter the moment he saw the god race crown. Sword Immortal Yuhua stood up hurriedly and cupped his fists towards Xianxia. I'm Yuhua of the heavenly world. Greetings, Lady Xianxia. Tvi heard a lot about you. It's just that I didn't have the chance to meet you. Now that I've seen you today, you're indeed peerless and beautiful. Meng Yao felt nauseous when she heard that. Sword Immortal Yuhua had only found out Xianxia's name after arriving at Blessed Island. But now he was saying all of that without the slightest bit of shame. Meng Yao stood up as well and cupped her fists. I'm Meng Yao of the heavenly world. Greetings, Lady Xianxia. Xianxia smiled gently and nodded at the 2 of them. Sitting on the main seat, she said in a seemingly casual manner, I'm the one who has heard a lot about the 2 of you. Before Sword Immortal Yuhua and Meng Yao could react, Xianxia continued, Please take a seat. When Sword Immortal Yuhua heard that, he felt flattered. Lady Xianxia, you've heard of me? Sword Immortal Yuhua was secretly delighted and could not help but ask. To think that his name had already spread to the light world? Even Sword Immortal Yuhua found it unbelievable. He did not seem to have done anything shocking enough that could spread out of the heavenly world and even into the ears of the goddaughter. Yes, I heard from a friend. Xianxia nodded slightly and said indifferently, From a friend. Xianxia's words reassured Sword Immortal Yuhua. Initially, Sword Immortal Yuhua was not confident about this trip. But now, looking at goddaughter Xianxia's attitude towards him, his confidence suddenly increased. At the side, Meng Yao frowned. She was much more sensitive and she could vaguely sense that goddaughter Xianxia's words seemed to have a deeper meaning. However, she could not figure it out at the moment. Xianxia said, Do forgive me for coming out a little late, fellow Taoists. I was delayed by another guest of mine, fellow Taoist Su Zhu. Fellow Taoist Su Zhu? Sword Immortal Yu Hua's heart skipped a beat as he asked hurriedly, "Are you referring to the peak master of the sword world's ninth sword peak?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded and asked, "You recognize him?" Sword Immortal Yu Hua smiled and raised his voice. "Although I've never met fellow Taoist Su Zhu, everyone in the medium Kiliacosm knows the title of the peak master of the ninth sword peak. Fellow Taoist Su Zhu and I are both sword cultivators and can be considered as fellow cultivators of the same Tao. I only regret that we're not fated to know one another. In fact, I was looking forward to an opportunity to meet him for my trip to the blessed heaven world this time round." Meng Yao was pleasantly surprised as well. Previously, the two of them were still discussing Su Zhu of the sword world. To think that they would receive news of Su Zhu of the sword world from the god race. If they could befriend fellow Taoist Su Zhu here at the residence of the god race, it would be killing two birds with one stone. At that thought, Meng Yao stood up as well. "I've admired fellow Taoist Su Zhu's reputation for a long time. Although I'm not a sword cultivator, I'm quite knowledgeable in the zither. If there's a chance, I'm willing to play a song for Lady Xianxia and fellow Taoist Su Zhu. I hope that you guys can give me comments on it." Given Meng Yao's reputation as the zither immortal back then, she had never been so submissive and took the initiative to play the zither for others. But now, in order to get to know experts and make connections in the blessed heaven world, she could not care less. Xianxia smiled without saying anything. Sword Immortal Yu Hua coughed gently. "It might be a little presumptuous. If fellow Taoist Su Zhu is also in your esteemed place, why don't you invite him out so that the two of us can pay him a visit in person as well?" "Sure." Xianxia agreed casually. Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao were delighted. "We'll talk about that later." Suddenly, Xianxia changed the topic and asked, "Why are you guys here this time round?" Sword Immortal Yu Hua retracted his smile immediately and said with a serious expression, "The two of us belong to the orthodox sects of the heavenly world, and we've always upheld justice and righteousness. We take it upon ourselves to slay demons and fiends. Unexpectedly, we were severely injured by a great fiend who committed all sorts of evil and suffered the pain of eternal damnation." Sigh. Sword Immortal Yu Hua sighed and grabbed his empty sleeve with one hand. "That fiend was scheming and left us alive deliberately. He used the divine power of eternal damnation to destroy our minds and wills, hoping that we submit to him. Naturally, he had prepared those words long ago with the goal of gaining the sympathy of the god race." Meng Yao added, "Back then, I was competing with a zither fiend and it was supposed to be a fair competition of our zither skills. However, the zither fiend flew into a rage out of humiliation after she lost. The great fiend who was backing her attacked and injured me. Of course, those words were also distorting the truth. Back in the battle beneath the builder tree, the zither immortal lost and flew into a rage out of humiliation. She wanted to ambush zither fiend Xiao Siluo but was stopped by desolate marshal who slapped her in the face. Those details could probably only be seen clearly by people who were present. The reason why Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao dared to spout nonsense was because they were certain that goddaughter Xianxia, who was far away in the light world, would not know the exact details of the battle in the Builder Tree mountain range. Xianxia said, "In that case, what happened to the two of you is indeed regretful. This woman looks so young. She's indeed gullible." When Sword Immortal Yu Hua saw Xianxia's friendly tone, he was secretly delighted and continued, "The two of us heard that the royal family of the god race specializes in a healing technique that is unparalleled in the world, and can remove the remnant divine power left behind by eternal damnation. Therefore, Lady Xianxia, the two of us are here this time round to plead with you. Could you please help us escape the pain of eternal damnation?" As they approached, Sword Immortal Yu Hua removed his storage bag hurriedly. "I've long prepared a generous gift for you, Lady Xianxia. Please accept it." Meng Yao handed over her storage bag hurriedly as well. Xianxia did not receive them and merely smiled. "If the two of you recover from your injuries, what are your plans for the future?" Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao were excited when they heard the words "recover from your injuries." From goddaughter Xianxia's tone, she seemed to have the intention of helping them. Sword Immortal Yu Hua knelt down hurriedly and cupped his fists towards Xianxia with a respectful expression. Lady Xianxia, if you're willing to help me heal my injuries from eternal damnation, I'm willing to listen to your orders in the future without hesitation. When Meng Yao saw Sword Immortal Yu Hua kneeling on the ground with a thud, she knew she could not remain standing at the side either. She swallowed her dignity and knelt down as well. Sword Immortal Yu Hua continued, "Of course, if I recover from my injuries, the first thing I'll do is return to the heavenly world and take revenge on that fiend." However, Sword Immortal Yu Hua had other plans in his mind. Right now, he was just putting on an act. If his injuries were to recover, he would have a chance of taking another step forward and stepping into the Grotto Heaven realm to become an immortal king when he returned to the heavenly world. As for what he said today, he would naturally pretend that nothing had happened. Revenge. An imperceptible mockery flashed through Xianxia's eyes as she asked, "Can you defeat him?" Sword Immortal Yu Hua opened his mouth, and the image of the insufferably arrogant and invincible figure beneath the builder tree appeared in his mind. He felt immense pressure once more, as though a nightmare was enveloping him, and his heart palpitated. The big words that were about to come out of his mouth could not be said for the time being. At the side, Meng Yao's expression was cold as she suddenly said, "We can't defeat that fiend now, but we can cut off his wings first." That fiend established Tianhuang sect in the fiend domain of the heavenly world, and it's filled with heinous fiend cultivators. If I can recover from my injuries and regain my combat strength this time round, I'll definitely destroy Tianhuang sect. Of course, Meng Yao wanted to do more than that. She wanted to destroy Tianhuang sect and kill the Zither fiend. The Zither fiend had already become her mental demon. Only by killing the Zither fiend would she have a chance to advance further. She wanted to take back everything that belonged to her. "Destroy Tianhuang sect," Xianxia said expressionlessly. When Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao heard Xianxia's tone, they felt that something was amiss. Before they could react, Xianxia said, "The two of you wanted to pay your respects to fellow Taoist Su Zhu earlier on, right?" "That's right." Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao nodded hurriedly. Xianxia said, "He's already here and is right behind you guys." "Huh!" Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao were shocked. From the corner of their eyes, the two of them indeed caught a glimpse of a figure sitting not far behind them. The two of them did not notice when this person entered the hall or when he was sitting there. The two of them were surprised and delighted. They turned around hurriedly and raised their hands. Just as they were about to bow, they were suddenly stunned on the spot and widened their eyes. The surprise from earlier on vanished instantly. In its place was endless shock. That person had black hair and green robes and had refined features. He sat on the chair like a weak scholar in the mortal world and looked at the two of them with a smile. Pest! When Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao saw this person, they gasped in fear as though they had seen a ghost. Their hairs stood on end and their scalps tingled. Why you?" Sword Immortal Yu Hua's voice trembled slightly, as though he had countless things to say but could not say a single word. Meng Yao's face turned pale as well. What was going on? Su Zimo? Wasn't this person sent to the Emperor's tomb by the sect master of the academy and died? Su Zimo and Su Zhu were the same person? How could it be? How did he become the peak master of the sword world's 9th sword peak? Why was he here? What was his relationship with goddaughter Xianxia? Countless questions exploded in Meng Yao's mind instantly. She felt that her mind was in a mess and she could not understand anything. Su Zimo sat there while Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao knelt on the ground. Just like that, the three of them looked at each other. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao realized that the ant they thought they could trample to death at will had already grown to such an extent. "You really shouldn't have come." Su Zimo stood up slowly and looked at the two of them calmly, saying faintly, "The feud between the two parties was extremely deep and they were like fire and water." He had no intention of exchanging pleasantries with the other party and revealed his killing intent with his first sentence. Back in the divine firmament immortal domain, the two of them plotted to kill him several times. Later on, the martial Tao prime body had to attack to severely injure the two of them. Furthermore, The two of them knew about his green lotus true body as well. All the more he couldn't let the two of them leave alive. Be it Sword Immortal Yu Hua or Meng Yao, they were vengeful people. Earlier on, when Xianxia asked them what they planned to do after their injuries healed, the two of them did not hide their intentions. In fact, Meng Yao even declared that she wanted to attack Tianhuang's sect. Su Zimo would not give the two of them any more chances. Your Su Zhu. Sword Immortal Yu Hua stood up with a bang, and his expression changed continuously. He glared at Su Zimo fixedly and gritted his teeth. Although the fact had already registered in his mind, he could not figure out why Su Zimo was the so-called peak master of the sword world's 9th sword peak. It was said that Su Zimo had just entered the perfected One realm when he died. How many years had it only been, but he was already at the Hollow Nether realm. There was no way Sword Immortal Yu Hua would associate the Hollow Nether realm peak master of the sword world with a dead person like Su Zimo. Su Zimo walked towards the two of them slowly. What are you trying to do? Sword Immortal Yu Hua looked at Su Zimo, who was getting closer and closer. His heart trembled as he shouted fiercely, "This is the blessed heaven world. You're not allowed to fight in private. This is a private residence." Su Zimo said indifferently, "The rules of the blessed heaven world are invalid even if people are killed here." In just a few breaths, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was already sweating profusely. When he heard that, his legs went limp from fear. If this was him in the past, he might not have been reduced to such a state. But now, he had been tortured by eternal damnation for many years and had yet to recover from his injuries. Furthermore, he had lost an arm. Against Su Zimo, who was also the peak master of the sword world's 9th sword peak and a ruthless person who had killed a supreme perfected spirit, he was already scared out of his wits. Su Zimo, Junior Brother Su. Brother Su. Sword Immortal Yu Hua changed his form of address 3 times in a row and tried his best to squeeze out a smile. Our grudges from before were truly misunderstandings. Aye. As though he did not hear anything, Su Zimo continued forward and got closer to the two of them. His footsteps were neither light nor heavy. However, when they echoed in Sword Immortal Yu Hua's ears, they were like the tolling bells of the netherworld. "Lady Xianxia, please." When Sword Immortal Yu Hua saw that Su Zimo was unmoved, he turned to look at Xianxia in panic and said incoherently, "This is the residence of the god race. He's from the sword world. Ah no, the heavenly world. He can't kill anyone here." Xianxia looked down at Sword Immortal Yu Hua with a cold expression. "I forgot to tell you something. I'm also from Tianhuang mainland of the lower worlds and have accompanied young master for many years. I regard him as my most important kin. If you guys go against him, you're going against me." Those words were equivalent to extinguishing the last hope in Sword Immortal Yu Hua's heart. Initially, Meng Yao lowered her head and remained silent, as though she had resigned herself to fate. However, when she heard Xianxia's words, a killing intent flashed through her lowered eyes. Meng Yao turned around abruptly and pounced towards Xianxia, who was sitting on the high seat behind her at an astonishing speed. Since the two of them had accompanied each other in the lower worlds for many years, it meant that Xianxia was equally important to Su Zimo. Although Su Zimo was only at the Hollow Nether realm, he had once killed a supreme perfected spirit after all, and was too notorious for Meng Yao to dare to fight him. However, goddaughter Xianxia, who was behind her, had just entered the perfected One realm. As long as she could restrain Xianxia right away, Su Zimo might be wary of her. This might be her only chance of survival. She did not want to die or lose. At the very least, she did not want to lose to Su Zimo, someone whom she had once regarded as an ant. Meng Yao's movement technique was fast. This time round, she released almost all of her strength. However, no matter how fast her movement technique was, it was not as fast as a certain jade-green sword beam. A jade-green sword beam flashed and entered Meng Yao's body first, accompanied by an arrow of blood. The sword beam pierced through her chest instantly. Meng Yao swayed and looked at goddaughter Xianxia, who was inches away, unable to gather any strength in her body. Her blood qi dissipated rapidly. The sword wound on her chest was not fatal. However, the terrifying sword intent contained in the sword beam exploded in her body. A grim aura of death spread throughout her entire body instantly. In a daze, she felt as though she was buried in a tomb. Her heifers was draining rapidly and her eyes were filled with despair and indignation. Unable to hold on any longer, Meng Yao fell limply to the ground. Bang! A dull thud sounded in Meng Yao's ears. Immediately after, the sound of bones cracking sounded. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's figure fell to the ground and rolled a few times before arriving beside her. The next moment, those footsteps that sounded like they belonged to a god of death echoed once more. Before long, the familiar figure and face arrived before the two of them and looked down at the two of them who were lying on the ground like dead dogs. I'm indignant. The veil on Meng Yao's face had long been torn apart by the sword qi, revealing her scarred face as she glared at Su Zimo with hatred. Due to the fact that she was overexerting herself, the wounds on her face turned slightly red. When she frowned, it made her look even more wretched. What's there to be indignant about? Su Zimo's tone was calm. If I wasn't injured by Desolate Marshal, you might not have been able to defeat me in today's battle. Meng Yao grit her teeth. Su Zimo, don't be smug. I lost to Desolate Marshal, but I didn't lose to you. I'm the Zither Immortal. How can I lose to a lowlife like you? And who do you think Desolate Marshal is? Su Zimo asked indifferently. Meng Yao was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Su Zimo meant. The next moment, two purple flames appeared slowly in Su Zimo's eyes. In her daze, the peerless purple-robed figure, who looked down on the world, gradually merged with the scholar with refined features in front of her. It's him, it's actually him. Desolate Marshal? How could this be? Images flashed before Meng Yao's eyes, as though she had returned to the first time she met Su Zimo on the Dragon Abyss Star back then. At that time, Su Zimo was like an ant that she could trample and crush casually. She did not even have a deep impression of this ant. She had never expected that many years later, that weak ant would grow to such an extent that she could only look up to, on the Dragon Abyss Star. It was the first time Su Zimo, Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao met, and now it was the three of them again. Everything was like a cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, the grudges between the three of them would finally be resolved. Right then, Su Zimo's expression changed and he glanced sideways, as though he sensed something. Stop! A stern shout sounded from outside the hall. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's bones cracked from Su Zimo's beating and his blood qi dissipated, his vitality waning. When he heard that voice, a life force burst forth from his eyes once more as he shouted with all his might. Save me! Su Zimo had an indifferent expression and was unmoved as he flicked his finger. Two incomparably sharp sword qi entered the glabella of Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao instantly and pierced their essence spirits. Immediately after, a man in golden armor and wielding a gigantic sword entered the hall. He looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Meng Yao, who had just been killed by Su Zimo, with a dark expression. Nian Qi frowned with a grim expression and sent a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness hurriedly to remind Su Zimo, "It's God's son Ming Hui. How dare you kill in the territory of the god race?" God's son Ming Hui glared at Su Zimo and his blood qi surged, emitting a blinding golden light. He raised the gigantic sword in his hands with a murderous aura. Ming Hui, this is a misunderstanding. In a flash, Nian Qi stood in front of Su Zimo hurriedly and spread her arms, facing God's son Ming Hui. The two of them from the heavenly world came to pay their respects but harbored ulterior motives and wanted to attack me. It was fellow Taoist Su Zhu who saved me. Those words were not made up. Indeed, Meng Yao wanted to hold Nian Qi hostage to threaten Su Zimo earlier on. Oh! God's son Ming Hui had yet to put down the gigantic sword in his hands and pointed at Su Zimo from afar. The killing intent in his eyes had yet to dissipate as he asked, "Why didn't you listen to me when I told you to stop earlier on? Who are you?" Su Zimo asked indifferently. God's son Ming Hui's expression turned cold as he said slowly, "Su Zhu, do you believe that I can cut you right now and make it impossible for you to leave alive? You can try." Su Zimo's tone was still calm. However, his words were equally ferocious and did not back down at all. Previously, Godson Minghui was catching up with a few supreme perfected spirits outside. When he heard that Xianxia had met an old friend in the blessed heaven world and was extremely intimate with him, he rushed back. Therefore, even without the appearance of sword immortal Yuhua and Meng Yao, he was still filled with hostility towards Su Zimo. He had long treated Xianxia as his own. Any member of the opposite sex who appeared beside Xianxia would cause him to feel wary. Su Zimo naturally did not care about the threat of Godson Minghui. He was not afraid of anyone of the same cultivation realm. This was the private residence of the god race. Even if king experts of the god race were to attack in the end, Su Zimo was confident that he could escape unscathed. Grotto heavens could not be released in the blessed heaven world. Without the restrictions of grotto heavens, even god kings could not trap him. Ming Hui, fellow Taoist Su Zhu, is not to be blamed for this. Xianxia looked at Godson Ming Hui and emphasized, enunciating each word clearly. Godson Ming Hui remained silent and stared fixedly at Su Zimo. The more Xianxia protected Su Zimo, the stronger the killing intent in his heart. After a stalemate, Godson Ming Hui suddenly put away his gigantic sword and laughed. There's still a long way to go. In the future, 1 foot 11 inches have the chance to experience your sword Dao. With that said, Godson Ming Hui stopped pestering and turned to leave. Xianxia, I'll head back first. The two of them chatted for a long time. After this incident, Su Zimo could not stay in the residence of the god race any longer. I'll send you off. Xianxia escorted Su Zimo out of the residence of the god race and reminded, young master, you have to be careful of Ming Hui. This person is narrow-minded. Although he didn't make things difficult for you today, he might have some tricks up his sleeves. It's fine. Su Zimo smiled. Whatever moves he has, I'll take them all. On the other side, after Godson Ming Hui left the meeting hall, he retracted his smile and narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression was sinister, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Lord Ming Hui, a servant who had followed him for many years, flashed out and saw through Godson Ming Hui's intentions. He asked in a low voice, why didn't you kill Su Zhu just now? Godson Ming Hui shook his head gently. Yes, he'll be killed eventually. However, now isn't the best time to kill him. This person is the peak master of the 9th sword peak of the sword world after all. If he dies in the private residence of the god race, people will gossip even if he's killed by me in a fair battle. Furthermore, Xianxia is right here. If we attack Su Zhu, Xianxia will definitely stop us. In the end, we'll probably leave things unsettled. The servant seemed to be in deep thought. Lord, do you mean that we should attack only in the evil fiend battlefield? Yes. Godson Ming Hui said, Xianxia won't enter the evil fiend battlefield this time round. No matter what happens in the evil fiend battlefield, outsiders can't interfere. Furthermore, the sword world can only admit defeat if we kill him openly in front of everyone. It will all be Su Zhu's fault for not being proficient in the sword Dao and being inferior. Pausing for a moment, a glint flashed through Godson Ming Hui's eyes and the corners of his lips curled. Furthermore, I might not have to be the one to kill this person personally. Oh, the servant had a puzzled expression and asked, Lord, what do you mean? The two people who just died are both from the heavenly world. Godson Ming Hui said, later on, spread the news that the two of them died under Su Zhu's sword. According to what I know, a supreme perfected spirit of the heavenly world is currently on Blessed Island. Needless to say, the servant understood and his eyes lit up. Lord, you want to kill him with a borrowed knife? Godson Ming Hui smiled and nodded. Then the servant frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, however, according to what I know, there are a total of 3 domains in the heavenly world: the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend domains. The Immortal domain alone has the 9 firmament Immortal domain that has many factions and sects fighting among themselves. If the two people who died had nothing to do with that supreme perfected spirit of the heavenly world, she might not avenge them, right? Fufu. Well, that's where you're wrong. Godson Ming Hui chuckled and asked, Do you know who that supreme perfected spirit of the heavenly world is? I heard that it's a woman called Junyu. She's dressed like a Taoist nun and carries a huge square chessboard on her back. The servant replied. God's son Ming Hui said, This Junyu has another title, the chess immortal, one of the 4 great fairies in the heavenly world. The person who just died is another of the 4 great fairies, the zither immortal. Ah! The servant was enlightened. God's son Ming Hui smiled. Both of them are from the divine firmament immortal domain and are ranked as the 4 great fairies. Would you believe me if I said that there's nothing between the two of them? I heard that the chess immortal is extremely belligerent. Now that the zither immortal is dead, how can the chess immortal sit back and do nothing? At that time, we just have to wait from the sidelines and watch the show. Lord, you're wise, the servant praised. For Su Zimo, getting rid of Sword Immortal Yuhua and Meng Yao was merely a matter of convenience. He had another motive for his trip to the blessed heaven world. Furthermore, Sword Immortal Yuhua and Meng Yao could no longer threaten him and were not his match at all. On the way back to his residence in the Sword World, many cultivators around him had strange expressions when they saw him and discussed softly. Have you heard? The heavenly eye race has already arrived at the blessed heaven world. Rank 1 on the battle merits Jade Steel Xiayin has arrived as well. Furthermore, he announced that he wanted to kill Peak Master Su Zhu of the Sword World's 9th Sword Peak in the Evil Fiend battlefield this time round. I wonder how many rounds he can last against Xiayin? That will probably depend on when Xiayin releases his full strength. If he releases 6 paths of reincarnation right away, the battle will probably be over in a single round. Under everyone's gaze, Su Zimo had a calm expression and did not seem to be under any pressure before the battle. This time round, perfected spirit experts of the medium Kiliacosm gathered for the opening of the blessed heaven world. Some major battles that might happen became the hot topics of discussion over the past few days. Of course, the hottest topic was the battle between the perfected spirits of the medium Kiliacosm and the evil fiends and sin spirits. At that time, a huge bloodbath would definitely break out in the evil fiend battlefield. There was a high chance that the 10 great evil fiends would all die in this battle. A collision between the Phoenix Prince, Phoenix Princess, and a young girl of the dragon race, Long Li, became the focus of everyone's attention as well. There was also the battle between the 2 supreme perfected spirits of the Kuan and Peng worlds. The feud between the Stone Race and the Sword World. Supreme perfected spirits from super large worlds such as the Blood World, Golden Crow World, Barbarian World, and Witch World, as well as those from the Giant World, Poison World, Tomb World, and Astral World had all arrived. Currently, more than 100 supreme perfected spirits were gathered on Blessed Island. As for the battle between Su Zimo and the number 1 perfected spirit of the heavenly eye race, Xiayin, it was also one of the battles that everyone paid the most attention to. When Su Zimo returned to his residence in the Sword World, Lu Yun and the other peak masters, as well as Lin Xuanjin, Yun Ting and the other disciples of the Sword World surrounded him. Lu Yun and the others wore grim expressions. Lu Yun said, Brother Su, Xiayin of the heavenly eye race has already arrived. It's not too late to return to the Sword World now. Once you enter the evil fiend battlefield, we won't be able to help no matter what happens inside. They'll be fine. Su Zimo smiled. Everyone relax. Just watch the battle from outside. Lu Yun and the others were even more nervous than Su Zimo. Yulan said in a deep voice, The situation this time round is unprecedented. Perfected spirit experts of the medium Kiliacosm are gathered and more than 100 supreme perfected spirits will enter at the same time. There are too many variables. Initially, there shouldn't be any danger with you and Xuanjin joining forces in the evil fiend battlefield. But now, from the looks of it, it's hard to say. Lu Yun said, Although Xiayin is the only supreme perfected spirit of the heavenly eye race, the stone race will target you guys as well. At that time, Xuanjin might not be able to help you. In the end, you might still have to face Xiayin alone. There's no need to worry about me. I only have one request. Su Zimo shifted his gaze and looked at Lin Xuanjin, who was not far away. If you see that the situation is not right, Summon your blessed heaven world badge and leave immediately. Don't hesitate. Well? Lin Xuanjin frowned slightly and opened her mouth slightly, as though she wanted to say something. Su Zimo waved it off gently. If anything happens that I can't handle, you staying will only distract me. You just have to take care of yourself. When everyone saw that Su Zimo had made up his mind, they stopped persuading him. Time passed bit by bit. More and more perfected spirit experts gathered in the blessed heaven world. As time passed, the perfected spirits that arrived in the blessed heaven world gradually reached saturation. It was also at that moment that an emotionless voice sounded in the sky above Blessed Island. Perfected spirits of the various worlds, get ready. The evil fiend battlefield is about to open. Whoosh! The crowd on Blessed Island was instantly stirred. Instantly, countless perfected spirit experts left their residences and surged towards the blessed pavilion like carps. There were perfected spirits prepared to enter the evil fiend battlefield among them, but most of the people were spectators. In the blink of an eye, the blessed heaven world square was already packed with a black mass of people. The restrictions on entering the evil fiend battlefield remained unchanged. Only 10 people from each world could enter. That way, they could balance the strength of the various worlds to a certain extent. At the very least, there would not be a situation where one party could conduct a large-scale hunt in the evil fiend battlefield with numbers. Not long after everyone from the sword world arrived, a commotion sounded from the crowd behind. As though they sensed a huge deterrent force, the already crowded crowd actually retreated to the sides, making way for them. Not far away, everyone from the heavenly eye race walked over slowly. The leader was dressed in a black and white Taoist robe. His long hair fluttered and his face was sharp. He had a cold expression and his eyes were closed. Despite that, he knew where he was walking and headed straight towards everyone from the sword world. A blood mark on the person's glabella emitted a shuddering aura. The surrounding perfected spirits were shocked when they inadvertently caught a glimpse of the blood mark. They felt that their gazes and spirit consciousness were about to be devoured by the blood mark. Even the bloodline in their bodies stirred, as though it was about to seep out. That's too terrifying. That's the reincarnation eye. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. Many perfected spirits closed their eyes one after another. Over the past few days, there was more and more information about Xiayin. It was said that the heavenly eye race had 3 major visual techniques: the apocalypse eye, dual pupils, and the reincarnation eye. Among them, the reincarnation eye was the most respected. Xiayin had yet to truly comprehend the 6 paths of reincarnation. He only used the yin-yang eyes to break through the barrier between yin and yang and caught a glimpse of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Later on, Xiayin made use of that experience to cultivate his heavenly eye into the reincarnation eye. In other words, Xiayin was using his heavenly eye to activate the peerless divine power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. His reputation far preceded him. Xiayin's name had long spread through the medium kiliacosm. It was only at that moment that many perfected spirits truly realized how terrifying the rank one of the battle merits Jade Steel was. The pressure that surged towards them was suffocating. Parasol Tree World. A man in a scarlet robe frowned slightly when he saw the blood mark on Xiayin's glabella. A ball of flames gradually appeared in his phoenix eyes. His eyes actually felt a slight pain. Suddenly, the woman beside him extended her palm. When their palms connected, 2 balls of flames appeared in the eyes of the man and woman. The pain in the man's eyes disappeared as well. Of course, there were some perfected spirits in the crowd who could withstand the pressure. In fact, some people could maintain absolutely calm expressions when facing Xiayin. Su Zimo was one of them. He looked at the blood mark on Xiayin's glabella and tilted his head slightly. There was even a hint of interest on his face as he pondered. Right then, Xiayin suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, it was as though the world was at its birth and 2 gazes locked onto Su Zimo. Xiayin's eyes were black and white, emitting a mysterious power that seemed to affect the change of yin and yang and overturn the world. Don't look him in the eye. The voices of the kings of the various races sounded from the crowd. reminding the perfected spirits behind them. Xia Yin's yin-yang eyes were not looking at anyone else. They were locked on Su Zimo. As long as Su Zimo dodged a little, he would be at a disadvantage for this first clash of theirs. Once the two of them met again in the evil fiend battlefield, Xia Yin would have the advantage mentally. The fight between the two of them had already begun the moment Xia Yin stepped into the blessed heaven world square. However, the outcome was unexpected. Su Zimo did not dodge or focus. He merely looked at Xia Yin with a fake smile, as though he had thought of something interesting. Xia Yin frowned imperceptibly. Indeed, Su Zimo's reaction surprised him. Although he did not release the true power of the yin-yang eyes earlier on, his eyes contained the power of yin and yang. The gaze and mind of ordinary perfected spirits would definitely be affected. If they were to stare at his yin-yang eyes the entire time, they might even lose their sight. As for Su Zimo, his gaze was clear as he looked into his yin-yang eyes. From the beginning to the end, there was no fluctuation in his eyes and he was unaffected. That was a little strange. Naturally, Xia Yin did not know that there were two mysterious stones with enigmatic origins hidden in Su Zimo's eyes' illumination and nether glow. Xia Yin's eyes contained a wisp of yin and yang power. However, the illumination and nether glow stones were equivalent to the ancestors of yin and yang. The two of them were still in the blessed heaven world square after all and could not engage in a substantive battle. Xia Yin retracted his gaze after receiving no benefits and pointed at a gigantic screen in the square. Su Zhu, I'll wait for you in Area 7 of the Evil Fiend battlefield. Everyone perked up when they heard that. There were a total of 10 areas in the Evil Fiend battlefield. Under normal circumstances, perfected spirit experts of the medium kiliacosm would randomly land in different regions after entering. The battle between the two of them could be said to be the center of attention. If the two of them landed in different areas, it would take an extremely long time before they came across one another in the Evil Fiend battlefield. Not everyone in the battlefield would get the chance to witness this unprecedented battlefield between two supreme perfected spirits. But now, if the two of them agreed to fight in Area 7, everyone would know where to head to. Once they entered the Evil Fiend battlefield and rushed to Area 7 at the same time, they would have a chance to watch the battle. Su Zimo smiled without saying anything. Xia Yin said, "Don't worry. I'll give you a fair chance to fight. If you're not confident, you can join forces with Lin Xuanjin. I'll take it all." Whoosh! A commotion broke out in the crowd. Xia Yin's words were way too domineering and confident. He wanted to fight two supreme perfected spirits alone. If it was anyone else, they might have questioned it. However, everyone felt that it was only right for Xia Yin to say it. "You won't be able to handle it," Su Zimo said indifferently. "Ha!" Xia Yin raised his head and laughed, as though he had heard the most interesting thing in the world. Eft! A sneer sounded from the side of the blood world. The leader was dressed in a blood-colored robe and held a folding fan in his hands. It was the supreme perfected spirit of the blood vine race in this generation, Shui Wan. The blood world was also a super large world. Shui Wan was also an expert on the battle merits jade steel and had some reputation in the medium kiliacosm. "Brother Shui Wan, what are you laughing at?" God's son Ming Hui was familiar with Shui Wan, but he pretended not to know what was going on and asked. Shui Wan pouted and waved his folding fan, saying leisurely, "Some people don't know their limits at all. They really think that they can fight against Brother Xia just because they comprehended a single peerless divine power. Little does he know that he's nothing more than a clown." "Oh!" God's son Ming Hui pretended to be surprised and asked, "Brother Shui, you don't think highly of that peak master from the sword world's 9th sword peak? He's a peak master with a noble status and absolute arrogance. A few days ago, he even killed 2 fellow Taoists of the heavenly world at my residence. This man's arrogance knows no bounds. No, I think highly of him. Extremely highly, in fact." Shui Wan smiled mysteriously and changed the topic. "I think there's an extremely high chance that Brother Xia will kill him on the spot within 10 moves. Sherpa of the Stone World, who had a feud with the Sword World, grinned. "I bet that this lad will definitely die within 5 moves. Ha ha!" God's son Ming Hui burst into laughter. Indeed, Among the perfected spirits of the medium kiliocosm gathered here, not many people thought highly of Su Zimo. Furthermore, Su Zimo's reputation only rose in the past 1,000 years, and most of the supreme perfected spirits did not know him, let alone have a relationship with him. Everyone merely wanted to watch an exciting show. "I think you're the clown." Right then, a tender shout sounded from the crowd. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Xuewen frowned. It was clear that the voice was targeting him. The person who spoke was from the flower world. Su Zimo looked over as well and saw immortal Queen Yulan, whom he had met once in the blessed heaven world, smiling at him and nodding. The woman who spoke was standing beside immortal Queen Yulan. She was beautiful and carried a heroic aura. She looked like her disciple. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved, and he sensed a familiar aura from the woman. Green Lotus race? A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Yulan whispered, "That should be immortal Queen Yulan's disciple, Mu Lian. Although she's a woman, she has a heroic reputation. Furthermore, her race should have a deep feud with the blood world." "Beauty, what did you just say?" When Xuewen saw that it was a beauty who spoke, the anger on his face vanished instantly. He licked his lips and asked with a smile. Mu Lian sneered, "No matter how useless fellow Taoist Su Zhu is, he once killed 10 opponents of the same cultivation realm with a single slash. There was even a supreme perfected spirit among them. Who do you think you are? At the very least, fellow Taoist Su Zhu dares to take on Xiayin. As for you, you won't even have the guts to fight Xiayin. You're the true clown for spouting nonsense there." Xuewen was not angry and said with a cheeky smile, "Beauty, do you want to make a bet? If Brother Xia defeats Su Zhu within 10 moves, you'll come over obediently and apologize to me. How about that? And if fellow Taoist Su Zhu lasts more than 10 moves?" Mu Lian looked at Xuewen's smiling face and felt disgusted. She made up her mind and asked loudly, "If I lose, HL be at your behest, beauty." Xuewen was absolutely confident in Xiayin and naturally had nothing to fear. "Sister Mu Lian, it's better if you don't gamble with him." Right then, a girl's voice sounded from the side of the dragon race. It was Long Li who stood out. Long Li said very seriously, "Even if you win the bet, Xuewen won't admit defeat. I heard that Xuewen is most famous for being a schmeball and thick-skinned." "Little girl, what did you say?" Xuewen could not hold it in any longer. His gaze darkened as he asked with a frown. Long Li was fearless and shrugged slightly. "I heard that you once obtained an ancient body tempering technique called the bronze skin steel bones technique. However, your bloodvine race was born with weak spines and no bones. As such, you can only cultivate the bronze skin part of the technique. That specialized cultivation is how you manage to have skin as thick as city walls." Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter sounded from the crowd. Xuewen's reputation was indeed not good in the medium kiliocosm, and the matter of his cultivation technique was a fact as well. However, through the innocent voice and knowing smile of that young girl, such an interpretation made everyone laugh. "Who did you hear that from?" When Xuewen heard the laughter around him, his face flushed red as he glared at Long Li and asked, "My mother." Long Li replied crisply without hesitation, "Your mother?" Xuewen was about to curse when he suddenly felt an extremely cold killing intent. His heart skipped a beat and he held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. This girl's mother seemed to be Dragon Queen Hornless. Xuewen's gaze shifted. Beside Long Li, a silver-haired woman was looking at him coldly without saying anything. "Little girl, I won't stoop to your level." Xuewen harumphed coldly and said nothing else. The dragon world was a super-large world after all. He could bully and tease the women of the flower world casually. However, he had to be extremely wary of the dragon race. There were not many dragons in the dragon world. However, they could be ranked as super-large worlds and were ranked at the top of the 10,000 races. Although the Bloodvine race was also a super-large world, they did not dare to fight against the dragon race. "She's right," as expected of a spineless coward. He wilted on the spot the moment he encountered the dragon race. "It's true that he has a dirty mouth. I heard that he cultivated some tongue technique. Not only is his mouth dirty, he can even shoot out sword chi using his tongue. Swoosh, swoosh. His sharp tongue is famous as well. A series of whispers sounded from the crowd. Shui Wen's expression was dark and he remained silent. However, his gaze lingered on Mu Lian and he sneered from time to time. While he could not offend anyone from the dragon race, was it the same for this woman of the flower world? If he entered the evil fiend battlefield, he would let the living beings of the 10,000 races witness his methods. Su Zimo did not participate in the commotion. His attention was on the crowd in the blessed heaven world square. What was strange was that no perfected spirits of the great wilderness world had arrived in the past few days. He had asked Lu Yun and the others as well, and they did not know much. They only deduced that the great wilderness was extremely chaotic with flames of war everywhere, and that many perfected spirits might not be able to take care of themselves. Su Zimo had just looked around and did not see Chess Immortal Junyu. Right then, the emotionless voice sounded once more in the blessed heaven world square. The evil fiend battlefield is officially open. Whoosh! The 10 gigantic screens around the square shone brightly and the teleportation formations below lit up as well. Be careful! Lu Yun and the others looked at Su Zimo and Lin Xuanjin and reminded them once more. Right in front of everyone, many perfected spirit experts from the medium kiliocosm stepped forward one after another and stepped onto the teleportation formations, disappearing from the blessed heaven world square one after another. Before long, more than half of the figures in the blessed heaven world square vanished. The remaining ones were either perfected spirits of the major worlds with low cultivation realms or kings. The camp of the heavenly eye and stone races sandwiched the sword world's Lu Yun and the others in the middle. King Shi Shua of the stone race extended his palm to Lu Yun and the others and gestured a slash at his own neck. It was a blatant provocation that the stone race was waiting to watch a good show. King Cold Eye looked at Lu Yun and the others. The blood mark on his glabella shone with a blood light as he grinned. Lu Yun, you might have some hope that Su Zhu has the blessed heaven world badge and can leave at any moment if he sees that the situation is amiss. Lu Yun and the others looked at him coldly without saying a word. That was indeed what they thought. King Cold Eye sighed faintly. Unfortunately, you underestimated the determination of the heavenly eye race and the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Yun frowned, his heart sinking as though he'd thought of something. King Cold Eye continued, as long as the two of them meet, Xia won't test the waters or give Su Zhu any chance. He will activate his heavenly eye directly and release the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if Su Zhu has the blessed heaven world badge, he won't be able to summon it in time and won't be able to escape the restraints of the 6 paths of reincarnation. He can only die. The expressions of Lu Yun and the others from the sword world changed drastically. The kings of the other worlds frowned and discussed softly. Most of the supreme perfected spirits only comprehended a single peerless divine power. In a battle, if a peerless divine power was released, it could not be released a second time in a short period of time. Therefore, under normal circumstances, one had to be even more prudent in releasing peerless divine powers than essence spirit secret skills. If Xia had activated his heavenly eye and released the 6 paths of reincarnation right from the start of the battle with Su Zimo, the battle might end in an extremely short period of time. There might not be any earth-shaking and unprecedented scene in this battle. Perhaps it would only be a one-sided crushing. Those thoughts appeared in the minds of the kings of the various worlds. Some gloated, some felt pity, and some had a hint of anticipation. At that moment, the kings in the blessed heaven world square had yet to realize that their guesses were not much different from the true direction of the battle. However, they had guessed the outcome wrongly. Evil fiend battlefield. The release of restrictions by the blessed heaven world this time round was simply a hunting feast for the living beings of the medium kiliocosm to obtain battle merits. However, for the living beings in the evil fiend battlefield, this was a life and death disaster. Beside a lake, a breeze blew and the green water rippled with light. The surface of the lake was like a mirror and reflected the gravel by the lake. A dilapidated man was sitting there casually. He was dressed in rough linen clothes and the corner of his shirt was soaked in the lake water. He was completely unaware and merely raised his head to drink the strong wine in the gourd. The man's hair was disheveled and he had a scraggly beard. His face was withered and even a little ugly. Only his intoxicated eyes shone with a bright light like the stars in the deep night sky. A rusty sword was stabbed into a crack in a stone not far from the man. The man was a sword cultivator. At the very least, in the mouths of the living beings of the medium kiliacosm, he was known as the plain-clothed sword cultivator, one of the 10 great evil fiends. As though he sensed something, the man raised his head and narrowed his eyes, looking at the endless firmament above him. It began to flicker. People were here. A lot of people. An incomprehensible sorrow flashed through the depths of the man's intoxicated eyes. Senior Brother Luo. Right then, more than 10 sword cultivators sped over from not far behind. The woman in the lead shouted before she arrived. The man frowned slightly and glanced sideways at everyone with a hint of anger. Didn't I tell you guys to hide and not appear? Senior Brother Luo, we can't let you face the powerful enemies outside alone. The woman in the lead gripped the sword in her hand tightly and said in a deep voice. The man shook his head gently and laughed self-deprecatingly. What's the difference between one of me versus 100 or even 1,000 of us? Go back and hide. The man continued. If you can survive after this calamity ends, you'll be lucky. At that point, the man suddenly paused. In his heart, he did not know if it was lucky or unfortunate for him to continue living ignobly in this world. At the very least, he had lived long enough. Evil Fiend Battlefield, Area 9. Su Zimo and Lin Xuanjin descended from the skies. Lin Xuanjin had a grim expression as she observed her surroundings. She released her spirit consciousness and was on guard. The current Evil Fiend Battlefield was even more terrifying and the environment was even worse than 1,000 years ago. The number of the evil fiends and sin spirits here had increased by countless times and the two of them could face the attacks of the evil fiends and sin spirits at any moment. Su Zimo had his spirit perception as a warning and could sense the potential danger in his surroundings right away. Therefore, he appeared calm. Area 9 was relatively close to Area 7. Peak Master. Lin Xuanjin turned to look at Su Zimo and asked, "Are we going to attend the challenge?" Ever since Lin Xuanjin expressed her feelings 1,000 years ago, and Su Zimo did not respond, she had always addressed Su Zimo as Peak Master when she faced him again. According to her thoughts, they should avoid fighting Xianxia head-on and adapt to the situation. After all, there would definitely be a bloody and tragic collision between the perfected spirits of the medium kiliacosm and the evil fiends and sin spirits. At that time, there might be a better opportunity. For example, if Xianxia was forced to release his peerless divine power while fighting against the 10 great evil fiends. That way, Su Zimo would have a higher chance of winning against Xianxia. Let's go. Su Zimo did not think too much about it and merely nodded casually. Since this battle is unavoidable, it's good to end it as soon as possible. Right then, Lin Xuanjin's expression changed as she looked at a lake not far away. There were more than 10 sword cultivators standing there. They did not have blessed heaven world badges on their waists, and even their clothes revealed their identity as sin spirits. At the same time, the sin spirit sword cultivators sensed the two of them and turned over one after another with intense killing intent and hostility in their eyes. Buzz! 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 The sin spirit sword cultivators summoned their swords right away and transformed into sword beams that sped over with a murderous aura. Lin Xuanjin's expression turned cold. The sword on her back seemed to have sensed her intentions and unsheathed itself, landing in her palm. The evil fiends and sin spirits had once wreaked havoc in the medium kiliacosm. In her consciousness, killing evil fiends and suppressing the sin spirits was to uphold justice on behalf of the heavens. Su Zimo knew more about the 10 sin grounds. There were too many things that happened back then that were shrouded in fog and it was difficult to tell if they were real or fake. Therefore, he had always been careful when dealing with the evil fiends and sin spirits of the 10 sin grounds. Unless necessary, he did not wish to fight. Wait a moment. Su Zimo raised his hand slightly and stopped Lin Xuanjin. Lin Xuanjin frowned in confusion. Peak Master, the sanguine ape from before, was merely an anomaly among the evil fiends and sin spirits. Lin Xuanjin said. Look at the murderous attitudes of these sword cultivators. Even if you're soft-hearted, they won't show mercy. Su Zimo did not reply. If this group of sword cultivators really attacked him, he would naturally not resign himself to death. As though he sensed something, his gaze shifted and landed beside a lake not far away. There was a person sitting there. There was a drunk man in coarse linen robes. Not far away, there was even a rusty sword stabbed into a stone. The plain-clothed sword cultivator, one of the 10 great evil fiends. Lin Xuanjin noticed this person as well, and his heart skipped a beat. However, before long, her eyes released a strong fighting spirit and sword chi enveloped her. She was eager to fight. If she had met this plain-clothed sword cultivator 1,000 years ago, she would have to avoid him. But now that she had comprehended the immortal vanquishing sword and grown into a supreme perfected spirit, she only wanted to fight to her heart's content when she saw evil fiends who were also supreme perfected spirits. She would more or less have reservations against the supreme perfected spirits of other worlds. However, she did not feel any psychological burden against the evil fiends and sin spirits. Come back. Right then, the plain-clothed sword cultivator suddenly spoke. His voice was neither loud nor soft and was a little hoarse. However, when the dozen or so sword cultivators heard that, they stopped in their tracks at the same time. Senior brother, although you're unwilling to fight because we're both sword cultivators, they're from the outside world. They're here to kill us. A woman looked at the plain-clothed sword cultivator in confusion. Another person added, Senior brother, how many foreign sword cultivators have you let off all these years? However, those sword cultivators have never been soft-hearted towards us. When she heard that, Lin Xuanjin's killing intent decreased. She suddenly recalled that 1,000 years ago, when they were moving in the evil fiend battlefield, they had indeed seen this plain-clothed sword cultivator from afar. However, the plain-clothed sword cultivator ignored them. At first, they thought that this sword cultivator, who was one of the 10 great evil fiends, might have done it out of disdain or for some other reason. Today, after hearing what the 2 sin spirit sword cultivators said, the plain-clothed sword cultivator deliberately let them off. Why was that so? A puzzled look flashed through the depths of Lin Xuanjin's eyes. Come back. The plain-clothed sword cultivator did not explain and merely sighed. The dozen or so sin spirit sword cultivators looked at Su Zimo and Lin Xuanjin indignantly with intense hostility. However, they did not disobey the plain-clothed sword cultivator and retreated slowly. With that, the conflict was completely resolved. Su Zimo looked at the lonely back view of the plain-clothed sword cultivator, and an indescribable emotion suddenly rose in his heart, wanting to go forward and chat with the latter. In a flash, Su Zimo walked towards the plain-clothed sword cultivator. Lin Xuanjin did not know Su Zimo's intentions. Although she was puzzled, she followed closely behind. The expressions of the dozen or so sin spirit sword cultivators who had retreated darkened when they saw Su Zimo and Lin Xuanjin walking over. They summoned their swords once more and waited attentively. What are you guys doing? Senior brother has already allowed you guys to leave. How dare you come over? Are you tired of living? A few sin spirit sword cultivators berated loudly. Lin Xuanjin sneered and looked at the sin spirit sword cultivators. It's hard to say who will be the one coming out alive. Given her current cultivation, she was confident that she could kill all the sin spirit sword cultivators in front of her within 10 moves. You guys are no match for her. Move aside. The plain-clothed sword cultivator glanced sideways at Lin Xuanjin and said as though he sensed something. Thereafter, his gaze landed on Su Zimo and paused for a long time, frowning imperceptibly. He could tell that this female sword cultivator from the outside world should have comprehended a peerless divine power. As for the black-haired, green-robed man, weird. He was only at the hollow nether perfected one realm. Under normal circumstances, no matter how talented one was at that realm, the combat strength they could unleash was limited. However, for some unknown reason, the plain-clothed sword cultivator felt that he could not see through this person. The sin spirit sword cultivators made way. However, they were still staring at Su Zimo and Lin Xuanjin, ready to step in if they suddenly attacked. Arriving beside the man, Su Zimo glanced at the rusty sword that was casually inserted into the stone crevice at the side and reached out to pull it out. "This sword is a little old," Su Zimo said. The plain-clothed sword cultivator replied, "It's fine as long as it can still be used to kill. It's fine as long as it can still be used to kill." He was right. Of course, through this rusty sword, Su Zimo comprehended another meaning behind it. In terms of the sword Tao, the plain-clothed sword cultivator had already reached the realm of returning to simplicity. In his hands, the rusty sword was probably sharper than any divine weapon. Although Lin Xuanjin had comprehended a peerless divine power as well, there was a high chance that she would lose if she were to go against this person. When Lin Xuanjin was outside, no matter what opponent she met, she would always have various escape routes available. However, for the plain-clothed sword cultivator, there was only a single outcome for losing in the evil fiend battlefield: death. Putting on an act to seem mysterious, Lin Xuanjin sneered and questioned, "How can those who practice the unorthodox Tao and carry the blood of sin be worthy of cultivating the sword Tao?" Since ancient times, righteous and evil had been opposing each other. As someone from the orthodox sects, Lin Xuanjin was naturally upset when dealing with these evil fiends and sin spirits. Furthermore, her hatred for the evil fiends and sin spirits had long been ingrained after countless years and was difficult to change. "Practice the unorthodox Tao and carry the blood of sin," the plain-clothed sword cultivator murmured softly before smiling in disdain. He looked up at Lin Xuanjin. His gaze was extremely complicated. Perhaps there was a hint of pity, envy, or sorrow. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Xuanjin had cultivated the sword Tao at a very young age and was filled with righteousness. Her Tao heart was firm as she said sternly, "Even if people of the unorthodox Tao cultivate the sword Tao, they won't be able to reach the end due to their temperament and won't be able to see the true essence of the great Tao. Since ancient times, evil will never triumph over good. That's the truth." When the plain-clothed sword cultivator heard that, he did not refute and merely nodded. Evil will never triumph over good. Indeed, that will never be wrong. When the plain-clothed sword cultivator said that, he suddenly paused and said, "If evil triumphs, it will no longer be evil." Lin Xuanjin's heart skipped a beat. Su Zimo frowned as well. Although those words seemed ordinary, they were filled with mystery. The plain-clothed sword cultivator seemed to be lamenting and pitying himself. If evil triumphed over good, it would no longer be evil. Once the side that was originally good was defeated, they would naturally be called the evil ones. Therefore, since ancient times, evil had never triumphed over good. Of course, Su Zimo knew in his heart that good was good and evil was evil. Although there would be times when right and wrong were twisted, there would eventually come a day when the clouds would disperse and the sun would shine once more, returning justice to the world. However, when he thought of the information of the Tenzin grounds and compared it to the words of the plain-clothed sword cultivator, he fell into deep thought. Evil fiends and sin spirits, evil fiends and sin spirits. Lin Xuanjin, who was at the side, was stunned on the spot and could not say anything. The truth that she held onto in her heart was initially unshakable. However, at that moment it began to waver slightly as well. The plain-clothed sword cultivator looked at the two of them and shook his head gently. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes and he did not intend to explain anything. So what if the two of them felt something? Still could not change anything. Right then, the black-haired, green-robed man suddenly asked, "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you?" The plain-clothed sword cultivator was slightly stunned. Before he could react, the green-robed man asked again, "Is Luo your surname?" The plain-clothed sword cultivator turned slowly and looked at Su Zimo in disbelief. The two of them looked at each other in silence. After a long while, the plain-clothed sword cultivator smiled dejectedly. "In all these years, you're the first person to ask for my name." He had been in the evil fiend battlefield for more than 100,000 years. For more than 100,000 years, countless living beings of the medium kiliacosm had entered the evil fiend battlefield. However, no one had ever asked for his name. After all, in the eyes of the living beings of the medium kiliacosm, they were only evil fiends and sin spirits. They were just battle merits and numbers. What surprised the plain-clothed sword cultivator even more was that this green-robed man could guess his surname. Through this person's eyes, the plain-clothed sword cultivator seemed to have seen something. This green-robed man was different from the other living beings of the medium kiliacosm. The plain-clothed sword cultivator nodded. Luo Jun. Thereafter, Luo Jun looked at Su Zimo and asked, "Fellow Taoist, how should I address you?" Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. "I'm from the sword world and was fortunate enough to obtain the inheritance of great Emperor Zenith Heaven and comprehended the sword burial Tao." Although Su Zimo did not say his real name, he believed that with Luo Jun's experience, the latter should be able to guess his concerns. Indeed, when Luo Jun heard Su Zimo's hesitant voice, he sensed something and merely smiled without saying anything. "Your surname is Luo?" Lin Xuanjin seemed to have thought of something and frowned. Rumble. The void trembled. Not far away, a group of black figures sped over aggressively with ill intentions. The three people in the lead had terrifying auras and came from the insect world, rat world, and ant world respectively. Apart from the 30 perfected spirits of the three worlds, there were also many perfected spirits of other worlds gathered around. There were hundreds of them in total. From the looks of it, the living beings of these worlds had already joined forces to form an army of perfected spirits. Lin Xuanjin took a look and frowned slightly. "Those three are supreme perfected spirits on the battle merit's jade steel." Luo Jun stood up and waved it off in an extremely carefree manner. "You guys can leave." The moment Luo Jun stood up, Su Zimo and Lin Xuanjin finally realized that Luo Jun's figure was abnormally majestic. Standing by the lake, he gave off a grand aura. His broad palm and slender fingers were the most suitable for wielding a sword. This was a pair of hands that were born to hold a sword. Against people who cultivated the sword Tao like Su Zimo and Lin Xuanjin, he would hold back. However, against the other living beings of the medium kiliacosm, he was one of the 10 great evil fiends. Luo Jun untied the gourd at his waist and raised his head to gulp down a mouthful of strong wine. The wine spilled wantonly on the lapels of his chest without him noticing. "Is this wine good?" Su Zimo asked with a smile. Luo Jun was stunned for a moment before turning to look at him and asking, "Do you dare to drink it?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Su Zimo burst into laughter. Luo Jun laughed as well. As he threw the wine gourd to Su Zimo, he said, "Brother Su, to think that I would be able to get to know such an interesting person like you before I die. My life has not been in vain." Su Zimo raised his head and drank the wine, taking a big gulp as he praised, "Good wine." Thereafter, he threw the wine gourd back to Luo Jun and instructed, "Live on well." Luo Jun looked at Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not say anything and merely nodded at him. Su Zimo had long seen through Luo Jun's intention to die. His words earlier on further revealed his intentions without a doubt. That was the reason why he said that. Luo Jun did not say anything else. He pulled out the rusty sword beside him and leaped, charging towards the hundreds of perfected spirit experts not far away. An incomparably resplendent sword beam burst forth and stunned the world. Towards that sword strike, even Lin Xuanjin opened her mouth slightly with a hint of shock in her eyes. Even she might not be able to release such sword intent and sword Tao. Luo Jun was right. Although the sword was old, it was fine as long as it could be used to kill. Before the sword beam was exhausted, the blood light in midair had already spread, accompanied by series of tragic cries. The perfected spirit army with hundreds of people were slashed by Luo Jun's sword and bloodied wounds appeared. The sword world did not have much of a relationship with the rat world, insect world, ant world, and other worlds. However, they were all living beings of the medium kiliacosm after all. At that moment, they should have joined forces to deal with Luo Jun, who was one of the 10 great evil fiends. When Lin Xuanjin thought of what Luo Jun said to her and his surname, she could not help but think of something else and could no longer attack him. Naturally, Su Zimo would not attack Luo Jun either. However, they represented the sword world after all. At that moment, Everything that happened in the evil fiend battlefield was under the gazes of everyone outside. It was impossible for him to join forces with Luo Jun openly to fight against the perfected spirit experts of the other worlds. That way, people would definitely gossip and it would bring endless trouble to the sword world. Can he win against 3 supreme perfected spirits? Lin Xuanzhen looked at the battle and asked softly. Su Zimo frowned in silence. He believed that, with Luo Jun's combat strength, he should have an 80% chance of winning against a supreme perfected spirit. However, now that the 3 supreme perfected spirits had joined forces, Luo Jun was in a difficult situation. Luo Jun's only chance was that even the supreme perfected spirits of the insect, rat and ant worlds would not release peerless divine powers right away. A peerless divine power was the greatest trump card of a perfected spirit expert. In a dangerous place like the evil fiend battlefield, one had to be extremely cautious when releasing peerless divine powers. Furthermore, with the 3 supreme perfected spirits joining forces, the 3 of them felt that they had the absolute advantage and there was no need for them to release their peerless divine powers. The 10 odds and spirit sword cultivators who were originally by Luo Jun's side stepped forward one after another and fought alongside him. Luo Jun's sword Dao was exceptionally sharp. It was different from any of the 9 sword Daos of the sword world. Instead, it comprehended a unique sword Dao of its own. Although Lin Xuanzhen might not be able to tell, Su Zimo had once received the teachings of Great Emperor Zenith Heaven and could see the shadow of the Zenith Heaven sword classic in Luo Jun's sword Dao. In just a few breaths, the battlefield was already abnormally tragic with corpses everywhere. On Luo Jun's side, he defended against the charge of hundreds of perfected spirits led by the insect, rat and ant worlds with a single slash. When the supreme perfected spirits of the insect, rat and ant worlds saw that their clansmen behind them had suffered heavy casualties, the pressure on them increased greatly. They transformed into their true forms and surrounded and bit Luo Jun crazily. Luo Jun's sword Dao was ancient and unsophisticated. There were no fancy moves and he would often stab at the vital points with his sword, forcing his opponent with no other choice than to defend. Even against the encirclement of the 3 supreme perfected spirits, Luo Jun still had the absolute advantage. However, the 10 odds and spirit sword cultivators could not defend against the impact of hundreds of perfected spirits and could not hold on any longer, retreating step by step. If Luo Jun wanted to protect the Sin Spirit Sword cultivators as much as possible, he would have to withstand the impact of more perfected spirits and would definitely be distracted. As time passed, the supreme perfected spirits of the insect, rat and ant worlds gradually turned the situation around and took the initiative. Wounds appeared on Luo Jun's body as well. Su Zimo frowned slightly. Naturally, he did not want to see Luo Jun die here. However, he did not have a suitable opportunity to attack. Right then, a violent power fluctuation came from not far away, not inferior to the battle here. The sky over there was burned by the flames and turned red. Gore! Immediately after, a dragon roar that reverberated through the world sounded. It was a little young, but it was still incomparably dignified. Dragon race. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. 10 perfected dragons from the dragon world entered the evil fiend battlefield, led by Long Li. If he was not wrong, the dragon roar earlier on should have been released by Long Li. Furthermore, judging from the emotions transmitted by the dragon roar, Long Li seemed to have encountered an extremely strong opponent. Su Zimo's eyes flickered as he came up with a plan. Pondering for a moment, he said, "Let's take a look over there." Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo had already moved and sped towards the source of the dragon roar. Lin Xuanzhen glanced at the battlefield on Luo Jun's side and gritted her teeth as well, following behind Su Zimo. Even without what happened on Luo Jun's side, Su Zimo would not sit back and do nothing if he knew that Long Li was in danger in the evil fiend battlefield. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at another battlefield. The combat on this side was a head-on collision between 2 super large worlds. One of them was naturally the dragon world led by Long Li. On the other side, it was from the Parasol Tree world. 10-odd perfected dragons, perfected Feng's copyright and perfected Huang's from both sides were fighting. The most eye-catching thing was the battle between Long Li and 2 figures of the Parasol Tree world, Long Li had already revealed her true form. A silver-blue divine dragon let out dragon roars continuously and was entangled with a divine Feng and divine Huang. Long Li's body seemed to be enveloped by a layer of frost. As her dragon breath spewed out, a cold aura that could freeze thousands of miles spread. The bodies of the divine Feng and divine Huang burned with raging flames as they defended against Long Li's breath. One side was ice and the other was fire, one was hot and the other was cold. The two extremity powers collided on the battlefield, causing the ground to tremble and sand and rocks to fly. Long Li was clearly at a disadvantage. Furthermore, judging from the state of both parties as well as the surrounding battlefield, it seemed like they had already released peerless divine powers. Otherwise, there would not have been such a large-scale destruction. The place had already turned into ruins beneath the three supreme perfected spirits. In the battle, Long Li transformed back into her human form and panted. She held the blessed Heaven World badge and was already prepared to leave the evil fiend battlefield. The divine Feng and divine Huang opposite her transformed back into their human forms at the same time, standing side by side. The man had fiery red short hair that soared into the sky like a ball of flames. He had long and narrow eyes that were curved and held a scarlet spear that burned with flames. As for the woman beside him, she also had scarlet hair that was in the shape of a wave that draped casually over her shoulders. She had an extraordinary appearance and held a fiery red bow in one hand and a fiery red feather arrow in the other. The two supreme perfected spirits of the parasol tree world in this generation. The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess. Fufu. The Phoenix Prince chuckled and waved the Phoenix feather spear in his hands gently. Long Li, I told you long ago that you're still too young and not suitable to come to the evil fiend battlefield. Exactly. The Phoenix Princess smiled as well. Little sister, hurry home. It's too dangerous here. Long Li's face was filled with unwillingness. However, she also knew that there was probably only a single way out for her now that she was targeted by the two of them, leaving the evil fiend battlefield. Right then, a voice sounded from not far away. The two of you are joining forces to bully a single person, but you're able to sound so righteous? The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess frowned at the same time and turned around. Not far away, a man and woman were speeding over. The man had black hair and green robes. He had refined features and was the person who spoke earlier on. When Long Li saw that person, she was delighted and could not help but smile. She waved over. Brother Mo, Su Zhu. Su Zhu. The Phoenix Prince frowned slightly. Clearly, he had heard of Su Zimo's name as well. However, there was no fear on his face. Su Zhu. The Phoenix Prince said, the two of us have always worked together to fight enemies. Whether we're up against a single person, 2 people or even 10 people, the two of us will deal with it together. That's right. The Phoenix Princess added, if you want to interfere in this matter, you can join forces with Long Li. It'll still be just the two of us. The two of them were indeed not spouting nonsense about that. The two of them had cultivated together since they were young and were telepathic. The combination of the two of them and their tacit understanding allowed them to unleash combat strength that far surpassed their own. Even if 2 supreme perfected spirits joined forces, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand against them. Oh, Su Zimo smiled. I have some ties with fellow Taoist Long Li. Since we've met today, it's a good opportunity for me to experience your capabilities. Initially, Lin Xuanjin wanted to join forces with Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo glanced sideways and said in a low voice, go take care of Long Li later. There are many evil fiends and sin spirits nearby and they might take advantage of the situation. Lin Xuanjin used her spirit consciousness to scan and could not help but frown. Indeed, the two of them were lured over here by the commotion. However, there were also many evil fiends and sin spirits that had gradually gathered over. They hid nearby and were restless, eyeing covetously. The number of evil fiends and sin spirits in the vicinity increased. On Long Li's side, there were only 10 people and they were all covered in injuries. Long Li had just released her peerless divine power, and it was equivalent to losing her greatest reliance. If she had to face the attacks of so many evil fiends and sin spirits, she might really encounter some danger. Leaving you alone. However, Lin Xuanjin was still worried about Su Zimo. If she protected Long Li and the others, it meant that Su Zimo had to face the combined attacks of the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess alone. Among the perfected spirits, the combination of the two of them was the hardest to defend against. Don't worry. Su Zimo's tone was firm as he sent a voice transmission. The two of them can't hurt me. When Lin Xuanjin heard Su Zimo's relaxed tone, she felt slightly relieved. She nodded and sped towards Long Li. Brother Su Zhu, be careful of their weapons. Right then, Long Li's reminder sounded in Su Zimo's mind. The Phoenix Prince has a strong physique and blood qi. He uses the Phoenix Feather Spear and is good at melee combat. The Phoenix Princess wields the Phoenix Bone Bow and Phoenix Feather Arrow and searches for flaws from afar, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Su Zimo nodded slightly. Chi. Su Zimo did not exchange pleasantries with the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess. Raising his hand, he used his finger sword and slashed out 2 heaven-slaying sword chis in the direction where the two of them were standing. HRNPH. As a supreme perfected spirit, the Phoenix Prince no longer had any reservations when he saw Su Zimo attack first. He transformed into a streak of flames and charged towards Su Zimo. Phew! The Phoenix Feather Spear burned with raging flames and tore through the air, stabbing towards Su Zimo's head with a series of phoenix cries. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Just as he was about to retreat and dodge, his spirit perception suddenly warned. Su Zimo glanced from the corner of his eye. In the distance, the Phoenix Princess stood in midair and the Phoenix Bone Bow in her hands was already fully drawn. The Phoenix Feather Arrow was already on the string and was aimed at Su Zimo. To be precise, the Phoenix Princess had already determined Su Zimo's escape route. If the arrow was fired, it would seal his escape route. The two of them are indeed telepathic. It's truly admirable that they're able to cooperate to this extent. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. However, his movements did not change. He still retreated and dodged the sharpest edge of the Phoenix Feather Spear. Swoosh! A scarlet flame tore through the void and left a burn mark in midair. The Phoenix Princess would not miss this opportunity. The Phoenix Feather Arrow had already locked onto Su Zimo's escape route. As long as Su Zimo retreated, he would definitely collide with her Phoenix Feather Arrow. The cooperation between the two of them had long seeped into their bones. In fact, there was no need for any communication, as though they were born with it and shared the same body. Su Zimo was still retreating. However, after dodging the sharpest edge of the Phoenix Feather Spear, he extended his palm and cut the side of the Phoenix Feather Spear gently. Su Zimo did not use his blood qi for that palm strike and only used 50% of his strength. However, it was enough to change the original trajectory of the Phoenix Feather Spear. The Phoenix Feather Spear shuddered and deviated slightly, slashing past Su Zimo's side. At the same time, the flames of the Phoenix Feather Arrow arrived and struck the tip of the Phoenix Feather Spear directly. It was pinpoint accurate. Clang! The Phoenix Feather Spear and Phoenix Feather Arrow, 2 pure Yang spirit treasures, collided beside Su Zimo with a loud bang and flames surged. The 2 pure Yang spirit treasures released their strongest strength but could not injure Su Zimo at all. Instead, Su Zimo made use of their strength and resolved the attack ingeniously. The entire process happened in a flash. Although it seemed simple, it showed Su Zimo's precise control of the situation and timing. Ha ha! Su Zimo burst into laughter and continued retreating in the direction he came from. He shook his head. So that's all there is to the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess. The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess had never been provoked like this before and were enraged. The blood qi in the Phoenix Prince's body surged as he charged towards Su Zimo once more with the Phoenix Feather Spear. The Phoenix Princess drew her Phoenix Bone Bow as well and followed closely behind. Far away from Su Zimo, she stared fixedly at him, ready to fire a fatal arrow at any moment. However, Su Zimo's movement technique was extremely fast and agile. A pair of ethereal wings grew behind him. His location was erratic and the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess could not lock onto him for a moment. When the Phoenix Prince saw that Su Zimo did not fight them, He could not help but feel enraged and mocked. I've long heard that the peak master of the sword world's 9th sword peak once killed 10 perfected spirits of the heavenly eye race single-handedly with a single sword strike. I thought that he was rather capable. To think that seeing you today would be such a huge disappointment. So, you're just a timid rat who only knows how to cover his head and scurry. Su Zhu, you cultivate the sword Dao and should be pressing forward. Why are you retreating time and again? The Phoenix Princess berated as well. Su Zimo did not reply and merely had a faint smile on his face. In that short period of time, the three of them chased and retreated, rapidly approaching another battlefield. Meanwhile, the perfected spirit experts led by the insect, rat and ant worlds were still fighting against Luo Jun and the other 10-odd Sin spirit sword cultivators. The supreme perfected spirits of the insect, rat and ant worlds were already prepared to release their peerless divine powers when they saw that they had suffered heavy casualties and their attacks were not getting through. The three of them did not believe that they could not kill this plain-clothed sword cultivator with 3 peerless divine powers. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly stopped and released heavenly feet, boundless golden light and other movement techniques. He sped up once more and charged towards the Phoenix Princess. The Phoenix Prince's expression changed starkly. Compared to him, the Phoenix Princess was not good at melee combat. As for the Phoenix Princess Phoenix Bone Bow and Phoenix Feather Arrow, they could not unleash their full might in melee combat. Swoosh! When the Phoenix Princess saw Su Zimo charging over, she fired another arrow in a panic. However, Su Zimo dodged it easily. She only had one chance to shoot this arrow. Before she could draw the second Phoenix Feather Arrow, Su Zimo had already closed in. His black hair flew wildly and his gaze was like a torch. He was like an unsheathed sword that wanted to slash her into two. Before Su Zimo even attacked, the sharpness emanating from his body caused the Phoenix Princess to feel intense pain and a tearing sensation. There was no panic in the Phoenix Princess's eyes. Her blood qi had already been circulated to its limits and burned. It was as though she was bathed in blazing flames as she conjured seals continuously with both hands. Phew! Behind her, the bloodline phenomenon of the divine Huang rose. It was almost corporeal and hot lava splattered from its body. It reared its head and let out a long cry, glaring at Su Zimo. At the same time, the figure of the Phoenix Prince suddenly descended beside the Phoenix Princess. This was not a teleportation technique. In such a chaotic battlefield, it was difficult to release teleportation divine powers. That secret skill was more like a unique connection method between the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess. When one party encountered danger and fell into a dangerous place, the other party could descend out of thin air and join forces to defend against the enemy. When the Phoenix Prince arrived beside the Phoenix Princess, his bloodline had already been circulated to its limits, and he revealed the bloodline phenomenon of the Divine Feng. The bloodline phenomenons of the Divine Feng and Divine Huang coiled in midair continuously, emitting an incomparably intense heat. In fact, they even burned and melted the sharp sword qi released by Su Zimo into nothingness. The figures of the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess had already vanished. Opposite Su Zimo, there were only 2 gigantic fireballs that were like a pair of scorching suns that were inches away. As for the pair of scorching suns, they were still gathering and synthesizing rapidly. You're still far from being able to challenge us alone. The voices of the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess echoed at the same time. As the 2 fireballs fused rapidly, the bloodline phenomenons of the Divine Feng and the Divine Huang behind them synthesized rapidly as well, colliding as though they were about to meld together. The Feng Huang. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged. He merely narrowed his eyes slightly as that thought flashed through his mind. The Feng Huang and Dragon Phoenix were both taboos. However, before long, Su Zimo rejected that thought. That aura was even stronger than the taboo Feng Huang. Furthermore, he felt a sense of familiarity from that aura. That was the sacred beast, the vermilion bird. The synthesis of their bloodline phenomenon actually transformed into the image of the sacred beast, the vermilion bird. That was their killing move. With that move, the 2 of them could create the peerless divine power, the vermilion bird heavenly fire, to fight against any supreme perfected spirit. This was equivalent to the two of them controlling three peerless divine powers. That was the reason why the two of them were so confident. Among the supreme perfected spirits, not many could gain any advantage against the two of them. Su Zimo sensed the terrifying phenomenon released by the other party but did not dodge. He recalled the secret skill passed down to him by the vermilion bird sacred soul on the hell suppression tripod and seemed to have comprehended something. He had long comprehended that secret skill back in the black essence realm and created the milky white southern Mingli fire. However, in reality, Su Zimo knew that the southern Mingli fire was not the endpoint for that secret skill. If the southern Mingli fire could advance further, it would be the vermilion bird heavenly fire. However, he had never had any opportunities to come into contact with the divine Feng and divine Huang races. As such, he did not get the chance to advance further. But now, when he sensed the vermilion bird phenomenon that was about to transform, Su Zimo compared it to the secret skill imparted to him by the vermilion bird sacred soul. The parts that were originally difficult and incomprehensible suddenly became clear. If you're not going to leave yet, don't blame us for what happens next. The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess berated and the two bloodline phenomenons fused completely, transforming into a tiny vermilion bird. Its eyes were incomparably sharp and abnormally cold as it glared at Su Zimo, who was not far away. Suddenly, the vermilion bird opened its mouth and spat out a scarlet and blazing flame that engulfed Su Zimo's figure instantly. The void was filled with the terrifying power of that peerless divine power. This was the vermilion bird heavenly fire. At the same time, on the battlefield not far away, the battle between the supreme perfected spirits of the insect, rat and ant worlds and Luo Jun had also entered a climax. As though drawn by the power of the peerless divine power on this side, the supreme perfected spirits of the insect, rat and ant worlds on the battlefield released their peerless divine powers at the same time. Astral imprisonment, eternal damnation, eternal night. This was the medium kiliacosm. In the heavenly world, only the martial Tao prime body had comprehended the peerless divine power of eternal damnation. However, there were countless living beings in the 10,000 races of the medium kiliacosm. The peerless divine power of eternal damnation had been passed down for many years, and there would always be living beings of other races who comprehended it by fate. Everyone who could grow into a supreme perfected spirit was extremely talented and had endless fortuitous encounters. Which one of them was not blessed by the world? Now that this group of favorites of the world were in the evil fiend battlefield, one could imagine how intense the collisions would be. Astral imprisonment, eternal night, and eternal damnation. Each of the three peerless divine powers could not be underestimated. Among them, astral imprisonment could lock onto cultivators completely. As for eternal night, if one could not tear through the darkness, they would be completely drowned and devoured by it, becoming a part of it. The damage of eternal damnation was even more incomparable. Luo Jun had a grim expression. He only had one peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword. With the immortal vanquishing sword, he could only resolve one peerless divine power. The battle was ever-changing and he would not be given much breathing room to think. In a flash, Luo Jun channeled his essence spirit and rapidly condensed a scarlet sword with a torrential killing intent between his palms, breaking through the descending astral imprisonment. This was his choice. Among the three peerless divine powers, astral imprisonment seemed to cause the least damage. However, if he allowed astral imprisonment to lock him down, he would definitely be slaughtered and killed without a doubt. If he severed astral imprisonment and regained his freedom, he might have a chance of escaping. Of course, it was almost impossible if he wanted to escape from two peerless divine powers. Darkness approached from one side. Endless tribulations came from the other. In the blink of an eye, Luo Jun was in danger. At the same time, on a battlefield not far away, the vermilion bird heavenly fire burned Su Zimo continuously and had already drowned his figure. However, to the surprise of the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess, Su Zimo did not resist the entire process, nor did he release any peerless divine powers. He allowed the vermilion bird heavenly fire to envelop him. What shocked the two of them even more was that the vermilion bird heavenly fire did not burn Su Zimo to death right away. In the vermilion bird heavenly fire, Su Zimo's vitality was still exuberant. Furthermore, there seemed to be a shocking transformation happening in his body. The vermilion bird heavenly fire contained countless dermic Dao runes. For ordinary living beings, those dermic Dao runes were absolutely fatal. However, for Su Zimo, who had obtained the vermilion bird's inheritance, this was an opportunity that could transform the southern Mingli fire into the vermilion bird heavenly fire. Of course, this process was incomprehensible to others. This was simply playing with fire in a literal sense. However, one of the dermic Daos that Su Zimo was best at was the Dao of Flames. Prior to this, Su Zitno controlled Dao fires of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Daos. The southern Mingli fire was a Dao fire that represented the demon Dao. Coupled with his essence spirit fire, he could condense a killing move of the Pankati Dao fire. Therefore, when the vermilion bird heavenly fire descended, Su Zimo secretly condensed the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Dao fires to defend against it. At the same time, the southern Mingli fire slowly came into contact with the vermilion bird heavenly fire, and he comprehended the difference between them. The protection from the Dao fires of the three Daos was naturally only one reason why Su Zimo was so confident. Another reason was because he was protected by the grade 12 creation Green Lotus. Even if the vermilion bird heavenly fire truly seeped into his bloodline, it would be extinguished by the grade 12 Green Lotus bloodline. Su Zimo wanted to hide the secret of the Green Lotus true body for the time being, and naturally did not want to use the Green Lotus bloodline. However, if any power seeped into the Green Lotus true body, there was no need for him to care. The Green Lotus bloodline would naturally purify and baptize the power silently. Therefore, under the gaze of the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess, Su Zimo, who was enveloped by the vermilion bird heavenly fire, was not injured at all. Instead, his aura became stronger despite the fact that he was severely injured. It was as though he was absorbing the power of the vermilion bird heavenly fire and growing rapidly. How was that possible? The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess widened their eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. The two of them were telepathic. With a single thought, they channeled the vermilion bird formed by the bloodline phenomenon, and it charged towards Su Zimo. Phew! The vermilion bird charged into the flames around Su Zimo but did not cause much of a stir. After a short pause, the flames around Su Zimo shone brightly and the color changed continuously. In the end, it turned scarlet. That aura was no different from the vermilion bird heavenly fire. Pest! The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess gasped. He actually comprehended the vermilion bird heavenly fire. Not only that, the vermilion bird heavenly fire opposite them seemed to be different from what they controlled and contained some other power. That change made the vermilion bird heavenly fire opposite them even more terrifying, violent, and unstable. Boom! Suddenly, the vermilion bird heavenly fire let out a loud bang and exploded in front of the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess. Countless flames splattered in all directions. The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess were the first to be struck and were sent flying by a few flames. They fell heavily from midair and spat out blood. Of course, the two of them did not suffer the greatest damage. Intentionally or unintentionally, more flames charged towards the battlefield at the side and turned the other battlefield upside down. Under the pincer attack of Eternal Night and Eternal Damnation, Luo Jun had nowhere to retreat. However, at that moment, an earth-shaking bang sounded not far away. The next moment, flames soared into the sky. A large patch of scarlet flames surged over like a tsunami of lava and charged into Eternal Night. The lava flames contained the peerless divine power of the vermilion bird, heavenly fire, and emitted scorching red flames that tore through the endless darkness. There was also a portion of lava flames that charged towards eternal damnation on the other side and resisted the countless heavenly tribulations, emitting a sizzling sound. The supreme perfected spirits of the insect, rat and ant worlds were caught off guard and cried out from the heat of the heavenly fire. The gigantic perfected spirit army with hundreds of people was shattered and disorganized. Of course, Luo Jun was also struck by a little of the heavenly fire. However, compared to eternal night and eternal damnation, the damage done to him by the heavenly fire was almost negligible. He defended against them easily with divine powers of the Sword Dao and his bloodline secret skills. In the chaos, Luo Jun's gaze shifted and locked onto the three supreme perfected spirits. He charged over once more with his sword. After losing their peerless divine powers, which were their greatest reliances, even if the three supreme perfected spirits joined forces, they would not be able to defend against Luo Jun's sword. The living beings of the insect, rat and ant worlds were the best at gathering clansmen to bully others with numbers. In terms of individual combat strength, the supreme perfected spirits of these three worlds were ranked last on the battle merits Jade Steel. The three of them had suffered quite a blow to begin with. Now that they came into contact with Luo Jun, they could not defend and were defeated immediately. They took out their blessed heaven world badges one after another to escape from the evil fiend battlefield. When the remaining perfected spirit army saw the three supreme perfected spirits leave the battlefield, they did not dare to stay any longer and left one after another. The battle between the perfected spirits of the medium Kiliacosm and the evil fiends ended in that chaos. In the blessed heaven world square, many kings of the medium Kiliacosm were gathered here to watch the battle. When they saw that, they were dumbfounded and could not recover for a moment. It was only when the supreme perfected spirits of the insect, rat and ant worlds, and a group of perfected spirit experts retreated from the evil fiend battlefield one after another that a commotion broke out in the blessed heaven world square. What's going on? Sword World Suju is not dead and actually comprehended something from the vermilion bird heavenly fire? From the looks of it, he should have already comprehended a second peerless divine power, the vermilion bird heavenly fire. Although this lad is young, he's way too bold. He actually dared to take the risk of being burned to ashes by the vermilion bird heavenly fire to comprehend that peerless divine power. Right in front of everyone, Su Zimo, who was in the evil fiend battlefield, was standing in midair, bathed in scarlet vermilion bird heavenly fire and receiving the baptism of the peerless divine power. This sort of baptism was extremely beneficial for the bloodline, physical body and essence spirit of a perfected spirit. In fact, their cultivation realms would increase significantly as well. To comprehend two peerless divine powers at the hollow nether perfected one realm, this lad's future is truly limitless. A monster incarnate that's comparable to Emperor Immortal vanquishing has been born in the sword world. If this lad grows successfully and does not die prematurely, he will definitely become an emperor in the future. Hehe. That's hard to say. Let's talk about it after Su Zhu survives this ordeal. Don't forget, Xiayin is still waiting for him in Area 7. Lu Yun and the others were delighted to see Su Zimo obtain such an opportunity. However, at the same time, everyone felt a sense of pity. The vermilion bird heavenly fire was so powerful. To think that it would be released at this moment. If he could suppress the vermilion bird heavenly fire, Su Zimo would have another chance to escape when he went against Xiayin. But now, humph! A king of the rat world had an ugly expression as he looked at Lu Yun and the others from the sword world. This Su Zhu of your sword world is truly impressive. Instead of killing the evil fiends in the evil fiend battlefield, he injured the supreme perfected spirits of our worlds. That's right. A king of the insect world added. If not for Su Zhu, the combined forces of the supreme perfected spirits of the three worlds would have been enough to kill one of the 10 great evil fiends, the plain-clothed sword cultivator. Lu Yun's expression was unchanged. Fellow Taoists, be careful with your words. What happened earlier on was clearly a freak incident. Su Zhu did not intend to injure the three supreme perfected spirits of your worlds. Su Zhu didn't even know if he could comprehend the vermilion bird heavenly fire. In that chaos, how could he have controlled the situation? A king of the parasol tree world stood out as well and glared at everyone from the sword world coldly. Fine. Even if we forget about that, why did Su Zhu have to meddle in our affairs and injure the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess of my world? In reality, The 100-odd supreme perfected spirits were rare paragons and monster incarnates in their respective worlds and had gathered almost all of the destiny of those worlds. They could be said to be the number 1 perfected spirits of their respective worlds. Even if there were no feuds between them, there was a high chance that fights would break out between these perfected spirit experts after they were thrown into the evil fiend battlefield. All these supreme perfected spirits were proud and arrogant. It was rare for them to be able to meet opponents of the same cultivation realm. As such, they were naturally itching to fight. The situation in Area 9 of the evil fiend battlefield earlier on was within the expectations of the kings. However, the king of the Parasol Tree world was indignant when he saw that the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess were defeated and could not help but question. Before Lu Yun and the others could reply, Dragon Queen Hornless of the Dragon World spoke first. Lier is old friends with Su Zhu of the Sword World. When he saw that your Parasol Tree World was bullying her with numbers, he naturally could not take it lying down. Is there a problem? On the other hand, the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess of your Parasol Tree World are so famous with their so-called telepathy. From the looks of it, they're nothing much either. Initially, the 2 super large worlds, the Dragon World and the Parasol Tree World, were peaceful. However, in the past hundreds of thousands of years, there had been constant friction and conflicts everywhere. In fact, they even showed signs of escalating and losing control. Even without the scene in the evil fiend battlefield earlier on, no one was surprised that the king experts of the 2 worlds were at odds and mocked each other. It was not only Area 9 of the evil fiend battlefield. In the other areas, there were also some friction between the many supreme perfected spirits and the 10 great evil fiends. However, both parties were wary and did not use their trump cards right away. After testing the waters, they dispersed. Su Zimo endured the baptism of the vermilion bird heavenly fire and recalled what had just happened. In reality, the vermilion bird heavenly fire alone would not have been able to achieve the effect earlier on. It was because he fused the Tao fires of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Taos into the vermilion bird heavenly fire. After this transformation, the power of the vermilion bird heavenly fire increased exponentially and even reached the level of a peerless divine power. After synthesizing the Tao fires of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend Taos, it was even more powerful. Su Zimo had not fused with the Essence Spirit Fire and had only released the Kacharati Tao Fire earlier on. Because of the increase in the might of the vermilion bird heavenly fire, the power of the Kacharati Tao Fire increased exponentially as well. With that, the power of the Pankati Tao Fire might even be unimaginable. In Su Zimo's senses, if he forcefully released the Pankati Tao Fire, the consumption of Essence Spirit Power would be too terrifying and the gains would not make up for the losses. The Kacharati Tao Fire alone was enough to resolve the danger Luo Jun was in. The truth was as he had expected. The Pankati Tao Fire that was synthesized with the vermilion bird heavenly fire erupted, and the supreme perfected spirits of the insect, rat and ant worlds were defeated instantly. The perfected spirit army with hundreds of people fled in all directions as well. The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess were the first to bear the brunt. However, in reality, the damage was lighter than they had imagined. Su Zimo obtained an opportunity and comprehended another peerless divine power because of the vermilion bird heavenly fire released by the 2 of them joining forces. Apart from the first wave of damage, the Kacharati Tao Fire that he released earlier on was also an opportunity for the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess. The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess were born from the flames, and the 2 of them would feel a sense of intimacy and familiarity towards the Kacharati Tao Fire that had fused with the vermilion bird heavenly fire. The 2 of them stood up once more and looked at Su Zimo with conflicted expressions. This sword cultivator of the sword world actually defeated them with the dermic Tao and divine power they were best at. Furthermore, through the vermilion bird heavenly fire that the sword cultivator had just released, the 2 of them gained a new level of comprehension in the flame dermic Tao. Therefore, the 2 of them did not harbor much hostility towards Su Zimo in the depths of their hearts. When they realized that, the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess exchanged glances and harumphed coldly. They abandoned Su Zimo and sped in the direction of their clansmen. Su Zimo glanced at the plain-clothed sword cultivator, Luo Jun. Without saying anything, he turned to leave as well. The scene earlier on seemed more like an accident. However, Luo Jun knew that Su Zimo did it on purpose. How confident did he have to be to lure 2 supreme perfected spirits over and make use of some redirection to defeat the 3 supreme perfected spirits of the insect, rat and ant worlds? How much control did he have to do that? Luo Jun looked at Su Zimo's departing figure and those words echoed in his mind. Live on well. Senior brother, are you all right? A few Sin Spirit Sword cultivators crowded forward and asked. Luo Jun pondered for a moment and looked at the few people around him, saying in a deep voice, hide for the time being. I have other matters to attend to. There's no need to follow me. But, before the others could say anything, Luo Jun waved it off and transformed into a sword beam, disappearing on the spot. He wanted to follow behind Su Zimo from afar and see what this sword cultivator from the sword world wanted to do. If this sword cultivator encountered any danger, he might be able to help. On the other side, after Su Zimo lured the Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess away, as expected, the evil fiends and sin spirits that were lurking around and ready to make a move attacked brazenly. They surrounded those remaining from the Divine Huang, Divine Feng and Dragon races. Among the evil fiends and sin spirits, there were some from the Rakshasa and Xianxia races. Some were no different from humans and were densely packed as thousands of them swarmed over. Compared to the surrounding evil fiends and sin spirits, there were less than 20 people on the side of the Parasol Tree world and the Dragon world. There was a huge difference in numbers between the 2 parties. However, there was a supreme perfected spirit guarding this place after all. Although Long Li could not release her peerless divine power for the time being, her strength as a supreme perfected spirit was still present. Relying on her incomparably domineering physique and bloodline, she charged into the evil fiends and sin spirits and started a massacre. When her dragon breath descended, everything was frozen. Lin Xuanjin wielded her sword and galloped unhindered on the battlefield. The sword chi was like frost, and everywhere it passed, people fell and blood splattered. Against the impact of the evil fiends and sin spirits, the remaining clansmen of the Dragon world and the Parasol Tree world had no choice but to join forces temporarily and defend against the attacks under the lead of Lin Xuanjin and Long Li Wu. A streak of flames tore through the horizon and descended from the skies, piercing into the crowd of evil fiends and sin spirits, creating a huge pit and layers of fiery waves. Countless evil fiends and sin spirits were devoured instantly and turned to ashes without a corpse left. Through the flames, the phoenix feather spear that was scarlet like blood was revealed. Swoosh! An even sharp weapon tore through the air. The phoenix feather arrow tore through the air and tore through the army of the evil fiends and sin spirits, leaving a clear burn mark in the void that did not dissipate for a long time. The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess had arrived, including Lin Xuanjin and Long Li. Although there were few people here, there were already 4 supreme perfected spirits holding down the fort. The army of the evil fiends and sin spirits realized that the situation was bad and had already begun to retreat before anyone could give the order. Although the evil fiends and sin spirits arrived quickly, they retreated even faster. The Rakshasa race spread their flesh wings and fled into the horizon. The Xianxia race either escaped into the void, hid deep underground to escape from the battlefield, or burrowed into the water and vanished. In the blink of an eye, only corpses were left on the battlefield. The Phoenix Prince and the Phoenix Princess glanced at Lin Xuanjin and Long Li and did not continue attacking. They merely left with their clansmen. Su Zimo arrived later on.